That should be up in just a second. Saladin, you're first in. Welcome in. We're going to get the backup profile hooked in. I think we'll have Hanji in here in just a second. Okay, backup profiles connected. Got that ready to go. Welcome in, Nurse. Good to see you. I see Hanji in the queue now. We got Hanji in. Good to see you guys. Dexter, good to see you, bud. Good to see you, Ladybug. Emil, good to see you. Hanji, welcome.
Hello, hello, my darling.
How are you? You sound a little under the weather still.
I am, unfortunately.
Well, Dex, thank you for sending out the subbies. W Dexter already. Bringing down the house already. Seth, good to see you in here. Thanks for being here. Lisa, good to see you. Annie, good to see you. We're going to get our first guest up. I believe the YouTube stream is open. If somebody can confirm for us that the YouTube stream is live, that would be helpful. Welcome in, Drummer Brian.
Good afternoon, everybody. How are y'all?
Good, are you?
I'm good. Just working.
Fantastic.
Chilling on TikTok.
You're TikToking at work?
Yeah.
I won't tell anyone.
Man, I've been to some hard jobs where I've had to like dig ditches, be in the woods, doing certain things.
Yeah.
Cutting trees down. Like, this job is so laid back, man. I'm thankful for it, you know?
Well, we're glad for it as well. Are you a Christian, Brian?
Yeah, but not the Western culturized Christian.
YouTube stream is up.
Fantastic. Thank you for that, Hanji. All right. Well, I'm not a Christian. What would be a good reason why I would want to convert to your blood cult?
Well, if it was true, then you'd want to be a part of it.
If it was true,
if there was any chance of it being true, you know what I'm saying?
I agree. If it was true, I would find that to be a compelling reason. Do you have any evidence that would demonstrate that it's true?
The Old Testament is kind of a whole different story than the New Testament.
Yeah.
Would you concur?
I've read, yeah. Mm-hmm.
But I hear people talk negative, use the Bible, try to use the Bible against the Christians with only the negative, but they never state any of the positive good things in it.
Is God all good?
I think that's just only a one-sided mindset. That's not good, my friend.
Is God all good?
If we're all here to learn, you know.
Brian, is God all good?
Sir?
Is God all good?
He's been good to me.
Right.
He's probably been good to you if you just realize it.
I'm asking you a theological question.
Don't try to bait me. Don't bait me with these little TikTok questions.
It's a very easy question. I'm just asking you.
Then why are you up here? This is a debate space.
Is God all good?
Just, hey, trying to,
He's crashing out. We even start
shed
yet.
some light.
Right? Damn. All right.
Trying to shed a little light. That's all.
Brian, I didn't think this was a difficult question. I'm just asking, in your worldview, is God all good?
Because I know it's baiting. You're going to say, well, he did this in the Old Testament, or he did this in the Old Testament. He did.
I don't know why it's so hard to answer.
It's the same old rhetoric, though.
Hanji, are your gods all good?
Absolutely not.
No, see, that was an easy answer. So why can't you answer about your gods?
Jesus was sinless.
That wasn't my question, unfortunately. So,
and he wasn't.
Is it your view? Is it your view?
Tell me one thing.
Is it your view? Is it your view that God is all good?
Jesus is God, and he's all good.
I know what you... Oh, there we go. He said it. Okay, so Jesus is all good. So I shouldn't find any passages in the Bible where God is doing things that are bad, right?
Now, look, if you're in the Bible looking for something
that was a
negative,
yes or no.
Why don't you also find something positive and state that a little bit instead of only negative? You sound like the new...
I'll explain why. The reason why we look at some of these negative passages is when you make a claim that God is all good, then the implication, Brian, is that I shouldn't find demonstrations of God being not good.
You're going to search.
Brian, I just need you to listen to my answer so you can respond to what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, if God is all good, then I shouldn't find instances of him doing things that are not good. Do you understand?
I know, like you got hurt in your life at some point, and you're trying to every day.
Nobody
get on
hurt me,
TikTok
Brian.
straight
Why
people
is it
from
they
the
always
face.
go to that? Not everyone gets hurt.
It's all-
I mean,
By
like, can I not
It's
talk
all
Zeus.
to
they
him?
have.
I mean, like, gosh.
Hey, drummer,
It's all they got.
let me drill something into your brain real quick because I'm assuming it's extremely as small as a walnut. Okay. Not everyone was even born up in this religion. So you cannot say that people are hurt by this religion when there are people out there who don't even know about this religion due to their culture or their practices.
At least
So
I believe in
that is
something.
out the door.
At least I believe in something. I can make fun of y'all all day long, but I choose not to.
Well,
I can say y'all
we're
were
not
dumb
making
and
fun
be
of
the
you.
1% of the population
Nobody's
who don't
making
believe nothing. But do I insult you?
nobody's
No, I do
insulting
not.
you
So I
or
refuse to
making
let you
fun of
insult
you,
me.
Brian. We're just asking logical
I'm
questions
not
about
gonna
your
let
God.
you make fun of me, dude.
No one is
I'm
making
not
fun
gonna
of
let
you.
you make fun of me.
Nobody is making fun of you, Brian. We're asking you logical
But
questions about your
I've
God.
watched you before.
Brian, I need you to not spiral out this early in the conversation. We're just asking logical questions about your God, and it sounds like you're having a little bit of trouble with that. Would you like to continue the conversation?
You're agitated because I won't go down that same path that you lead everybody else down.
I'm not
so you can try to
agitated.
shame them and make
I
them look
asked you,
stupid and make yourself
I
look
asked-
so smart.
I think you can do that all on your own. I'm just asking you logical questions. Do you think it's ever a good thing to punish people for crimes that they didn't commit?
Do you ever think it's a good thing to say stupid stuff out of your mouth to a grown man?
It was a very easy question, and it sounds like you don't have an answer for
You
it.
wouldn't say it to my face.
I would.
You wouldn't say nothing
Yes, I
smart
would,
and
Brian.
Oh,
stupid.
I 1,000% would.
I
You don't
promise you
scare
you
me.
would.
Kayla
No man
Ryan, thank
scares
you for the
I'm
$10
not a turn the
over
cheek type
Venmo.
dude. I'm not a turn.
Kayla Ryan, thank you for the $10 over Venmo. She says, love the new background, Justin. I like it too. Drummer, it sounds to me like you can't
What?
actually defend your faith. You just want to make silly
I
claims
can
and threats.
defend my faith. I mean, at least I believe in
Okay,
something.
can
I'm
you
not gonna
answer
let
my
you
question
bait me
then?
to down the. Oh my God! You keep the question.
We
the
could turn
question.
cameras
That's
on.
how conversations
I'm
work.
down.
No, it's like no. I'm not stupid. How old are you? I bet you I'm older than you,
I think you've been dumber longer than me.
bro. Oh, bro.
You can be old and still be stupid. You know that, right?
These. Yeah.
Stupidity knows
You don't
no
believe in.
age.
You don't believe in
Absolutely.
God, bro. And you call me stupid?
I'm waiting for you to give me a rational defense for why your God is real.
Just because your mommy hurt you while you were younger, growing up, you had a bad childhood. Don't take it out on me or God.
I had a good childhood. In fact,
I had
I
a
take care of
perfect
my mother.
childhood.
My mother lives 10 minutes away, and I tend to her needs because I'm a good
Well,
son.
why don't you go tend to her
And we
needs
have a
get
good
off of TikTok
relationship.
saying stupid stuff and trying the wrong folks.
Sounds like you're embarrassing your own mother right now because you can't engage
Brother.
in a rational conversation about your deity.
The
Bro,
projection
I'm not
is
gonna let you
wild,
make me
Justin.
look
It's really
stupid,
wild
bro.
tonight. I think
I'll slap
you're-
you in the mouth,
You're
bro,
doing
if
it
I was
all.
in person.
You're doing it all on your own. You're making yourself look
Brother,
stupid without
listen.
any help from me.
All I know is on my daughter, if I was in person to you right now, you would not be saying the same shit that you're saying, brother. On
I
my
can promise
daughter.
you I would.
Cool, you talk tough in your little room in your
Mm-hmm.
mommy's house with your little hoodie on,
Says
not
the man
believing
who's
in
too
God,
afraid
not
to turn
believing
on
in
his
nothing.
camera. Come on,
Yeah.
I'll say it to your face. I'll turn mine
Hey.
on just to say it to your fucking face. You don't scare me.
Men
Who
are
the fuck are
talking.
you?
Be quiet, lady, please.
Oh, okay. Here,
No,
you first.
A man was talking to a child. Bye, Brian. Okay. It was only we knew that was going to happen. It was only a matter of time before the misogyny came out. It was a near guarantee with his level of intellect.
Yep. Someone said his daughter loves turning on her camera. Damn.
Deconstruction. Thank you so much, Deconstruction Couch Potato. I appreciate
Hello.
that. Yeah, I bet his daughter is on cam. Welcome in, Jake. Good to see you.
Good to see you, buddy. How's your day going?
I'm pretty good. How about you?
Just another day in paradise. Everybody day above ground's a good one.
Ryan, thank you
Hold
for
on,
all the
gentlemen,
hearts.
before we start this beautiful conversation, let me make something perfectly clear to the men in chat. I am a host here. If you don't like it, you could take your sorry asses to a different live and watch something else. Women have voices here. I don't want to hear it. Continue,
They
gentlemen.
get really butthurt whenever you talk, Hanji. It's the wildest thing.
I'm just another member of society, just like you.
I appreciate that. I don't think that last guy was a benefit to society. So, Jake, I assume you're a Christian?
I am, buddy.
Awesome. What would be your best argument for why I would want to join your blood cult?
Oh, it's a cult. But have you ever read The Case for Christ?
Yeah.
What did you get out of that?
I thought it was a very poorly put together apologetics book. The same thing with Evidence Demands a Verdict and Liar Lunatic Lord Argument and Ralph O. Muncaster's book, Skeptic's Search for God, and then his follow-up, Dismantling Evolution. I read every one of the apologetics book. They're all pretty soft.
Pretty soft.
Yeah.
And then, so the accounts of Jesus didn't mean anything. We knew that Jesus was a man.
I have no doubt that he wasn't a man, that's for sure. I have no reason to believe that he resurrected from the dead, that he was the Son of God, or any of the other claims made about him. I think the most primary evidence for why I wouldn't believe those things is because he didn't fulfill any of the messianic predictions. And so just on that merit alone, I have no reason to believe the claims made about him. Because if he did fulfill the messianic predictions in the Old Testament, you and I wouldn't be having this conversation. We'd be in the middle of world peace.
Oh, yeah. I wish there was world peace too. And I also wish that Revelation wasn't a thing either. But we also do hear about the wrath of God and what God can do and what God could do and will do.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So saying that, we've read Psalms, but the thing that I want to talk about is John 1:1. It says, in the beginning was a word, and the word was with God, and the word was God.
Mm-hmm. And the word became flesh. Yeah, I know it.
And the word became flesh and dwelt among us in the glory of God. Right.
Why should I believe it?
Why should you believe it?
Yeah, because like the Book of Mormon makes claims and you don't believe the Book of Mormon.
I served in the Navy for 10 years. I believe that anybody can believe in whatever they want to believe in.
Right.
Just like you.
I'm just saying is I reject the claims of the New Testament for the same reason that you would reject the claims of the other holy books.
Yeah. And so we're going into like the Tanakh, right? And going into Old Testament, right? Understanding that there was prophecy saying that there was going to be a Messiah, and the Messiah, right? The Judaism believes that the Messiah is still not here and it's still continuing to come. And then us as Christians,
why do they think that?
right? Because they don't believe that Jesus was the Messiah.
Right, but why don't they believe he was the Messiah?
I don't know. I would love for you to educate me on that. That'd be a great question.
Because all of the messianic prophecies require a return to the law of Moses, a physical temple, people that are restored to their land, and a king on the throne, and also world peace. So, for example, a primary passage is Isaiah chapter 11. We'll pull it up.
I'm just pulling up a Dr. Pepper.
Dr. Pepper. So everyone recognizes that this is about Jesus. It says a shoot shall come out from the stump of Jesse, a branch shall grow out of his roots. And then people kind of stop reading after that. Mike, thank you for sending out 5 subbies. W. Mike, I appreciate that. And there's some fluffy stuff in here, like the Spirit of the Lord will rest upon him, the Spirit of wisdom and understanding, yada, yada. But if you keep reading in the prophecy, it gets a little more hard to believe that it's about Jesus. It says, with righteousness he shall judge for the poor and decide equity for the oppressed of the earth. This is like something a king would do. It says he will strike the earth with the rod of his mouth and the breath of his lips. He will unalive all of the wicked. And it keeps going on. It says the wolf shall lie down with the lamb, and the leopard will lie down with the kid, and the calf and the lion will feed together, and the little child will lead them. The cow and the bear shall graze. Their young will lie down together, and the lion will eat straw. Like an ox nursing children, or child will play over the hole of the asp. Last time I said asp, not everyone heard my P. Guys, make sure you recognize there's a P in this word, and that is the name of a snake. This is not a rated X passage. It says, the weaned child shall put his hand on the adder's den, another snake. They will not hurt, they will not destroy on my holy mountain, for the earth will be full of the knowledge of the Lord as water covers the sea. So if Jesus was the Messiah, my expectation is that all of this would have come true.
Okay, and then but it also says that Jesus is coming back, and then that we can see right now that our world is evolving into a non-moralistic world, meaning that in accordance with my faith, more people are sinning, more people are doing things that are against the Bible.
What metric are you using to measure that with?
What metric?
Yeah, how do you know that to be true?
Just based off of the Ten Commandments, based off of my moral compass, based off of it's just the murder rates, like
Well,
guns.
the crime rate's been going down for decades and decades now.
Okay,
And
so let's
in countries that are we'll say more secular, the crime rate's even lower. But that being said, that still has nothing to do with whether or not Jesus fulfilled Isaiah chapter 11. I would expect that all of this would have been fulfilled when he came. To say that he's going to come and do it later is just an admission that he didn't fulfill the expectation. And anybody can claim that. Anyone can come and die and then say, "Well, I'll do it when I come back," as long as they never come back.
But the thing about the Old Testament is we had to go through specific vessels to get to God, like Moses in the burning bush, right? Or parting of the Red Sea, or we had to go to something in order to experience God.
I don't think I follow you.
Okay, go ahead and explain.
Well, you're suggesting that we had to go through another individual to experience God, and there are occasions where God wants you to come to the priest because he's in the temple or the tabernacle, and the presence of God is in the temple and or the tabernacle. I can't say
Tabernacle.
it. Tabernacle. Thank you.
Tabernacle.
So, anyways, but that doesn't hinder anyone's ability to pray to that God. You can turn to God and pray wherever you are. There are just certain ceremonial rites that required you to go to the temple every now and then, typically once a year. But even the Jews during the diaspora, a lot of them never went back to the temple. They had set up, we'll say, secondary temples and places of worship to where they were scattered at. And they would practice the same festivals and same rituals just like they did back in Judea.
So you believe that there's no God of Moses, there's no God of David, there's no God at all.
None of
We were
them,
just
yeah.
praying to an imaginary figure, and there was a one man that had freed all the Israelites, took him all the way through Noah's Ark.
Oh, I don't believe that.
You don't believe any of that.
No, we have no evidence that 2.5 million people dwelt in the desert for a whole generation. It said 40 years they had to wait to die off before they can go to the promised land. We have no evidence that such a people group ever existed in the middle of the Sinai desert.
Okay, Noah's Ark, when they're
What
finding
about?
his findings of the Ark.
They didn't find the Ark. That's a limonite rock flow. It's been investigated by 3 different geological surveys. A recent one was done by the University of California.
Okay. And then Jesus in the tomb and all the evidence of that.
What evidence?
The shaw that was over his face, where they're geographically picturing the face of Jesus.
You mean the Shroud of Turin?
I don't know what it's called. I
It
can do
was
more.
carbon dated to the medieval period?
Medieval period?
Yeah, I mean, like fake relics are a dime a dozen in the church. There's tons of them. In fact, there was a church that I went to growing up, a Catholic church, that claimed to have a splinter of wood from Jesus's cross. But there are hundreds and hundreds of churches across the world that have these supposed relics, and obviously, there's no way to validate a single one of them.
Like, I don't know if you've heard about this one, but supposedly the Vatican has a demon chained up underneath. And I'm just like, hold on. If they really have a demon chained up, you would think that they would show this to solidify their claim that their belief is true. But,
Yeah, I'd love to see the demon.
know.
I'd love to see it.
right?
Chained up demon.
They may come all over this live.
Elizabeth, thank you for the $6.66 over Venmo. W. Elizabeth says there is no power in the name of Jesus. I agree, Elizabeth. Yeah, so
you've probably got this before, like identifying wind. Let's just say this. You'll probably know my argument from a mile away, but what faith is seeing without believing. You can't see the wind, but you can see what it's doing within people, what it's doing through people, right? Or with
Can
the
you feel the
trees.
wind?
Yes, you can feel the wind. I can feel Jesus.
Oh, I can't. I've never felt Jesus. So,
You've never felt Jesus?
feeling the wind is a tactile sensation. Fen, thank you for all the paper cranes. W. Fen, I appreciate that. Yeah, feeling the wind is a tactile sensation. Can you feel Jesus with your actual tactile receptors? Or is it just an emotion?
No, I can feel his word. I can feel.
Wait. You mean the Bible?
I can feel the tactile because just like I said, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God.
Right. I'm asking a
Right?
specific question. When you say you can feel God, you can feel Jesus, are you referring to the Bible as the tactile sensation?
Yeah, you can tactilely feel the Word of God.
How do you know that
But
the
I
Word
can
of
also-
God is the Word of God?
Thank you, Mindy, for the $3 on Cash App. Thank you so much.
Well, you can. It's all inspired. So like,
How do you know that to be true? Because the
so
Quran claims to be given by the angel Gabriel. Do you think Gabriel gave the Quran inspired directly to the prophet? Thank you, Necro, for the paper cranes. W. Necro, appreciate that.
I'm sorry, but I'm laughing at this one comment. He says, "Yeah, this guy can feel another man inside him." That's
Down, council, down. It's too early, my
Shoot.
darlings.
Shushana, thank you for the 666 over Venmo. Thank you, Shushana. Yeah, that was a dynamite comment. I mean,
I'm just another human being, just like you, that has our own beliefs. So
no, I agree. You're a very nice individual
Honestly,
to
I
speak
like
to.
you.
Yeah, he's a very nice guy. I have no problem with him.
Me either.
So let's talk about the Dead Sea Scrolls.
I'd love to. What do you want to know about him?
I don't know. I've dug just a tiny bit into it, but if you can elaborate some on what I could. I don't have my laptop in front of me, but I have a bunch of research as well. But just tell me what you know about the Dead Sea Scrolls.
Yeah, well, the Dead Sea Scrolls is a collection of manuscripts that were found in Qumran in a series of caves. I think there was up to 11 different caves that they searched. And they date anywhere between the 1st century CE and the 3rd century BCE. And some of them are biblical in nature and some of them are not. Some of them are just community rules. Like, since you're here in Qumran, here are the rules that you need to abide by. And they do give a witness to the early text of the Old Testament. So you can kind of gauge what the textual tradition would have been like. So, for example, we can compare the Dead Sea Scrolls in Hebrew with the Hebrew that came during the medieval period, like the Aleppo Codex or some of the other, what we would say, like Masoretic style manuscripts.
Yeah, and we could say the same thing about hieroglyphics. There was a right? Hieroglyphics.
Thank
were
you, Dr.
found
Joe.
in the pyramids as well, and they can, and if somebody was able to read it, they can say that was their own religion, or the Dead Sea Scrolls were their own religion, or the New Testament was their own religion, right? But with me, it's finding a common purpose and finding something to believe in that aligns with my morals and my values.
What are your morals and values? Where do they come from?
Well, in sociology, it comes from the nature versus nurture, right? That in that perspective, and it's also the way your parents were raised and the way your parents' were raised, generational. And it talks about generational sin. It talks about this. It talks about that, right? But the core value of what I believe is that Jesus was born of a Virgin Mary.
Thank you, Fan. Also, hold on just 1 second, Jake. My darling, you hit your goal. Time to set a new one, please.
Thank you. Guys, thank you so much for all the gifts already. I really appreciate it. It's going to be a fun Friday night. We're going to keep the live popping all night. Although I can't go past midnight tonight, unfortunately. I apologize.
I do like reading these comments while I'm on here.
Yeah, they're kind of fun. Yeah, so, I mean, I know what you believe. I'm really familiar with the Christian worldview. I'm just trying to figure out, like, what would be the evidence that would be convincing to someone like me? Because when I read the Bible, I see nothing but problems. I see a God who is anything but the type of moral lawgiver that we would expect for someone who's all-knowing. And I see a God that makes predictions for the future that doesn't come true. There's a bunch of like contradictions in the book. And like he's constantly contradicting himself. He says that one of the 7 things that he detests is the shedding of innocent blood, but he sheds innocent blood all the time.
Yeah, we're talking about like the Crusades and all that jazz. What people were killing other people in the name of Christ.
No, in the Bible, God does it.
Okay.
You want to read a passage?
Sure, let's do it.
Yeah. So I want to start out with a passage that you might be familiar with, and then we'll segue into that. So in Exodus 34:7, God says something that's not just figurative because he follows up on it later. In describing himself, says that he's keeping steadfast love for 1,000 generations, forgiving iniquity and transgression and sin, yet by no means clearing the guilty, but visiting the iniquity of the parents upon the children and the children's children to the 3rd and the 4th generation. And to me, this is kind of a problematic admission to say that God is punishing children for the crimes of the parents. But you might ask yourself, is this like a figurative thing, or is this something that actually happens? But it actually happens quite a bit. If you go to 1 Samuel 15, you'll find one of many stories where that exact thing happens.
Well, we can also segue in Exodus. I believe it's in Exodus with the angel of death and the smearing of the lamb's blood over the...
Yes, when the firstborn is executed.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so
Blood magic.
the question we would ask about that obviously is, what did the Egyptian children do? Why would you not punish the king or the pharaoh instead?
I don't understand why God does things that he does.
It's a fair answer. These are questions that I asked myself when I was a Christian and I was reading this book. Is when you come to some of these difficult passages, you just have to shrug your shoulders and be like, I don't really have an answer for it. But if you do that enough times, eventually you come to the conclusion that maybe these events didn't actually happen, or maybe this God isn't real at all. In 1 Samuel 15, the prophet Samuel says to Saul, "The Lord sent me to anoint you king over his people Israel. Now therefore listen to the words of the Lord. Thus saith the Lord of hosts, I will punish the Amalekites for what they did in opposing the Israelites when they came up out of Egypt. Now go and attack Amalek and utterly destroy all that they have. Do not spare them, but keep both man and woman, child and infant, and ox and sheep, camel and donkey." I think I said keep. I meant to say unalive. So God is instructing Saul to go and execute babies and all their animals too. And these people here are being punished because it says for what the Amalekites did in opposing the Israelites when they came out of Egypt. Well, this event that he's referring to happened 400 years prior. So these people didn't do the thing that God is upset about. These people just happened to be born to the wrong lineage.
Yeah. The question that I have for you is, even though God gave us tasks to do to try and make up for our sin, he also said that there will be a Messiah that comes under the lineage of David.
Sure.
Right? He also says that. So what us as humans are doing...
That doesn't make up for the bad stuff, does it?
It doesn't. But what Jesus did was pay the ultimate sacrifice, so we never had to go into that unaliving stuff ever again.
Oh, I don't think so.
And what passage do you have to verify that?
Well, a couple of reasons. One, because Jesus was never the Messiah. And even what Jesus said, Jesus never said that you're never again going to have to go to war or do God's bidding. In fact, he says, I came to bring a sword, not to bring peace. And he's going to turn mother against daughter and father against son.
And he also says that every knee will bow and every tongue confess that I am the Lord. Yeah,
which is blasphemy, because in the book of Isaiah, his supposed father says that there is no one besides me, and that eventually every knee will bow to me and confess the name of Yahweh.
Yeah, and there's multiple names that Jesus went, that God goes by, and that Jesus went by. But when Emmanuel, which is God with us,
God's name was never Emmanuel or Jesus.
But the great
Yod-Heh, Adonai, Yahweh,
the great I am, the beginning, the end, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
So why would I believe that Jesus came and died for anyone's sins when he didn't fulfill any of the messianic expectations? Because as it turns out, he wasn't the only Jewish Messiah that got executed by the Romans. In fact, there was one about 100 years after him that accomplished more of the prophecies than he ever accomplished and then was executed by the Romans. Do you know who Simon Bar Kokhba is?
Go ahead and explain.
Yeah, Simon Bar Kokhba was a Jewish leader. He was considered the Prince of Israel for a period of about 4 years in the beginning to late beginning of the second century CE. So he died in 136 under the Roman Empire. And they believed he was the Messiah. Even in the Talmud, you can read Rabbi Akiva, one of the high-ranking rabbis of his time, declaring that he was the Messiah. And so much so that they even minted coins with his name on it, calling him the Prince of Israel on the actual coins. And they were counting the years of liberation, year number 1 of the liberation of Judah, year number 2 of the liberation of Judah. And for a time period, it seemed like he was actually pushing back the Roman forces under his leadership as the Messiah. Unfortunately, Emperor Hadrian took him out eventually, and he got executed. But my point is, when you've got two guys both claiming to be the Messiah, and they did exactly the same thing, they just died, right? How do we know which one is the Messiah?
Because Jesus Christ said that he was the Messiah.
So Simon Bar Kokhba said he was the Messiah, and the Jewish rabbis said he was the Messiah. So what sets him apart from Jesus, or what sets Jesus apart from Simon Bar Kokhba?
The following of Jesus and the lineage of David. Was Simon Bar Kokhba in the lineage of David?
Well, he must have been, because they accepted him as a Messiah, and he had a huge following. In fact, he had a bigger following than Jesus.
Do you believe that everything that us as humans say, like I am forgetting the word, the law of the land, where you can't mix milk and water, it's one of the, why am I blanking right now?
Joyful, thank you for the hearts. Good to see you,
It's
Joyful.
okay, take your
Thank you
time.
so much.
When joyful.
I mean, there's a rule where you can't mix your fabrics, like you can't mix two different.
They're all man-made rules that were supposed to be inspiring to get closer to God, right?
I don't know what you're referring to. Are you referring to the Old Testament laws? Thank you, Casey.
The Old Testament laws, and there's still laws that are abided by today. It's the Jewish laws and customs.
The oral law.
Yeah.
Yeah, we refer to that as Jewish law, but it's primarily found in the Talmud and the writings of the rabbis.
Yes.
What about it, though?
Those laws were made up by man in order to create an establishment so that this establishment can get closer to God until the Messiah gets here, correct?
No, those laws were made to be a fence. So if you read in the Talmud, in fact, one of the portions, Perkei Avot, says that the law was given to Moses, and then the Jewish people were later instructed to create a fence around the law of Moses. Basically, if you say, this is the law of Moses here, we want to keep people as far away from breaking these laws, we're going to create a fence around those laws. That way, you're even further away from breaking the laws of Moses. They wanted to make sure that if these were God's very severe laws that he doesn't want to be broken, we're not even going to let you come close to breaking those laws. And so a lot of the Talmudic laws are kind of built around that. They're like, this is the fence that we're building around the outer perimeter of the law code given to Moses.
So if God isn't real, then why are all these people building so many laws to protect the law of Moses?
Because they believe he's real, the same way the Islamic world believes that Muhammad is real, the same reason why the Mormons believe that Joseph Smith was a prophet. The people believe all kinds of wild religious things.
Mm-hmm. And just because people believe it doesn't mean that it's not true.
Just because people believe it doesn't make it true is what I'm saying. Now, if something is true, I would expect that there would be good evidence for that. And if God is making our salvation dependent on believing in him, then I think the onus is on God to give us good evidence to believe. But I don't see any good evidence to believe. And the book that we've got that attests to Jesus is full of problems. It's got contradiction after contradiction. It can't get history right. It gets science wrong all over the place. It says that before Noah, there was no rain, but there were these huge rivers. Well, rivers are fed by rain, specifically the rivers mentioned in Genesis. Those are all rain-fed rivers.
And then people will say, where did the dinosaurs come from?
Yeah, dinosaurs are a big problem, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're telling me you don't want to ride a T-Rex like a horse?
I mean, I'd love to. I mean,
If I was given the opportunity, I guess chickens are in the lineage of dinosaurs, so we have to believe the dinosaurs are real, right?
yeah, I mean,
Yes.
we've got remnants of the dinosaurs with us still, if you believe alligators and crocodiles are part of that family.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They are the microaggression versions of that. But who would have thought Jurassic Park actually taught us something? They all thought it was funny until it was proven a fact. Like, wait, hold on, no. They are from birds. What the fuck?
Yeah.
You know what? If the Bible's messy, I get it. It's written by people. It's written by humans. Humans are messy, right? I get it, right? But there's no downside into believing in Jesus Christ.
I think there is.
And what would that be?
Well, I think you have to buy into the moral and ethical framework that the Bible supplies. And I don't think it's a good moral ethical framework. In fact, I think it's a dangerous one. I think the laws of Moses, which are backed up by Jesus, Paul is the first person that says, no, maybe the Gentiles shouldn't follow these laws. Jesus didn't say anything like that. Jesus definitely supported following the laws. But in the laws, we find horrible, horrible things. Executing people for working on the Sabbath. There was a guy in Numbers, I think somewhere around chapter 15, that got executed for picking up sticks, and he wasn't even sure that that was against the rules. In fact, they had to take him to Moses, and Moses had to inquire of the Lord, hey, what are we supposed to do with this guy? We don't really know if picking up sticks is part of breaking the law. And God's like, kill him, execute him. That's a barbarian. That's crazy.
But, Paul also said, in Timothy, and that's how the premise of what a church is, right? To be steadfast against, I'm not saying against people like you, but just against the words that are coming. To stand firm in your faith, even though it may be challenging.
It
right?
is challenging, yeah, I know. Facts are really problematic for the biblical narrative. Like, the Bible gets science wrong all over the place. And like there are specific events that are just impossible, like the sun standing still. If the sun stood still for 24 hours, the Earth would have stopped rotating. The Earth wouldn't have survived that.
So
Listen, if you put me like in a pit with a whole bunch of dinosaurs, or I just come across a fuck ton of dinosaurs, and I feel like I'm gonna be like, look at all these chickens.
then go down. I'll need some nugs and hugs.
Nugs
I'm down for nugs.
That's right.
Right. But I believe that we can believe in whatever we want to believe in, and that it's not up to me to challenge you to, hey, you got to be a Christian, right? It's not up to me to say, hey, everything in the Bible is absolutely correct, right? That's what I believe. And I appreciate you bringing me on the chat. I know I can't convince you of anything, but I've watched your chats multiple times. I was like, heck, let's try it.
Well, thanks for coming up, Jake. You're a very kind guest. We appreciate the cultural conversation, and come back anytime.
All right, thank you, buddy. Bye.
All right, cheers.
Let's get the win Jake in the chat. He was the
Yeah, for sure. Mindy, thank you for the $3 over Cash App. Mindy, I appreciate that. Yeah, he was a nice guy, wasn't he?
He was. Mindy blessed us with the $3 too. Thank you, Mindy.
All right, we're gonna get the next guest up in here, and we're gonna keep the train rolling.
Choo choo.
Welcome in, Mr. Brown. Thank you for the hat-free thinker. You with us, Mr. Brown?
Oh, yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. How you doing?
I'm just curious. Are you a Scientologist?
No, I'm an atheist. Are you a Christian?
Well, no, I used to be, but definitely not anymore. I was just curious. where it came from. So
Yeah,
would you
I'm an
say you're not
ex-Christian.
science? But I got you. I understand. But you don't. So you don't believe in science at all?
No, I believe in science.
Okay. So but you're not Scientologist.
No, a Scientologist is like a L. Ron Hubbard cult.
Okay. But let me ask you, your the majority of your framework is science-based because it can't be proven, basically.
In terms of religion or my outlook on the world? Yeah, I mean, I would say that my beliefs about religion, I would demand any such belief be evidence-based. So science is the method by which we discover what is good and bad evidence and what claims have support and what claims don't have support. So I would say that I would expect my religious viewpoint to be informed by science. Well, it doesn't have to be proven beyond a shadow of a doubt, but it needs to have some good evidence.
No, listen, I'm not agree. I totally agree. Something has to have concrete evidence in order to be valid and true. I think that's a lot of understanding of our work. You know what I mean?
Right.
You not believe. So I was curious on too. So you don't think you said something about science. Science in my mind was even bad.
I'm sorry, what's the question?
No, you said something about science.
Where'd he go? We lost him. Dinosaur Chicken took him. Oh, really? Interesting. Yeah, DA says there's bad audio on YouTube. That's weird. I wonder why. Is it when I talk or when the guest talks that the audio is not good? We lost him. He must have got a phone call or something. All right, we'll keep on going. We're on to the next here. Looks like we'll get Pure Metal up in here.
Hi, hello.
Welcome in. So,
Thank you. I have my question to you is, you said that you need proof.
All right, take a deep breath. We got some introductory notes first. Are you at least 18, and are you a Christian? Karukie says the audio is fine on YouTube. Oh, is when the guest talks, it doesn't sound right? Guests are terrible. Interesting. Okay. We'll see what we can do about that. See if there's something we can do. Pierre, do you know you're muted right now?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. Mm-hmm.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so my question to you is, you say you need a proof to obviously believe in something, right?
I would need evidence. I think evidence or proof are slightly different words. I don't think you can necessarily prove anything beyond a shadow of a doubt. Thank you, Leslie.
Okay. So my thing is, I'm a Christian. So how about all the evidence that they found out of like Noah's Ark and etc.
They haven't found Noah's Ark. There's been 3 different geological surveys on that, and they have all come up with the same conclusion, that it's just a natural rock formation. The specific rock is limonite, and the findings of Ron Wyatt are completely unfounded. Cameron, thank you for the $2 over Venmo. Said, ready for the reformatting of the hard drives.
Yes, thank you, Cam. I got the same. Sorry, I was busy with the one.
Yeah, so there's no evidence of an ark. It's been investigated by actual professionals in the field, and the only one who's ever claimed that it was an ark is a guy named Ron Wyatt. Ron Wyatt wasn't an archaeologist; he was a nurse, and none of his findings ever were proven to be true. They were all just him making up stories and hoping no one was going to check in on it.
because from my information and my knowledge that I have looked into, there's multiple people that said that the art that they found and multiple people that looked into it. A lot of them disagree, and a lot of them say that it is art. So my thing is, it's always going to come down to a debate.
Name
the same
them.
way with every other religion.
Name them.
Say it again.
Who did the study? Who said it was an ark?
Okay. So I don't know the guy specifically, but I don't know the guy
Okay.
specifically.
Well, so why should I believe you that there's a professional that confirmed it?
So I don't know his name specifically because this research that I did was a while ago, and it still stuck with me because it was something since I was a Christian. Obviously, it inspired me. I was like, okay, so they found proof of Noah's Ark.
There's not,
That
though.
inspired me.
Actual universities have sent people to do geological surveys. The government of Turkey has done a geological survey. There's no ark there. There's no wood. None of it's there. It's just claims by Ron Wyatt. And people are apt to believe it because they'll believe anything that confirms their religion without checking in on it.
Okay. So do you agree at least that most of the time when it comes to Christianity and also non-believers, it's always a debate against whatever proof or knowledge that they end up finding. It's always the same thing. It never comes down to an agreement, or it's just always the same thing, and it just gets to me because like
I don't know what any of that means.
You said what?
I don't know what any of that means. I think what you're trying to say is that you're upset that atheists won't accept your bogus evidence.
No, that's not what I'm trying to say. It's just every time someone, because look, you're saying that you need proof, and my thing is once they do find proof, there's always gonna be somebody debating about what we ended up finding.
I'm
about
sure.
if it-
So what's the proof?
What was that? I couldn't hear you.
So what's the proof?
See, I don't know it myself. My thing is, I have faith.
I don't have
So,
faith. Why?
you don't have faith.
Do you have faith in Muhammad?
In Muhammad? I mean, I wouldn't say I have faith in Muhammad.
Why not?
But I mean, it's just not what I believe in. It's just my perspective. It's
There
my
you go.
opinion.
Yeah, so if a Muslim apologist came to you and said, hey, you should convert to Islam, and they said, well, you just have faith, would you find that to be a compelling argument?
I feel like you really gotta really look
That
at
was
it
a
from,
yes or no question. If a Muslim apologist came to you saying that you should convert to Islam, and their reasoning was you just need to have faith, would you find that to be a compelling argument?
I would honestly sit down first and see his perspective before I even decide to actually like convert myself to that type of religion.
So
I would
what
wanna
I'm
hear
hearing
his
is no,
side of the
faith
story.
wouldn't be enough for you, would it?
Okay, yes, no.
Great, and it's not enough for me either. I need actual evidence.
Okay. All right, so that's totally fine. But thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
All right, have a good one. He came in kind
When
of
for
hot,
respectfulness.
but he cooled off real fast.
When for respectfulness.
I say big win. I think he did okay there. He just I think he was kind of repeating claims without fully knowing what was behind them. Welcome in,
I know.
Satrahan.
Oh, that was a mistake.
Oh, you didn't mean to be up here?
No, I'm just listening to you.
All right. Thanks for being here, man. I'll drop you down. Cheers.
Yeah.
That happens. I did that the other day on a live. I was tapping so fast I accidentally got myself in the guest box. All right, we got
Those quick fingers of yours.
Kota the Bear. Welcome in.
How you doing?
Good. How are you doing?
Not too bad. Just relaxing after a long days of work.
Fantastic. Are you a Christian?
I'm Catholic, actually. Born, raised, baptized, communed, confirmed, the whole nine. I walked away from church when I was 14. I've recently walked back in. So I'm curious as to where you left and what made you leave, since you used to be a Christian.
Yeah, I left because I didn't find the Bible to be a reliable pathway to truth. The manuscript evidence is really bad. There's a lot of
You
failed
said it's
prophets.
Sanskrit.
Yeah, the manuscripts are really bad.
I agree. The wording and the understanding, it's very hard to understand at times. I
No,
agree with you there.
the underlying Greek, Hebrew, and Aramaic manuscripts are really bad because we've got a bunch of them. None of them agree with each other, which is why we've got 100 different critical editions of the Greek and Hebrew
Yeah,
text,
translation's a mess.
and they're all different. Yeah. The other problem is that it gets science and history wrong all the time. It's got internal contradictions, both from a factual standpoint and from a theological standpoint. And then I think the biggest nail in the coffin for me was that I don't think Jesus fulfilled any of the prophecies, not even one.
How so?
Because he didn't. I can just read them, and not one of them, if you read them in the original context, are about Jesus. And some of them aren't even prophecies. About half of the prophecies that are listed in the New Testament aren't even prophecies. They're just random quotations from the Old Testament that the New Testament authors just call a prophecy.
Okay.
And that's kind of a problem.
Prophecy in like which prophecy and who spoke that prophecy and why do you think that they weren't telling the truth about that prophecy?
Okay, I have two eyes. You want to read a prophecy with me real quick?
Yeah, sure, please.
Let's go to Hosea chapter 11.
No way, Hosea.
I haven't heard that in a while. All right, Hosea 11 is a historical narrative. It says, when Israel was a child, I loved him, and out of Egypt I called my son. And the more that I called them, the more that they went from me. And they kept sacrificing to the Baals and offering incense to idols. And this is just a little bit of history recounting the relationship between God and his people. Thank you, Yolanda, for the $6.66 over Venmo. Yolanda says, Hail Zeus. And
Praise him.
Hail Zeus, and to everything that is good, the tooth fairy Satan and Zeus. We agree, Yolanda. So when I read this and I'm looking at it, my own two eyes and my brain, because I'm a thinking, rational human being, knows what's happening here. This is just a recounting of the Exodus narrative. It's in the past. When Israel was a child, I loved him. And obviously this is a callback to Exodus 4:22. In Exodus 4:22, we'll grab it. The Israelites are referred to as God's children just before the Exodus. It says, you will say to Pharaoh, thus saith the Lord, Israel is my firstborn son. So that's the appropriate way to read this text. There's no prophecy in these two verses. Can you agree to that?
Yes.
Right. I think it's just plain. Just a plain reading of the text is very apparent. The problem is if you go to the book of Matthew, we've got a different story. In Matthew chapter 2, 14 through 15, it says otherwise. It says, Joseph got up and took the child and his mother by night and went to Egypt and remained there until the unalivement of Herod. This was to fulfill what was spoken by the Lord through the prophet, out of Egypt I have called my son. It's just a complete misattribution of what Hosea was talking about. Hosea wasn't giving a prophecy about the Messiah at all. So the fact that Matthew did this, he took a random passage from the Old Testament and just called it a prophecy, tells me that he's either stupid or he thinks we're stupid.
Give me a second.
While he's doing that, guys, be sure to continuously tap the screen. Let's get a host to 150K likes. I know we could do it. There's 725 people in here. Remember, liking is free, following is free, subscribing is literally the price of a coffee.
That's right.
$2.99 a month. Or you could do it as a one-time and see how you like it. Thank you all so much for being here. Continue to tap, continue to share. If you want to tip me and host, link trees are in our bios. Whether it's through our Amazon wishlist, Cash Apps, or Venmos, anything is appreciated, not necessary. And he does have a Hand Hearts gift code, so let's go ahead and get that going. Love you, my babies.
Thank you, Hanji. Thank you, Mike, for the hand hearts as well. Guys, thanks for being here. We haven't done this topic in a couple weeks. It's been like a month or so since we did this, right, Hanji?
Yes, and it's so refreshing.
Yeah. Necro, thank you for all the hand hearts. Eos Graces, thank you for the hand hearts. Usually we get a couple people who are offended that I use the phrase blood cult and they want me to explain that, which I'm more than happy to do so.
I mean, eat my body,
Yeah.
drink my blood.
Hercules,
I
thank
mean,
you. W. Hercules for sending out the subscriptions. Thank you, Casey Jones, for, I think Casey sent out a subscription or they received one. I can't tell, but I got a notification for it.
Who put the
Let
gliding
me
gladiator?
ask you this real quick.
Hercules.
You say you don't have faith. You have no faith
I have no faith in this
in
God.
in a God. You don't have any faith in anything.
No, I have no
We
faith
do-
in this
as an
God.
atheist,
Artaxerxes, thank you for the 10 subbies.
So what do you have faith in?
I have faith in a lot of things. I have faith that my car is going to start tomorrow, and the reason why I have faith is because I've got past evidence with it. Wait, what? Thank you for the hand hearts. So the things that I have faith in are not.
Hold on, let me pause you there.
I don't have.
So you have past evidence with every single driver on the road.
No, I don't have faith just blindly. My faith, the things that I.
Well, everybody does, whether they know it or not.
I don't. The
Every
things that
single
I.
person wakes
The things.
up and walks out the damn door with blind faith.
They don't.
Hold on,
Wondering
Koda. Host is trying to
they're not going to
speak.
slip down the stairs.
Koda. Host is trying to speak. Also, Justin, baby, time for a new goal. You hit your new
I
one.
saw that. Thank you so much, guys. These are not.
So
These are not.
I have to disagree with you.
These
on
are
blind
not.
faith. We all
These
have
are not blind
faith.
faith. No, they're based on past experiences. I have reason to believe that I'm not going to slip on the steps when I walk on them, because I've walked on my steps 40,000 times before.
Yeah, so is everybody who's ever slipped on their steps.
It's not blind
But
faith.
you see it every day.
It's not
You see
blind
people
faith.
slipping on
Blind
steps
faith
every
is
day.
having no evidence and believing.
Well, that doesn't mean you don't wake up every day, go out. You've never seen the person driving next to you. You have blind faith that
No, I
they
don't.
woke up today and they're having a day
Nope.
where they're driving perfectly fine.
I don't have blind faith in any of that. That's just the facts of the matter. If I'm on the road and somebody's next to me, that's just a fact of reality. Somebody's on the road with me. I have no notion about how well they can drive.
No, it's not like I said. It's subconsciously you go about every day, faithfully thinking that tomorrow's going to come.
No, I don't.
Okay.
Tomorrow's not a guarantee.
No, it's definitely not.
I live every
most
day
of us
like
walk
I live
around
every
and
day like
act
it's my
and
last
do-
day, because
Most of us
none of
walk
us are
around
guaranteed
and
tomorrow.
act and do things as if tomorrow is coming.
Yeah, and
Dude,
why is that? Why do people live like that?
Because they don't know any better.
Because we have evidence that people don't live for one day. People live for decades at a time. So it would be unreasonable for me to think somebody at my age with no health problems is going to kick over tomorrow and not be alive. There must be
That shit happens to people every day.
I'm
dude.
sure, but it's a rare occurrence.
does.
My ability
Let me ask you this.
my
Let me ask you, do you
ability
take the vaccine?
my ability to have confidence that I'll be here tomorrow is based on 40 years of prior evidence. It's not blind faith. And yes, I took the vaccine.
You can unmute now, Koda.
How could I have guessed he was going to be an anti-vaxxer?
Right? I mean, I'm not surprised, to be honest.
Yeah, and I don't have blind
That
faith
whole
in
mark of the
regards to,
beast bullshit.
yeah.
You trust
I don't have
Fauci?
I don't have blind faith in vaccines.
So you just trust vaccines?
No, there's actual scientific studies that go into
No, there's
making the
not.
vaccine. Yes, they
There-
are.
there-
Yeah,
there-
nope.
there's
Wrong again.
falsified-
Wrong
there's
again.
falsified- so-
Wrong
okay.
again.
So wrong, definitely.
I work with the manufacturers who make the vaccines. I built the actual machines to produce the vaccine. I coded it myself. I've watched the FDA process for approving the vaccines. I know the actual people that handle the vaccines. I have no reason to believe that these vaccines are dangerous for us because I am involved in the actual process and I know the people who are involved in the process.
In other words, Justin put his whole badushi into that code.
Yes. It's not a trivial matter to get a vaccine on the market. It's very difficult. There's lots of trial that goes into it. You have to collect a mountain of data before you're approved by the FDA. Thank you, EO Graces. I appreciate that.
So are we going to keep going down QAnon
It sounds that way, yeah.
conspiracy woo-woo, or are we going to have an actual discussion involving the topic?
Yeah, it sounds to me like he just wants to find anything that I would have faith in that isn't completely evidential. And apparently he doesn't know me very well because I don't live my life based on blind faith.
We also need to talk about the fact how blind faith is absolutely dangerous.
Yeah, Kota, are you still yapping with a muted mic? Are you
Go
with
fuck
us?
yourself, buddy.
There it is. There he goes.
Aw, how sweet.
He really making
You
Jesus
first,
proud.
princess.
I'm a sinner.
You think Jesus
I'm a
is clapping
sinner
for you right now?
From the ground up.
Yeah, we believe that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
He's a
am.
joker.
And
He's
so
a
are you.
smoker.
I'm
So
not a
He's
is
a
sinner.
everybody in this
midnight
world.
toker.
But this is what you do. You sit there and you talk over people. You spew out BS facts, and then you don't let the person who has the actual information speak it.
Give
So
me the
what's the point
information.
of arguing
BS facts,
with
really?
you?
Give me the
And
information.
how because you're
Kota, I'm
there's
asking
no
for the
point in it.
information.
What information?
Give me the
Where
information that
were
would
we?
lead me to
Let's go back.
believe.
Where were we?
Give me the information that would lead me to believe that the Bible is true and that your God is real. Where does he keep going? You know we can't hear you when you swipe away from the app.
I'm going to block him. I think he's reporting the live.
Yeah, probably. Joe, thank you for the 11 cents over Venmo for the Zeus. All right. Well, he gone.
Zeus.
He gone. All right. We'll move on to the next one. He came up big mad, didn't he? He came in hot.
You know, if we put the cape on him, he would have been Superman.
Welcome in, Rip.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Yeah. Are you at least 18 and are you a Christian?
Yes, and I am a follower of Jesus Christ, but not a Christian.
So you're a Christian. Cool. All right. What would be your best reason for why I would want to convert to your blood cult? You're breaking up really bad, Rip.
And I'll get out your hair because I asked this question.
Rip, you're breaking up really bad.
And that's what happens. Can you hear me now?
Rip, you're getting raptured. No.
Yeah, you're breaking up. Are you close to Wi-Fi? Can you get some Wi-Fi?
No, I'm not. I'm on the road. I'll be home in 30 minutes and see if I can't join again.
Yeah, we'll be live all night. Come back when you get back to your house and you get settled in, okay?
All right, perfect.
All right, see you, Rip. All right, moving on. Next guest is Sly Dog. Welcome in, Sly Dog.
Hey, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good.
Fantastic. Are you at least 18?
Yeah, I'm 18 and a Christian.
Fantastic. What would be the best reason why I would want to convert to your blood cult?
Do you want to live forever?
Oh, I would love to live forever.
All right, that was the plan with Adam and Eve, but they ate from the forbidden tree, and so he's just on a course correction to eternal life.
So God's plan failed?
Not so much failed as much as his fellow beings disobeyed an
Where'd he go? There you go.
that works. His fellow beings disobeyed an order of which he had a plan how to.
I think it's TikTok. I think TikTok is glitching the fuck out right now.
I don't know. You keep cutting in and out.
That's what's happening. Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't think that's true. I think it was planned from the very beginning. If you read Revelation chapter 13 and you read Ephesians chapter 1, it says that Jesus Christ was slain before the foundation of the earth. So that implies that the plan of Jesus was set into motion way before Adam and Eve were even put out in the earth. And that seems to coincide with what we read in Genesis, because in Genesis, if God is all-knowing and God put the snake in the garden, which he had to have because he created the snake, if that's the case, then this couldn't have been an accident. This is something that God planned.
Well, you got to remember that God is you got to remember that God is the Alpha and Omega.
Buddy, your phone's giving you all kinds of problems. We can't hear you because you keep cutting in and out.
All right, if it keeps acting up, then go ahead and discontinue me. But you got to remember that God was the Alpha and Omega.
I don't believe that to be true. And that's also a meaningless statement.
Well, I know. Yeah, I know. But you believe to be true that Jesus died before the foundation of the earth.
I don't believe that. That's in your book. That's what you have to believe, not me.
In the book that he's the Alpha and the Omega. I know, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, but it's also in the book that he's the Alpha and the Omega.
That means nothing. That is meaningless. All that means is that God is the greatest. Fantastic. We already could have assumed that if you believe in an all-powerful God.
No, it means that his being.
So the question
is of the beginning.
Was the garden a setup? Yes or no?
Yes.
No, God literally created humankind in the hopes of one day joining them as an equal, and they sinned, so he has to patch everything.
So is God all-knowing?
He might be, but he is not.
So God knew that they were going to fall before they fell, right?
Maybe, but he still has to. Yeah. He's like Dr. Manhattan, I guess.
I don't know who that is. And God created the snake, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and God knew that the snake was going to trick him, right?
Okay. Do you know? I mean, just because you know something.
That was a yes or no. Did God know that the snake was going to trick him?
Well, I'm just saying, like, just because you know something doesn't necessarily mean that's what you're going to do. Like, heroin addicts know heroin's bad for them, and they're still going to.
But God is all-knowing.
Take it. What?
God is all-knowing. Mankind is not.
Yeah.
Okay,
he might be all-knowing.
Yes, so if God is all-knowing, then he knew what the snake was going to do. He knew before he made the snake that the snake was going to trick Adam and Eve. Thank you, Ken Mom, for the hearts.
Yeah, and there's no way he could have acted any differently than he did.
So he's not all-powerful then?
So in a way, I guess, that's sort of...
Did you catch the mistake you just made right now?
No, what?
You said that there's no way he could have acted in another way, so you're just insisting that God's not all-powerful. Thank you, Divine, for the crane. So you can't make statements about God like God can't do this or God can't do that, because then you're negating his all-powerfulness. Although I would argue from the Bible that he's not all-powerful.
You're right. He probably could have acted differently.
Yes.
He probably could be more kind as a God, but...
Appreciate that, 46.
But the thing is, like, just because he might be all-knowing and know everything doesn't necessarily mean that he is going to act differently from that knowledge.
He can't do anything but act in accordance with his foreknowledge. Or else you would negate his foreknowledge.
A lot of times,
if God knows what he's going to do, then God cannot change his mind.
Like, I know I'm going to go on a 2-mile run tomorrow morning. It may or may not happen.
Well, you don't know that then. If you don't know for sure that it's going to happen, then you don't know it. Thank you, Christina, for the hand hearts. Good to see you, Christina. Christina was live earlier today, and I don't know if anyone caught that, but Christina's live's been popping. Yes.
Oh, it has.
So I hear what you're saying, but none of it's actually helpful because the way you're describing the God of the Bible makes him sound
Well,
worse.
basically, all I is explain why you should convert to our blood cult, and that's because God is
He's,
Oh my God!
he's breaking
check
up
that
really
out without
bad.
glitching
Listen,
out.
Sly Dog.
Yahweh does
God
not
is
want
going
him
to
to
become
speak.
Sly
equal
Dog.
to us.
God's
But
trying to vanquish
God,
you right now because you keep cutting out every 2 seconds. Can you go find some Wi-Fi and come back?
here I can connect. All right, I'm connected.
Thank you, Christina, for the cranes. I appreciate that. W. Christina. Okay, it hasn't cut out yet since you got on the Wi-Fi. Okay, so the God of the Bible, if he's all-knowing, then he's not all good because he set the garden up knowing that it would fail, and then he punished them when it failed. How's that fair?
God. How is it
Cutting out
fair that
again.
you are you and you are not?
That
You
wasn't
were not born.
that wasn't my question at all.
Any other?
Sly, we're gonna have to drop you, sweetheart, because this going in and out, it's not doing it for us.
Yeah, you really
Because
Yeah,
every
right.
time you're saying something, we don't hear like your full sentence.
yeah, you got a problem with your connection. You might have to restart your app or something. All right, thanks for being here, Sly, though. All right, we're getting the next guest up in here. Looks like it's Louise. Not a huge guest queue tonight. The guest queue's only got like 6 people in it. Usually it fills up pretty fast.
It's still early, my love. It's still early.
Yeah. Welcome in,
Hey, how you
Louise.
doing? Hey, it was nice to talk to you finally.
Yeah.
I hear good things about you from Thinker and I think all the rest of her group.
Yeah, thank you, B More.
Anyway,
Yeah, so are
yeah,
you
exactly.
are you a Christian?
Yeah, I'm trying to be like all the rest. I mean, I just don't agree with everything in the Bible. I don't know if some of the stories don't seem to be true. But like I was trying to say, I don't know if anybody that you ask, they don't have a right answer. I think God, he can only judge you after the action, like
Right.
when you go to court after you did a crime.
Yeah.
So that's the best answer I could come
One
up with.
second.
He can
Joe,
only,
thank you for the
I know, like, I
$6.66
understand,
over Venmo. W Joe, appreciate that, Joe.
Win,
W666.
Joe.
I'm listening to you. I promise, Louise.
Sorry, I just think like he can only judge you, as being fair, after you do it. I mean,
Yeah,
but if
but
you
if
say
he causes you
if you say the Garden of Eden was a setup, yeah, of course.
Yes, if he sets it up, then he has no business punishing you for it when it happens. It's like
But that's the thing.
if I put a knife
Okay, sorry.
if I put a knife on my coffee table, surrounded by a bunch of 2-year-olds, and they hurt themselves with the knife, that's on me. I set that up.
Yeah, exactly. I was gonna say something like that about a children, or you tell them not to touch the stove, but you still leave it on.
Yeah.
you know.
And they didn't know right from wrong. Remember in the story, it says that they hadn't eaten from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil yet. So they didn't even know that it was evil to disobey. They don't know what evil is yet. And God,
exactly.
rather than punishing Adam and Eve, he punished all of humanity for all of history. And the poor women had to have painful childbirths. And we know from history that a huge proportion of women were actually unalived in childbirth, as high as 2%. And the amount of children that were unalived in childbirth in the ancient world was as high as 40%. So it seems like God is putting a really unjust punishment on humanity for simply eating a fruit that he foreordained them to eat. Thank you, Love's Life, for the couch potato.
Win, couch potato.
And the fact he couldn't even tell him, hey, watch out for the snake. He's very cunning.
Why'd he make the snake? The snake doesn't need to be there.
Exactly, but like I would let's say I'll tell you to come to my house, right? But I'll tell you, watch out for the dogs. I got like two Rottweilers. You know what I'm saying?
I love Rottweilers. They're so cute.
Yeah, but they're still dangerous. Very mean bite.
Sure, but I know what the ramifications are of coming into contact with a dog, right? Like I have the mental capacity to know that the dog has a certain level of danger, but Adam
Yeah.
and Eve were not informed of all the dangers involved because they were told only that they would in the day that they eat of it, they'll surely be unalive. That's all they knew. What they weren't told were any of the other consequences.
And they didn't even die that day. I mean, it makes God a liar because
Yes, I agree.
I studied this with Thinker. I studied this with Thinker too. And then like it made like the snake was telling the truth, and God made him look like a liar because the snake said, "Oh, you surely you're not gonna die that day." He didn't like really express himself well, like you're not really gonna die.
Calypso, thank you for the $6.66 for Cthulhu. Thank you so much.
Praise Cthulhu, the mighty bearer of the sea, the primordial being of the deep.
Yes,
it's like I tell you. Let's say I tell you to come. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you.
No, you're fine.
Like
Go
I
ahead.
tell you to come to my house. Hey, man, come to my house. But I don't tell you I have a big python. Like I just let it. It's not even in the aquarium. I just let it loose, walk around my house.
Right. Right.
You could stay in my guest house, but the only thing I got to tell you, the snake is in the guest room too. So just be careful.
I'm concerned that there are snakes at your house now.
You could sleep over. Just don't get into the snake's nerve.
So, in your estimation, what would be the best reason why I would want to convert to your blood cult?
Like everybody, I mean, I think everybody is pretty much scared of this hell concept, and I don't think that's really true because, as I study with Thinker, and she really looks up to you. It doesn't seem like it was a lot of things were made up back then. You don't know what they put in the Bible is added, or what I mean, like. So it was like a fear monger, I guess. The word hell put it in there,
Yeah, that's what it sounds like to me. I think most Christians have some sort of deep-seated fear of hell. But do you think is that really what God wants? Does God want you to come to Him just because you're afraid of burning, or does He want you to come to Him because you actually love Him?
Oh, that's a really trick question there, but I don't think I mean, like I said, there's so many stories in this Bible, this book about, the Ezekiel bread and eating, oh my God.
I mean, who doesn't love bread cooked over dung? I mean,
yeah,
it's very
I know,
earthy.
Right? Should be better than a burger, right?
I mean, is there some substance there? Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's really sickening.
Right. Yeah. It's pretty gross, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Women being raped over the whole night and then being cut to pieces. This sounds like a damn horror movie.
Yeah,
like
Judges 19.
You ever heard of the Terrifier horror movie? Terrifier, or
I've never seen that.
Than any horror movie.
Yeah, I agree. The Book of Judges is definitely worse than a horror movie. That's a terrible book.
Yeah, a woman being raped all night by a lot of guys.
Please say great.
Yeah, you gotta watch your language here.
Sorry, I forgot. I can't say that. Sorry about that.
That's all right. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, we gotta watch that here. But yeah, I get you. It's terrible. Now, most people would say, well, the Book of Judges is not setting out an example of appropriate behavior. This is kind of like a warning of what not to do. But there's other things in Judges that God does seem to condone that are terrible as well, like the kidnapping of the girls, so that the one tribe that committed the atrocity against the Levites' concubine, so they wouldn't get wiped out. Because remember, the other tribes said that because they committed this crime in Gibeah, they wouldn't give their daughters in marriage to this tribe anymore. And then they're like, well, shoot, we can't let the tribe die out because they're not getting any wives. So they're like, well, we'll make a deal. You can come, and you can kidnap these women. That way you can still live on.
Virgins, yeah. Like all virgins, right?
Yeah, you can still live on, and we didn't break our vow to God by giving them to you. So they took a vow before God to not give them any brides, and then they broke that vow, and God's like, this is fine. Yeah.
I mean, I may be condemned to hell or whatever punishment, but I mean, he's like the most holy of holies. I mean, it makes me.
So let me ask you a better question.
I can't put God in trial. That's like.
I think you can. But here's what I think. I think you should deconvert from your blood cult and join me. How's that? Thank you, Mike, for the fireworks. Because it sounds to me like you don't really believe this book.
Like I said, I haven't read the whole book, but when I listen to the stories that people go on Thinkers Live and they don't have a right answer. Oh, because he's God. He knows that. He's God. That's all they say. He's God. And what you want me to say? That's all they have. It's like they don't have a fair argument. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know.
46.
It's very sad.
46. Thank you for the $6.66 over at PayPal. W46, W666. So,
and I keep hearing there's no hell, but there's a lake of fire. I don't know what to believe. Do you believe in this lake of fire?
I don't believe in any of it. Nope.
Yeah, that's what gets me mad. Now I don't know what's real and what story is real.
Let me ask you a question. This has been my last question. I got some guests who want to come up and argue with me, but I'm going to lay out an analogy for you. If I ask out your sister, I say, listen, we're going to go out. We're going to have the best night of your lives. It's going to be awesome. I'm going to treat you right. You're going to have the greatest dinner date you've ever had. But if you say no to me, I will throw you in my basement and light it on fire. Am I a good guy?
No.
Of course not. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So this is the scenario that God sets up. God says, listen, I love you and I want you to love me. But if you don't believe in me or you reject me, I will throw you in the lake of fire.
Yeah.
Okay, now hold on, because we could turn this into, just picture it, me dressed up as a 13th century Romani woman. You dressed up as a Catholic priest. There's a fire. Choose me or the fire. I'm just saying, Justin, we can make this happen.
Calm down, Hanji. Calm down.
I thought you were going to say the first century Christians being burned alive in oil and stuff. Ugh.
Yeah, that was something else.
Yeah.
No, that actually did happen.
Anyways,
yes.
Louis, thanks for coming by. I think the chat is ready for some debate, but I appreciate you stopping in. Drop me a follow, and I'm sure we'll be in touch. Also, join the Discord.
I'm ready to follow you, but I don't get a notification. I don't know why.
Yeah, TikTok's like that sometimes.
Yeah, it was nice talking to you, man. I really dig you, man.
Yeah, thanks for being here. You sound like a great guy, Louise.
No, I just like a fair, I guess you could say God gave us a brain to think. Mm-hmm. Most people don't want to think.
I agree. That's why I like Thinker. Yep.
Yeah. All right, man.
Good to hear from you, man.
Step back and listen. All right.
Cheers.
Bye. Bye.
Thinker. And also for those who are wondering, that was a Hunchback of Notre Dame reference. Relax.
Oh, it was? I didn't catch it.
Yeah.
I did not catch it.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
because in his song Hellfire, he's like, Hellfire, dark fire, now Gypsy, it's your turn. Choose me or your pyre, be mine or you will burn.
Oh, dang. I didn't hear that. I haven't watched that one in a long time. It wasn't my favorite of the Disney movies.
Oh, it's a guilty pleasure of mine. It always scratches the right parts of my brain.
Welcome in, Vance.
Hello.
Are you at least 18?
Hello?
Yep. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Are you at least 18?
Yes, sir. I'm 20.
Fantastic. Are you a Christian?
Yes, I am.
Great. What would be the most convincing reason why I would want to join your blood cult?
Sure. So forgive me just because I've never really done this, and I didn't expect to get on here, but I'll do my best.
Sure.
I've been a Christian for about 3 years, and I think one of the most impactful things for me and one of the biggest reasons why I choose Christianity is because of the example set by Jesus Christ. And I think that he is an incredibly profound ethical teacher, and I believe that the example he sets for everybody is incredibly admirable, and that's something that I'm kind of focused on studying right now, going through the books of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, the Gospels, and I just finished up Matthew.
Yeah, I have a problem with the ethical teachings of Jesus because Jesus says some things that to me are quite questionable, and I think the biggest problem is that he seems to endorse the laws of Moses, and the laws of Moses are pretty rough, but this is what he says in Matthew. Do not think that I have come to abolish the law or the prophets. I have come not to abolish, but to fulfill. For truly I tell you, until heaven and earth pass away, not one letter, not one stroke of a letter will pass away from the law until all is accomplished. Therefore, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. But whoever does them and teaches them shall be called great in the kingdom of heaven. And this would seem congruent with logic, because logic would dictate that God doesn't give bad commands, right?
Correct. I would agree.
Okay, so
I also want to say that I am familiar with what you're talking about. However, I'm not familiar with the whole Bible, so I might not know precisely what you're talking about, but I'll still do my best to answer.
fair enough. Yeah, so I have a bit of a problem here with Jesus endorsing the law of Moses, because as far as I can tell, the law of Moses is not a
Sure.
good moral standard, and there's a lot of reasons why it's not a good moral standard.
Sure.
And here's I think the most egregious of the issues with the law of Moses in Deuteronomy 22. We're gonna go down.
Okay, let's see.
Yeah. So I think this demonstrates two really bad precedences, but we'll do them one at a time. So it says, suppose a man marries a woman, but after going into her dislikes her and makes up charges against her, slandering her by saying, I married this woman, but when I lay with her, I did not find evidence of her virginity. The father of the young woman and her mother will then submit the evidence of the young woman's virginity to the elders of the city at the gate. The father of the young woman shall say to the elders, I gave my daughter in marriage to this man, but he dislikes her, and now he has made up charges against her, saying, I did not find evidence of your daughter's virginity, but here is the evidence of my daughter's virginity. Then they will spread out the cloth before the elders of the town. So the proof that she is a virgin is whether or not she bleeds on a cloth when they consummate the marriage. So,
Okay.
If
Now, really quick, I'm sorry to interrupt. Could you give me the chapter, please, so I could follow along in my Bible?
yeah, it's Deuteronomy 22.
All right, give me 2 seconds. Just so I can get a little bit of more context. Not that I don't think it provides any, but you said it was 22 verse what?
22 starting at 14, I think, 13 or 14.
Sure, I appreciate it. Okay, I see that. So my first glance, initial thoughts are that marriage is a sacred thing, and then when you marry a woman, at least in the context of a Christian marriage, you expect your wife to be a virgin, and the same with you. And
Well,
so
that's
the
not
way
in the
that
Bible.
I view it.
There's nothing in the Bible about a man being a virgin. Only
I
women.
disagree. I think that the context points to both male and female.
No,
It doesn't,
There-
Vance.
in
It
fact,
doesn't.
the female conjugation of the word virginity or virgin does not appear anywhere in the Bible. It's only the feminine form, because only women's virginities were ever a concern to the biblical authors. But that kind of misses.
And most of these men were like already like divorced or old enough to have like grown children.
Yeah, but that kind of misses the point. The point here
So,
is that
well, really quick, just touching on a topic she stated about divorcing. According to the Bible, you are not to divorce unless on the grounds of sexual immorality. which
according
is
to the New
cheating and-
Testament, yes, I'm aware. Yeah, but
Correct.
that's not
So-
what we're talking about. We're not talking about adultery or divorce. We're talking about the test for virginity. Here's what happens if she doesn't bleed on the sheet. If, however, the charge is true, that evidence of the young woman's virginity was not found, then they will bring the young woman out to the entrance of her father's house, and the men of her town shall stone her until she's unalive, because she has committed a disgraceful act in Israel by prostituting herself in her father's house. And there's two really big problems here. If the man is lying about her virginity, he pays a fine. If she's lying about her virginity, she gets executed. And the biggest issue with all of this is that only about 50%, actually less than 50%, it's about 45% of women bleed the first time they do the deed, which means whoever wrote this law didn't know how female hymens work.
Okay, so not to, I don't know, again, this isn't something that I have fully read and I don't have full context on. And from pulling from just this, my initial thoughts are that's a quite ridiculous specifically with stoning her to death. I want to reread that really quick if you'll give me a moment.
Yep.
You know, if you grape her, I'll pay your potter 30 shekels. That's how much you're worth.
Yeah.
So, yeah, just at first glance, reading through this specific section of it, I have not read Deuteronomy. I don't believe any of it. So, on my own time, this is something I will look into because you pose a very interesting problem.
Yes.
So that'll be something that I do kind of bookmark and look into. I'm gonna kind of write that.
Yeah, I think it's a big problem, not just that the punishment is so severe, only for the woman and not for the man, but also because the test itself is a flawed test.
Sure, I understand. I think I don't think that's ridiculous to say. For the sake of me not being too familiar with this, are there any other things that you have issues with or perhaps want to bring up? And I could do my best to answer those as well.
Yeah, for sure. Do you think that it's a good thing if people are punished for crimes that they didn't commit? So like if I commit a crime, is it ever okay for my son or my significant other to be punished in my place?
I do not believe so. However, it depends on the situation. But that's a very broad statement to make. So it's kind of a hard question to answer. But initially, the answer is no.
If your parents commit a crime, should you ever be punished for it?
It depends.
It depends. What is it?
Most likely, no.
What's it depend on?
I don't know. I'm sure there are scenarios where that wouldn't be a ridiculous thing to. I'm sure there are scenarios that warrant that, but for the sake of that, I say the majority of cases, the answer is no.
Can you think of one case where it is okay?
Not off the top of my head. I am a bit flustered, and I just don't tend to be able to pull things like that off the top of my head. But you give me a scenario if you do think of one.
I don't think there is a scenario in which a child should ever be prosecuted for the crimes of the parents. I think that's something that should never be done.
Sure, that's fine. So regarding the Bible, where does that apply? What do you, is there something specific you'd like to point out?
Yeah. If you go to the punishment that David received for...
This is where?
This is in 2 Samuel chapter 12.
Sure. Let me find that.
Now remember, David had Uriah the Hittite sent to the front lines so he would be unalived in battle so he could steal his wife Bathsheba. Do you know the story?
Give me 1 second. I'm getting to the chapter. Said 2 Samuel chapter 12.
Yeah.
Sure thing. And then what were you saying after that?
Yeah, do you remember the story how David basically kidnapped the wife of Uriah the Hittite by setting him off in battle to get unalived?
No, sir. I'm not familiar with that story.
Okay, so David basically stole a man's wife, and he did it by sending him to the front line of the military and having him executed so that his wife would no longer be married, and then he took her. So this is a bit problematic because God's upset with this, but his punishment, the way that God chooses to punish David for this sin, is really bad. This is what he says about this in verse 11. There's two different punishments. This is going to be the first of the two punishments. It says, "Thus saith the Lord, I will raise up trouble against you from within your own house, and I will take your wives before your eyes and give them to your neighbor, and he will lie with your wives in broad daylight. For you did it secretly, but I will do this thing before all of Israel in broad daylight." And this comes to pass in chapter 16. One of David's sons, that's Absalom, actually kidnaps 10 of David's wives in a show of force over his father and sleeps with them on top of the palace to show everybody that he's going to be the new king. And the first question you should rightly ask is, why is God causing this to happen to the poor wives? Because they didn't commit any crimes.
Okay, so again, this is at first glance. I'm not familiar with this. I just want to do my best to. This is also kind of an opportunity for me to learn and
Sure.
to kind of work my brain a little bit.
Yeah.
But I appreciate this conversation nonetheless. But I believe what God is doing here is almost using David as an example where your own actions have kind of led to this series of events that is, I'm going to backtrack a little bit. I don't think this is necessarily God setting in motion this whole set of plans. I think it's more of a consequence of David's actions.
But
and
listen to what God says. It says, I will raise
Sure.
up trouble against you from within your own house, and I will take your wives before your eyes. God's saying he's causing it to happen.
Yeah, I'm just rereading it really quick.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I think that he is taking his wives for granted, first of all. And I think that when you take something for granted and it's taken away from you, a lot of the time you learn to appreciate that. But I also think that...
Buddy, he had his wives
sorry,
raped.
Is that what happens?
Sins? Yes, Vance. That's why we're asking you. What sins did the wives commit that they're getting this punishment from God and not David, who is the one responsible for the crime?
Mm-hmm.
Sure. So again, I'm sorry, I'm just not familiar, and it is a bit difficult to follow along. Zero offense. I don't mean that in a rude way.
No, it's okay.
Can you elaborate on the verses where it talks about them being kind of, I'll say, violated?
Yeah, it's in chapter 16. We'll run over chapter 16.
Verse 12, correct? Oh, chapter 16?
Yeah.
Okay.
So this
And it's
is,
verse what?
we're going to go towards the end of the chapter, I believe. We want about 20. Okay, so his son Absalom is the one that God rose up to cause trouble within his own household. So his son is now rebelling against him and trying to take over the kingdom. It says, then Absalom said to Ahithophel, that was one of David's advisors, give us your counsel. What should we do? And Ahithophel said to Absalom, go into your father's concubines, the one who he left to look after the house, and all of Israel will hear that you have made yourself odious to your father, and the hands of all who are with you will be strengthened. So they pitched a tent for Absalom on the roof, and Absalom went into his father's concubines in the sight of all of Israel. Now, in those days, the counsel that Ahithophel gave was as if one consulted with the oracle of God. Okay, so in order to show his force over his father, he took 10 of his concubines while David was on the run, trying to not get executed, and slept with them on the roof.
Okay.
In front of Israel.
Yeah, in broad daylight, so everyone can see it.
One moment. Uno momento.
Somebody,
just going to reread it just so I have a better idea of it.
Somebody in the comments said pitched his tent. Yes, he definitely pitched a tent.
You know, am I the drama? I don't think I'm the drama. I am the drama. It's kind of ironic how these are the same people who are using grape as a form of punishment right now. Free Palestine. Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, it's pretty insane what's going on over there. But so in my version, I have a Christian Standard version. I don't know that Sorry again. I'm just a little nervous. I never do this, so
it's okay.
Just kind of a first time thing.
It's nerve-wracking. I get it.
appreciate your patience. Yeah, sure. I just want to do my best to just kind of work my brain.
Mm-hmm. We've got the CSB here. I can pull it up in the CSB for you.
Yeah. So, Yeah, dude. I don't know. That's a tricky one that I can't really. That's another one that I'll just kind of have to come back to. I think that's really, you just bring up something really interesting again. I appreciate it because I think that picking out things like that from the Bible really force you to deeply learn about what is going on in every sense of the word context. Not saying that you're wrong in what you are saying. I'm just saying that I will be going back to this. I'm going to be reading Deuteronomy and Samuel, and I need to read most of the Old Testament. And I would like to study kind of older versions of the Bible to see if it adds more context to it.
Sure.
But yeah, that definitely does not look good. I'm not entirely sure. I don't have my full thoughts on this, so I wouldn't feel confident giving you an answer. But you do pose a very interesting problem again.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you're being honest about it. I mean, all you can do is read the text and then go think on it. So, I mean, you're welcome to go read it, do some thinking, talk to your pastor, and maybe I'll see from you again in the future.
Sure. Well, I appreciate your time, and you as well. I don't know who the lady was talking.
Hanji?
Yes. Yeah, Haji. And what was your name?
Justin.
Well, it's nice to meet you, Justin. I'm Vance, and I've greatly appreciated your time, and I'll be looking into these issues.
Absolutely. Good to hear from you,
Because I
Vance.
think that's very interesting. And likewise, sir. You have a good day.
Cheers, man.
You too.
Vance, a good kid. Just learning. All right, we're gonna get
At least he's asking questions.
Yeah. I mean, he's listen. It's his first time he read some of these passages, and rather than doing mental gymnastics, he just said, "Hey, I don't know. I need to take a look at it," and that's a perfectly fine answer. Welcome in, Flavor Music.
Yeah. So you were talking about the law, right?
About the what?
The law of Moses.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And Jesus is not talking about the whole law of Moses. He's only talking about the 10 Commandments.
Prove it.
That is what he's talking about when he says fulfilling the law.
Prove it.
It's talking about the 10 Commandments.
Prove it.
It's throughout the early church.
You can just say it over and over again. That doesn't make your conclusion true. Prove that he's only talking about the 10 Commandments.
Where does it say that he's talking about the other things than the 10 Commandments?
Because the 10 Commandments was never a subdivision in the law, ever. Not once in the Bible is there a subdivision making a difference between the 10 Commandments and the rest of the commandments.
Yes, there is, because there
Show
is
it.
something...
What verse?
Yeah. You can easily find it in the Talmud, right?
We're reading the Bible, not the Talmud.
Yeah, but what they had back then was the Talmud, bro.
They didn't. They had parts of the Talmud. They had possibly some of the Jerusalem Talmud and parts of the Mishnah, and the Mishnah is debatable. So what we don't have is anything from the Talmud that would suggest that Jesus is referring to only the 10 Commandments, because even the Talmud refers to the laws of Moses as all the laws of Moses. So if you're going to make claims, I want you to cite your sources. Don't just say it.
Yeah, there are sources out there in the Talmud, in Sanhedrin, right?
Where?
Sanhedrin.
Which book and chapter?
It's talking about Jeshu Notzri, right? That is Jesus. It's talking about.
Which book and chapter?
I think it's in 82a or something like that.
Sanhedrin or Mishnah or Sanhedrin 83, you said?
Yeah, something like that, yeah. It's talking about a guy named Jeshu Notzri, and that is, I believe that is Jesus of Nazareth.
You're referring to 43a. Sanhedrin 43a is definitely about a guy named Yeshu, but has nothing to do with the law. Sanhedrin 43a does not mention the law of Moses.
Yeah, it's talking about the law in there.
It's not in Sanhedrin 43a. In Sanhedrin 43a, Yeshu gets executed and 5 of his disciples get executed.
Yeah, but
I don't think you've actually read this.
Yeah, it's talking about the Pharisees, right? The synagogue of Satan.
No.
And it's yeah.
No.
And it's the same inside of the Bible.
It's not. You're just making up lies. Again, if you're going to make claims about the Bible or the Talmud, you need to cite your source.
I know I read it in there somewhere.
You didn't.
Yeah, I did, and it's talking about the Pharisees, but they were living after the tradition of man, right? They were not
Nope.
living after. Yes, they were. They were living.
That's not in the Talmud.
That is in the Talmud.
Then
It's
give
in
me
Sanhedrin.
the book, chapter, and verse, and I'll read it for you.
Yeah, you just search for the tradition of man when it's talking about the Pharisees in there. And I know it's
So this guy's never read it. So you don't know what you're talking about. You have no idea.
Yeah, I have read it. I have read the Talmud somewhere in there. And it's talking about tradition of man.
The phrase tradition of man does not appear in the Talmud.
Yeah, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Yes.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it's talking about Jeshua, and it's talking about...
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it's talking about that they had laws that they followed, right?
No,
This is why
it
he
does
got
not.
Zeus last time.
The phrase tradition of man does not appear in the Talmud. I'm literally doing a search for it right now.
It says right there, the oral tradition, right?
It doesn't say right there.
Yeah, it says so shall receive the oral tradition.
Yes. Have you read Pirkei Avot? In Pirkei
Yeah.
Avot, it talks about how there's a secondary law that are given to the keepers of the law to build a fence around the original law. Has nothing to do with what you're talking about.
Yeah,
Flavor. How many books are in the Talmud?
there's many books in the Talmud. But
How many? There's a specific number.
But only in Sanhedrin you find Jeshua Hanotsri.
Yeah, but that's a whole different book and a whole different topic. Right now, we're talking about what the Sanhedrin says about the law. And according to Pirkei Avot, it says Moses received the Torah at Sinai and transmitted it to Joshua, Joshua to the elders, and the elders to the prophets, and the prophets to the men of the great assembly. And they said three things: be patient in the administration of justice, and raise many disciples, and make a fence around the Torah, which is what they thought the oral law was doing. But that's irrelevant. None of that has to do with what we're talking about. We're talking about whether or not there is a division between the laws of Moses and the 10 Commandments when Jesus says the law. And there is no division. Heather, thank you for the $6.66. Heather says, "Hail Satan." I agree. Hail Satan.
Heather.
Unless you can show me in the Bible where there's ever a division in the laws of Moses, I'm not going to accept your bad argument, because your bad argument is uninformed.
It's like, do you know that Jesus took away graping, right? Do you
No,
know
he
that
didn't.
he took... Yeah, he took away graping.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, he actually...
No, he didn't.
Yeah, because he was actually speaking.
Show me the
against
Bible
law.
verse where Jesus ended all women getting raped.
He was speaking
Show me
against it.
the Bible verse where Jesus stopped
in-
women from being raped.
It's actually talking about it. in
And the
Talmud.
Talmud says differently. So
Okay.
again, you're lying.
This guy has no idea what he's talking about. He's just saying
He
random
doesn't.
stuff.
That's why he got Zeus last time.
He's a waste. All right, Believer, welcome in.
How are you guys?
Good, how are you?
I am good. So I 100% agree with you, whatever you're saying, except to the part when you said, "Hail the Satan."
Why?
Here we go.
I don't know. Why would you even say that?
Because it's fun.
Fine. That's cool. Okay.
Watch Christian
so
squirm.
Is he scary? Is he scary?
I don't think he's
What does he
scary.
look like?
Who's scary?
Is he the boogeyman of the Christians? Apparently so.
I honestly, everything you guys are saying about Christianity, I 100% agree with you.
So you're not a Christian?
So my question is, why aren't you Muslim?
Because I think that religion is just as bad
I
as
don't
this
follow
religion.
smedophiles.
Yeah, I don't believe him. I don't think God would reveal his divine word to a pedophile warlord.
But so you already sound like a very knowledgeable guy. I really appreciate all the information that you have. Like, I'm learning from you on how to debunk the Christianity.
It's not hard.
But
You just got to read
again,
the book.
I first when I started listening to you, I thought you were Muslim. I honestly thought that you were Muslim.
Oh,
But
I have a lot of Muslims
today,
that watch my live, so they can get like debate tactics from me. That's a real thing.
you're amazing about that. Like I really like that tactics about you. But my question again is, brother, I mean, you sound very knowledgeable. You sound like very well researched. Then why not come to Islam when you know it's the true
Because
religion?
your religion is bullshit too.
It's not.
Because I've read parts of the Quran and it's got
And I will
scientific.
never bend to no man, so the Islamic religion can shove it up the ass.
It's just as much mythology as every other religious book, and I do not believe that God would call his prophet to consummate a marriage with a 9-year-old. Josh,
Well,
thank you
that's
for the
not
$6.66 over Cash App. Josh.
what is a woman to you?
A woman is someone that is of equal status and value as a man, and they don't have the power to consent at age 9 or age 6 when Aisha was married. And I don't believe that Muhammad had a winged horse and took a night ride. I don't believe that he split the moon in two. I know for a fact that the bones
But
don't.
there's historical
I know
facts
for a
about it.
fact that bones don't form first in the womb, according to the Quran. I know for a fact that semen doesn't come from between the ribs and the backbone either, according to the Quran.
Are you able to see all the way? Like, are you able to see the early stages in microscope?
Yep.
I don't think
You can
so.
quite
If you can show me,
literally
show me
read
that thing.
any medical journal about how the fetus forms, and the bones don't form first. The bones form at the beginning of trimester number 2. It takes a whole
I think
trimester to get bones.
that's still a theory, right?
No,
Because
it's
Quran,
fact.
the way Quran explains
It's
it,
fact.
it is very clear, and I think
It's
all the
fact.
stages.
I love how he just keeps talking. It is a fact.
Right?
I doubt that, brother.
No, it
So if you can
is.
show me like some research or give me a reference, I can probably look it up myself. That would be great.
I don't know how you guys are so allergic to looking up information. According to the National Institute of Health, in this one particular study, it just tells you that they form between 6 and 7 weeks of embryonic development.
Okay. And who's the author on that?
We can look at it. It'll be published with the National Institute of Health. And there are looks like 3 or 4 different authors.
This study came out when just like recent, and
This was
these.
published in 2023, and this
Okay.
is not new information. You can find the same information on the Mayo Clinic's website. You can find the same information on Cleveland Clinic's website. This is not a debatable topic. We know how embryos form.
I don't think you guys know exactly.
Yeah, we do.
100%. I don't think you can see
Yep,
that.
we do.
Person who follows a Shmedophile
We definitely do.
prophet.
Okay. Are you able to find any contradictions in Quran?
I can find scientific inaccuracies. I think setting up the idea that there has to be a contradiction for it to not be true is a false bar, because there's lots of books. Because there are lots of books without contradictions. The question is not does it have
Are we talking about scriptures?
The question is not does it have contradictions. The question is it true? And I don't believe it's true, because it says that bones form first in the wombs and then the flesh around the bones. And it also says that sperm comes from between the ribs and the backbone. And we know that's not true. And if you read,
Not to mention, this religion is new compared to Christianity.
and if you read the hadiths, do you believe in the hadiths?
Yes. But what about the earth of?
I heard yes, so I'm going to continue with my line of questioning. If you believe in the hadiths, do you believe in all of the hadiths or just some of them?
You can unmute now.
Oh, I said Sahih Bukhari.
Yes. If you believe in the hadiths, do you believe in all of them or some of them?
I said Sahih Bukhari. Those are the set of hadith that they follow the closest. I mean, they have like the exact chain of narration. Like they have.
So the answer is some of them.
No, Sahih Bukhari, I think all of them have a chain of narration.
Okay, so then to say all of them is very easy. You believe in all the hadiths, yes?
Yes, the Sahih Bukhari.
Great,
yes.
yeah. Have you ever experienced sciatica pain?
What's that? Can you explain a little bit?
It's nerve pain in your lower back. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
according to
I feel that
according
every
to
day.
the hadiths, you can cure all sciatica pain by eating the fat of sheep tail.
Fat of sheep
Yeah, do you
tail?
think it's kind of weird that the medical community
Which
never figured this out?
which hadith is
Maybe
that?
maybe it's not true that you can cure nerve pain by eating sheep fat.
Can you tell me the number or not?
I'm sure I can if you give me a second. Yep.
I bet you he's also scared of women, with women having voices. Ooh.
No, I'm not. I honestly am not. I actually like
Your
women
religion
who
says
having a
otherwise.
voice. No, that does not say that.
You think you should be able to beat your wife?
It does not say that either.
It does. You can beat her with a rod.
Show me.
So I heard the messenger of
Show me
Allah
the raw.
saying
Okay,
the cure for sciatica is the fat from the tail of a Bedouin sheep.
Which is this? Ibn Malik said, Surah Sunnah Ibn Majah, chapter.
This is
treatment of-
embarrassing when a guy who's never a member of your religion can show these blatant scientific errors in your religion. Do you ever
I
get
don't
embarrassed
think-
about
I don't think
believing
there
in
are
an
any-
illiterate warlord pedophile?
Earlier, you claimed about beating a woman. Can you please show me where?
Are you going to address this first?
This? Can you zoom out a little bit so I can see which hadith is this?
Yeah, hold on. It's very hard to read. It's Sunan Ibn Majah, 3463. I can't zoom in any further though.
Zoom out, maybe.
Oh, actually, this site will let me do it. Hold on. Yep, we can zoom in. That's the reference.
I know Sunnah Ibn Majah 3463, but is this from Sahih Bukhari? That's what I'm asking you.
It's one of the hadiths. I don't know where it came from. This is your religion.
Well, looks like you have not done complete research on Quran.
It is, yes. This is saying in the hadith.
Why do we need to?
Because it's a true, like as brother mentioned,
It's not.
Okay, let me make something perfectly clear. The majority of the states which we are discussing, because that is where host is from, are not Muslim. We don't live in Muslim countries. Therefore, we focus on Christianity because that is the predominant religious belief.
Yep, it's listed on Sunnah.com as one of the hadiths, 3463. You can deal with it in your own time if you don't like it.
I feel like you're really mad about things I've asked you.
I'm not mad. I want you
sound
to
like-
admit that your religion is just as toxic as Christianity.
Oh no, it's not.
It is.
It is not. You
Yeah.
claim
yes, it
you
is.
claim about beating a woman. Can you show me that?
Yeah, I can show you where it says you can beat your wife with a rod. There's also a passage that talks about divorcing women who
Show
haven't
me.
menstruated yet. You want to read that one next?
Please. It's gonna shame
This is
you at the
embarrassing.
end. It's gonna shame you at the end for sure.
It's actually going to shame you, believer, for the simple fact that you are literally writing hard for a prophet that diddled with a 6-year-old.
You don't know that.
Yeah, the hadith said so, and you said you
It's in
believe
your
in it.
hadith.
Okay. You don't know what a woman is then.
You're talking to one right now.
I doubt it. The way she sound like she's very disrespectful.
Motherfucker, don't tone police me. You got me fucked up. You have the right one now.
Yeah, he's
You want to go ahead and beg on your knees to be brought up.
he's definitely lost. You need to go read your book. And the verse about wife beating, I believe, is in the Quran. 434 is the reference that you're looking for. But to be clear, your religion is a lie as well. All right, back to the actual topic. I don't know why these Muslims think that us ex-Christians are like fertile ground for converting to their faith. Your faith is just as bad, if not worse. In fact, I don't know of any Christians that...
Sweetie, you didn't cook nothing but your morality, because it goes to show me that you would, in fact, diddle a 9-year-old, because you didn't deny that fact. So you could take your pedophile ass somewhere else. Get the fuck out of my life.
Yeah, I don't remember any Christians flying airplanes into towers. That seems to be strictly an Islamic issue. All right, so we're going to get Sean Supreme in here if they can connect. Maybe Sean's not connecting.
Sean, are you here?
I don't think so. I don't think so. All right, we're going to get beautiful Wicklock in since Sean couldn't connect. And we'll keep on moving, guys. Listen, the Quran is so much shorter than the Bible. I don't understand why these Muslims haven't read it. Because it's like you know those little New Testaments that the Gideons hand out? Like those tiny little New Testaments? You can read through it in like a week or two. It's not that hard. You can read through the Quran pretty quick. All right, this guest is not connecting either. Tim, thank you so much for the cranes. And we're going to move on to Doppelganger and see if we can get somebody to connect. Yeah, nothing like blind faith. That's right, revealed. I'm baffled by people who are just okay accepting something on faith. It's wild to me. Yeah, Dennis says the throne of God is a toilet. Yes.
Oh, no.
I agree. Frank, thank you for the $6.66 over Venmo. Frank, and it looks like it's a Hail Satan. I agree. Hail Satan.
Win, Frank, and thank you guys all so much for the gifts, the cash apps, the Venmos, the shares, the likes. It's still early, so let's go ahead and continuously tap the screen. Host should be at 150K by now. Let's do it. Come on.
Yeah, that guest is not connecting either. Having a lot of guests right now that can't connect. All right, we'll drop Doppelganger, and we've got Kev for real, though, in the house. How you doing, Kev?
What is up? How you doing, brother?
Good. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. Thanks for having me on.
Fantastic. Thanks for being here. Are you at least 18?
Yes, I am.
Great. Are you a Christian?
Yes, I am.
Even better. Tim, thank you for the cranes. What would be your most convincing reason why I would want to convert to your blood cult?
Well, that question phrasing screams good faith, by the way. I would say I can only speak for myself, right?
Is it not a blood cult?
I'm just making an observation. So I would say my personal reason. What do you mean by that?
Are you only saved through the blood of Jesus Christ?
Yeah, sure.
There you go.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's incorrect. I'm just saying it's an interesting way to phrase it. Yeah, sure. So I would say for me, I can only say why I'm personally convinced, but I'm not going to use personal anecdotes. I think the most reliable argument, and again, I can't prove any of this. I don't think anyone can prove 100% that Christianity is true or that God is real, any more than you can prove any historical event, such as George Washington being president or anything like that. I think the evidence for
Why do they always
What do you mean
go
we
for that?
can't prove
Like,
George Washington was president? Thank you,
what?
knowing for the fruit.
We could prove George Washington. We could prove Nikola Tesla. We could prove Alexander the Great. Please don't fucking go there with Alexander the Great.
Yeah, we got tons of evidence for these people.
Okay, am I going to be able to make my argument or?
No, I'm just interjecting. I don't think that's the best argument that you can come up with, but you're welcome to keep going.
Well, I haven't made it yet.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that the resurrection of Jesus is probably the most reliable point we have for the validity of Christianity, because even the Bible says if Christ is not raised from the dead, then we are just to be pitied among all people.
Yeah, Paul said that in 1 Corinthians chapter 15. I'm aware, but I don't believe he resurrection from the dead, and I don't know of a good reason why I would want to believe in it.
Sure. So I can give you a couple arguments, and then if you want to go through them, we can.
Mm-hmm.
So the first thing I would say, obviously, it's not disputed by even secular historians that Jesus was crucified under Pontius Pilate. That's just not really a widely debated fact.
I don't disagree that he was a real person and that he was executed by the state.
Okay. Yeah. Great. Now, I'm not even going to assert without evidence that Jesus definitely resurrected from the dead, but we can probably agree, and even a wide variety of historians would agree, that the disciples believed he rose from the dead and were willing to die for that belief.
I'm sure they did.
Okay.
That's not surprising, though. That kind of stuff happened all the time in the ancient world. Are you aware that
our ancestors unalived for their beliefs?
There's a lot of people that believe Nero resurrected from the dead.
I'm sorry, say that again?
There was a lot of people that believe Nero resurrected from the dead.
Nero?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not aware of that. I'd
Yeah.
love to read on that.
In fact, there were. Oh, thank you for hitting
Time
that
for a
goal,
new goal,
guys.
baby.
Thank you so much. Yeah, there were at least 6 different imposters that claimed to be the resurrected Nero, and some of them were quite successful. One of them, in fact, was successful enough that they convinced the Parthians to go to war against the Romans, thinking that the Parthians were going to march into Rome with the resurrected Nero and reinstate him as the emperor. It didn't go well, but the whole Parthian army was behind them. They literally believed that the resurrected Nero was with them.
Yeah, I'd love to read more on that for sure.
Yeah, it's in Tacitus and Suetonius.
Okay, gotcha. Tacitus, you're talking about the historian Tacitus? Okay. Did Tacitus also write about events surrounding the proposed resurrection of Christ?
Nope.
Okay. I've heard it claimed that he did. I just haven't read up on it.
No, he wrote about the Christians, but he didn't write about the resurrection. I've actually got his statements about that on a document. If you give me a second, I'll pull it up.
Oh, that'd be great.
Host is pulling that up, guys. Come on, we're almost close to 150K, and once we hit that milestone, we'll go to 200. Let's
It
do
is
it.
like people.
It's in the Annals, 1544. Let me pull it up on my browser that I'll actually show on the screen, because I've got to use 2 browsers at once to make this work.
Yeah.
All right. So in the Annals, you might not. The text is going to be small for you, and I'm sorry I can't really do much about it at the moment. It says in red text, we'll start here. Therefore, to scorch the rumor, Nero, substituted as culprit and punished with the utmost refinements of cruelty, a class of men loathed for their vices, whom the crowd styled Christians. Christus, the founder of the name, had undergone the death penalty in the reign of Tiberius by sentence of Procurator Pontius Pilate, and the pernicious superstition was checked for a moment, only to break out once more, not merely in Judea, but in the home of the disease, in the capital of itself, referring to Rome. So Tacitus is saying that there's this superstition related to Christianity about this guy who got executed.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Would you stipulate the claim that the tomb was found empty after Jesus' death?
No, I don't think that he was even placed in a tomb.
Which
Okay,
tomb,
that's interesting.
though? Because there's 7 of them.
The tomb of Joseph of Arimathea specifically.
Yeah, I have no reason to believe that Joseph of Arimathea was a real person, or that he was given the body to place in a tomb, or that the tomb was discovered empty. I have no reason to believe any of those claims. What I do know is that in the ancient world, grave robbing and impostoring dead people were very common. In fact, the ancient Roman and Greek historians wrote about it, and we've got multiple laws that were passed during the 1st century about grave robbing, where people were like, hey, the Roman emperor is setting down new rules. If you get caught robbing graves and stealing bodies, there's big penalties for it now. So if anything, if he was placed in a grave, I think the most likely explanation is that somebody stole his body and an imposter came along pretending to be Jesus to convince people that he wasn't actually dead, which is why Mary Magdalene didn't recognize him. The people on the road didn't recognize him. And strangely enough, Mary Magdalene, who spent 3 years probably with him, couldn't recognize his own voice or look him in the face and know that it was him. That's a weird thing.
Sure. Yeah, I can see that. It's definitely weird. So I would say that the fact that the stolen body argument was being made, it was would actually probably support that the tomb was empty, because why wouldn't they just say he's still in the tomb and not that they stole the body?
No, that's my argument. I'm not saying that people in the ancient world were claiming that about him. I'm saying that's what I think is the most likely scenario. If he was placed in a tomb, I think it's most likely that the body was stolen and that there was a imposter that came along. And the reason why I believe that is because we have evidence that that kind of thing was already happening in Rome in the 1st century.
What evidence do you have of
Someone
that?
said Mary catfished. I can't.
Yeah, well, we already talked about the resurrected Nero, but we can also talk about the warnings about grave robbing. So we've got a number of laws. Let's see if I have them written down. I probably do. We'll see.
Okay. We don't have to go there if it's going to take too much time. I don't want to waste your time, but
Yeah,
um,
but I
I can take
mean,
your word for that.
yeah, I think you should. Obviously, if I'm pulling up the accounts for everything else I'm saying, I'm not just now making up this
Yeah,
one
I
particular
have no
lie.
reason. Yeah, I have no reason to believe you're just making things up.
Yeah.
Um, I would love to just ask you a little bit about how we verify a historical record. Then, as and, and even so, like if we look at our court system today, right? Our court system is largely based on eyewitness testimony. So for example,
I don't think it's.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I don't know about that. I mean, eyewitness testimony is helpful, but it's not taken as seriously today as it was like 100 years ago.
Mhm. But you would agree that if multiple people saw someone commit a crime and reported it, that would give heavy weight to the case that they're guilty, right?
It would be better than nothing. I don't think it would weigh very heavily on it, and it would kind of depend on what kind of a case it was, because there are some eyewitness testimonies that are more believable than others. For example, if 5 people that all came from different locations and that they didn't know each other, they all claimed to witness the same thing, I think that's more likely to be a true thing because they don't know each other. They're not conspiring. But if you have 5 people that all live in the same household and they all come telling a story, well, now you might have a question like, are these people colluding with each other? Like, what's going on here? So I think when we talk about eyewitness testimony, I think it's important not to make blanket statements like, well, it's either trustworthy or it's not trustworthy. I think there's a lot of gray area in the middle.
Okay. So let's take the example we mentioned earlier of George Washington was our first president. Do you believe that?
Yep.
Okay. What evidence do you base that on? Why do you believe that?
We have his teeth. We have his handwriting. We've got literally hundreds of other documents from his time period that talk about him. Like from the years where he was alive, we have documents. So like we've got lots of evidence that George Washington was a real person. And we've got paintings of him that can be dated from his time period.
Sure, but it's not 100% proof, right?
There's no such thing as 100% proof of anything. You don't have 100% proof that I'm even talking to you right now.
Okay, that's fair. I agree. I just want to make sure because I've had that argument made before, and so I just wanted to clarify that you weren't there. And so you would say it's reasonable to believe, based on the evidence, that George Washington was most likely our first president.
Yeah, also because the claim is not outlandish. When you make claims about history and the claims aren't hard to believe, then they require a pretty standard amount of evidence. But when you make claims about people in history, like they walked on water, or that like Joseph Smith met the angel Moroni and he found these golden tablets written in Reformed Egyptian, those types of claims do need a very high standard of evidence because they're very unlikely. Peter, thank you for the $6.66 over PayPal. Peter, thank you.
Gotcha.
Peter.
So what makes so obviously we know that the Bible is not one book. We know it's a compilation of many different writings from many different authors. And so we can't judge the validity of the Bible as one book. We have to look at each writing on its own merit, right? So for example, the Dead Sea Scrolls have to be judged on their own merit. The Gospels have to be judged on their own merit. And so what makes the Gospels not as reliable as the documents we have supporting other historical claims, such as presidents, events of history, things like that? Is it just the fact that they're not originals, or are there other factors that are making them less reliable?
I think there are 3 major factors. One is it's clear that they're mostly just copying from Mark, except for John. John's unique. But Mark, who didn't live during the time of Jesus, he was the cousin of Barnabas, wrote 3 decades, sometimes people say even 4 decades after Jesus. And it's clear that Luke and Matthew copied directly from Mark, which means they had to have written after Mark or during the time of Mark. So Luke tells you he's not an eyewitness to anything. Matthew is not listed anywhere in the book as the author. In fact, none of these books actually claim authorship, but we have to assume that Matthew, Mark, and Luke all wrote long after Jesus. The book of John even later. The other problem, aside from when they wrote, is the fact that they just copied the same stories from each other. And they probably had similar sources, so they were just copying similar sources, like the Q source. And they don't agree with each other. There's disagreements. For example, what time did Jesus die? Was he crucified at 9 o'clock, or was he still on trial at noon? Was he crucified on the night of the preparation day, or was he crucified at another time? they can't get their facts straight on a lot of stuff. But aside from that, the biggest problem I have with the Gospels, and the reason why I would reject the Gospels out of hand, is because whoever wrote the Gospel couldn't even read the Old Testament. When it quotes the Old Testament, it doesn't quote it right. When it references prophecies in the Old Testament, half time they're not even prophecies. When it does reference a prophecy in the Old Testament, it strips it from its original context and just applies its own brand new context to it that had nothing to do with what the prophet was actually talking about. So if I can't trust these gospel authors to even read the Old Testament and properly cite it, I'm not going to believe them on anything else.
Okay. Could you give me an example of a misquote of the Old Testament in the New Testament?
Yeah, there's a misquote of Psalm 8:2, and there's a misquote of Isaiah 61:1. Let's do Psalm 8:2 first.
Yeah, sure. Just for clarification, are you a former Christian? Are you an atheist? Where do you come from as far as your worldview?
I'm a former Christian. I was a Christian for about 20 years, and it was studying the Bible that led me away from Christianity. So I know it pretty well. So here's what we have in the gospel. This is going to be in Matthew 21. This is when people are upset with Jesus for healing. It says, when the chief priests and the scribes saw the amazing things that he did and heard the children crying out in the temple and saying, Hosanna to the Son of David, they became angry. And they said to him, do you hear what these are saying? And Jesus said to them, have you never read, out of the mouths of infants and nursing babes, you have prepared praise for yourself? And this is a quote from Psalm 8, verse 2. And when you go to Psalm 8:2, it says, out of the mouth of babes and infants, you have founded a bulwark because of your foes to silence the enemy and the avenger. And the reason why this is happening is because there are multiple manuscripts for the Old Testament, and the New Testament authors just kind of quote them at random. Half the time they're quoting from the Greek manuscripts. On a few occasions, I think only 4 different occasions, they quote from the Hebrew manuscripts. And I've got copies of the Greek and the Hebrew, and it turns out they don't match each other. So the New Testament doesn't know what it's quoting from half the time. And there's an occasion when he quotes Isaiah 61:1. It doesn't match the Greek or the Hebrew.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So do you believe that Jesus was deceiving people and knew that he wasn't what he claimed to be? Or do you believe that maybe he was convinced he was God and maybe he was somehow mentally insane?
I think he was insane. I think he believed he was a Messiah. I think he thought he was the Son of God. I think he thought he was the fulfillment of Daniel chapter 7. And I think he was sincerely wrong. And that happens all the time. 100 people a year are hospitalized in Jerusalem with Jerusalem syndrome, or they're so overcome by religious conviction upon visiting the holy city that they begin to think that they are the reincarnated Jesus.
Yeah, that's super interesting. Last question, then I'll let you go. If there was, obviously this is a hypothetical, if it was proven that Jesus did rise from the dead, do you think that would be evidence enough? Or do you think there would need to be more for people to convert to Christianity?
No, he'd have to fulfill the prophecies in the Old Testament about the Messiah before I believe that he was the Messiah.
Which ones?
All of them. Isaiah chapter 11, Micah chapter 4, Ezekiel 37, Jeremiah 33, and so on and so forth. Isaiah 56 as well.
Cool. So what was it that changed things for you when you said you studied the Bible and that led you away? What was the thing that clicked for you that, hey, I don't believe this anymore? Was it one thing or was it a multitude of things?
It was a combination of things, but I think the nail in the coffin for me was really getting a grip on the Old Testament prophecies and realizing that Jesus didn't fulfill any of them. And there's a bunch of them that aren't even mentioned in the New Testament, and they're not mentioned on purpose because they're quite damning. If you read Ezekiel is very clear that when the Prince Messiah, the one from David, comes, that all of the Israelites are going to be restored to their land, in the physical land that was promised to their forefathers. All of them, the north and the south, are going to return. And there's going to be a new temple that's physically laid out and measured. And there's going to be offerings and sacrifices under the leadership of the Levites again. And the Messiah is going to join the Levites in offering these sacrifices. And this kingdom will then never be bothered again. This is going to be God's eternal kingdom. And none of that came to pass. But that is coherent with the other prophets. We find the same thing in Jeremiah. We find the same thing in the book of Isaiah, so on and so forth. If that stuff actually happened, then I think we would have no other choice but to believe. And same thing in Zechariah. Zechariah says, that in the end, when Israel is restored, that 10 people from every language and nation will grab a hold of the cloak of a Jew and ask to go with them because they have heard that God is with them. That never happened.
Is it possible those events are still in the future from a theological standpoint?
No. See, if Jesus came and he fulfilled, we'll say, half the prophecies, then somebody might be inclined to think, well, okay, well, he fulfilled half of them at least. Maybe he'll get the others when he comes back. But as far as I'm counting, he didn't fulfill anything. He didn't fulfill one prophecy. So he's fulfilled as many prophecies as I have, which means if you think that he's the Messiah, then you have to think I'm the Messiah.
Gotcha. Well, I've got any recommended reading for me before I let you go?
Yeah, I would read Isaiah chapter 40 all the way to the end of the book. And then I would read all of Ezekiel.
Cool. Awesome. Well, thanks for your time. I appreciate the conversation.
Sure. Cheers, man. Good to hear from you.
All right. Take it easy.
W. Kevin for being polite.
Win.
Yeah, I'd say so. Big win. All right, we're going to get Jerry. We get Jerry up in
Jerry
here.
gone.
Satan, thank you for the paper crane. W. Satan. Hail, Satan. We've actually
Satan in the chat. Hey, King.
We've actually had some polite guests tonight, haven't we?
For the most part, yes.
I mean, other than the Muslim guy that hates women.
My my wife in my dreams wants to be brought up, so I'm bringing her up. I'm a simp.
Oh, we got Thinker in the house. Good to see you, Thinker.
Hey, Justin. Thank you for letting me chill with you.
Thanks for being here.
You're welcome.
We're trying to get
Angie.
we're trying to get guests tonight, but we're having a lot of them drop out.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Are they scared of your title?
I don't know. I'm surprised because we've got a lot of people here, but not a lot of guests. If we can't get guests, we may have to switch topics to something else.
I think the title is scaring them away.
It could be, yeah.
I mean, it has been a while since we switched the topic.
It's been a bit, yeah. Charles, welcome in.
How's it going?
Good. How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good.
Fantastic. Are you at least 18?
I'm 22.
Fantastic. Human, thank you for all the paper cranes. Human, also, while we got Thinker up here, guys, make sure that you're dropping Thinker a follow. She does a lot of what we do. She's awesome. Charles, are you a Christian?
I grew up Christian, but I kind of found out there's like prophecies that kind of didn't fulfill some stuff, like just reading some of the stuff in the Bible, New Testament and Old Testament.
Can you be more specific? Do you say there's prophecies that were fulfilled or were not fulfilled?
Were not.
Yeah, I agree.
Like stories.
Yeah, a bunch of them didn't get fulfilled. Yeah, so you're not a Christian anymore.
Not really anymore.
Well, W. Charles. Hey, Charles, while you're at it, join our Discord. In my link tree, my profile, you'll see a link to our Discord. We do a lot of these topics and discussions. I would also invite you to follow Thinker. Thinker does Deconstruction Lives as well, because the failed prophecies is actually a pretty big topic. And I don't think a lot of people were talking about them like a year or two ago, but I've been bringing them up last year. Thinker's talking about them now. Although she probably was talking about it a long time ago. I just wasn't around for that. But
I learned a lot of them from you too.
I appreciate that. But I agree. It's a huge problem. The prophecies didn't get fulfilled. Thank you, user, for the cranes. Thank you, FDOT, for the
Time
cranes.
for a new goal already.
All right, Charles, thanks for being here, man. We're going to get a Christian up in here and see if we can get some robust discussion going, okay?
That works for me.
All right, cheers, man. W for Charles for deconstructing probably on his own.
Win, Charles, and we're not talking about the king.
Yeah. It's hard to deconstruct. It really is.
Thank you, human.
W human. How you doing, Sebastian?
Hey guys, what's up?
Yeah, welcome in. Are you at least 18?
Yeah, I'm 28.
Fantastic. Are you a Christian?
So I was brought up Christian. I feel like I was like tried to indoctrinate me type of thing. I went to Sunday school, all that stuff. But the teachings and definitely the.
Well, where'd he go?
Hey, can you hear me?
We lost you for a second.
No, sorry about that. So Like I was saying, I feel like they tried to indoctrinate me when I was younger, take me to Sunday school, stuff like that. But the stories, specifically in the Old Testament, never really sat right with me.
Yeah, they're atrocious.
Yeah, I'm not really on here to debate, but I was kind of curious if I could pick your brain a little bit on some things.
Well, we're just here debating, but I'll let you ask a question.
So recently I started hearing about the Gnostics, Gnosticism and stuff like that.
Yeah.
What's your take on that?
Well, I think the Gnostic Gospels are more mythology. I mean, if you read the Acts of Paul and Thecla, you've got Peter having like a wizard's duel with Simon Magus, and he's literally like levitating and flying around. It's like fan fiction, basically.
Okay. Because what I was hearing was like how, like there was a specific group of people who believed, I guess, the Book of Mary Magdalene, things like that, and it almost seems like they separated from the Orthodox Church, and obviously were casted as heretics and stuff like that, and then crusaded against.
Yeah.
So I was just kind of curious on what knowledge you might have on them, or if that's even something worth looking into.
Yeah, it's a good read. I don't think any of them are accurate portrayals of history, but they're fun to read. I would get the Nag Hammadi library. You can buy that in one book on Amazon, and then I would also get a book called The Other Bible. And I think that'd be a really good way to get yourself into the Gnostic texts. They're fun to read. I don't believe they're true, but they're fun. I would definitely read them.
Sure.
And there's also the Gnostic Bible as well. I think you could get it for like $30 on Amazon. But
Yes.
she is a girthy bitch.
Yes.
Yeah.
I recommend the Gnostic Bible. That's a good recommendation, Hanji.
I mean, if you guys think it's worth it, definitely take a read. I've always tried to figure out what the truth is, and I've always felt like there's a fine line in between science and religion and spirituality, and I feel like somewhere in there's the truth.
Well,
I'm just still trying to figure it out.
I mean, all you can do is search, man.
Yeah. Well, I
I'll put
appreciate
it to you like this. When it comes to Gnosticism, it's more like they believe in a prime mover, like a energy. Like it has no name, it has no gender. It's just the universe, basically. So definitely do your research.
And that's always kind of sat right with me because, I mean, obviously the way that we're constructed with bioelectricity, yeah, physiology has explanations for that. I do want to believe in the soul. Like I really hope that when we pass over that it's not just darkness, that at least our some sort of conduit continues, or consciousness, whatever the case may be. But I appreciate you guys' time. I'll definitely look into that material. And I hope you guys have a good night.
Absolutely, man. Thanks for coming up.
You as well, Sebastian.
Bye.
All right, W for Sebastian. Deconstructing ain't easy.
I think some kind people.
Yeah, he's pretty kind. All right, guys. Is everything readable on the screen? Everything good to go? I moved a couple things around.
Yes, Daddy.
All right, we got everything good to go. We're going to see who's next in the guest box. We got Kazuka coming in. Welcome in, Kazuka.
How you going, man?
Good. How are you doing?
Yeah, all right.
Fantastic. Are you at least 18? Thank you, user, for the eyes.
Yeah.
Yeah, user, thank you for the crown and for the eyes. I appreciate that. Robert, thank you for the hands. So what would be your best argument or your best evidence for why the Christian God is real?
So, if you live a life of crime,
oh boy,
what will happen to you?
We got Ray Comfort in the house, don't we? I mean, are you presupposing that I get caught in my crimes?
No. If you are doing something wrong in your heart, what will happen to you?
Nothing.
Nothing at all.
I mean, it might weigh on a guilty conscience if you have a conscience.
No. Something will happen.
Like what?
Small, it will come.
What's going to happen?
That just happens.
What's going to happen?
That's just the way of life.
I'm asking you, what's going to happen?
Well, so like if you take 1 foot on the wrong path, you may receive 1 foot. It depends how deep you go down that path.
You said, what if I sin in my heart?
Yeah, so you know what's good and wrong.
No, I don't. In fact, humanity has never agreed on what is good.
So you don't know from good. You don't know good from
humanity.
Bad.
Humanity.
Good and bad.
Hey, take a deep breath. Humanity.
Yeah, I'm just saying. But you just say you don't know good from bad.
Humanity has never agreed on all the rules of what is right and what is wrong. That's why we know that morals are subjective and not objective.
Well, I think with everything that's happening right now, it's very obvious what's good and bad.
You sure about that? Because the Bible doesn't seem to know what's good or bad, because the Bible says that slavery is okay. Do you think slavery is okay?
So you just swap that around. You don't know what's good and bad.
I believe that good and bad are subjective terms. Do you believe that morality is subjective or objective?
You're just going to go around in circles. So
Sounds to me like you don't understand the argument.
Don't believe. That's why you can't. That's why you're stuck in that place that you're in.
I'm not stuck. I gave you a perfectly logical answer, and it seemed to have gone over your head. I don't believe there's such a thing as right or wrong.
You started it to you started the conversation with ask me about how can I prove, and I started leading down that, and then you've turned this around to ask questions.
Yes, you started going down the Ray Comfort street evangelism route, and I don't think that the Ray Comfort street evangelism route is going to get you anywhere, because I don't believe that sin exists. I don't believe that because sin is a religious concept, and I don't believe in sin or God.
So, in other words, there's no good or evil.
There's good actions. There are actions that produce particular outcomes that are desirable, but there's no such thing as evil. Evil implies that there's some sort of a spiritual realm or a spiritual entity, and I don't believe that.
You know what I mean? Good and bad. Good, evil.
I
nice,
believe that
happy.
Actions have either good or bad outcomes, and we use our framework that we're living in to judge whether or not those actions have good or bad outcomes. And as a society, when we see that particular actions have bad outcomes, then we typically make laws to try to prevent that from happening.
Okay, so in order for maybe you to understand, if you continue going around doing bad things, what will be your life's outcome?
That I just told you. Am I going to get caught in those crimes?
Well, look at some of the people in jail that have been there for a long time.
It's a yes or no question. In your analogy, do I get caught committing the crimes?
Well, you're the one saying that. I'm not saying that.
It's your analogy.
Well, it's obvious, isn't it?
It's not obvious.
It doesn't matter even if you get caught for the crimes in today.
Okay. You clearly have no idea what you're saying. I'll lay out your analogy for you, and then I'll tell you why I'm asking the question. Your analogy is what happens if I'm committing crimes or whatever. I can't answer that question until I know if I get caught in my crimes. Because if I get caught, then I go to prison or I get punished. If I don't get caught, then I just have to live with the internal guilt of committing the crimes. And that's if I have internal guilt. It's possible that I don't have internal guilt, although I would as a person. Do you understand why I'm asking you this? Because you're asking me about a hypothetical about what would happen in the future. And I need to know certain information to know what would happen in the future. Thinker, is that difficult?
You laid it out perfectly.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but you have to understand what I'm saying.
I don't think you understand what you're saying.
If you're a smoker, you're going to get cancer.
So
it's that simple. It's that simple.
Well,
so
first of all, it's not that
if you
simple.
Walk down the path of good. This is what you shall find. So what you seek is what you shall find.
So what you're
If you
doing
are
is
seeking
trying to
to
say that
find-
karma is real. Is that what you're saying?
Well, why am I here now? I rarely come on TikToks. I don't do this.
I don't know why
I'm
you're
probably
here.
here to tell you that you are being proved wrong.
Prove me wrong.
The spiritual realm is real. You are
Prove it.
opening up the wrong gates.
Prove it.
Prove it?
Prove that.
Why do I have to prove anything to you?
Because you said that it's real, and you're going to prove me wrong. So go ahead, prove it that the spiritual
No,
world
I'm just
exists.
saying. I just said I'm probably here to prove you wrong. Why am I
Okay,
here?
prove me wrong. I can't wait. I'm literally asking for you to prove me wrong. Can you do it?
I don't have to prove anything to you.
So you can't do it. So you just
But
made a
I
claim
have
that
just-
you can't
I
back
just
up.
gave you a clear analogy. You asked for a different one. I said if you smoke, you get cancer. Yeah.
I didn't ask you for an additional analogy. I asked you to clarify the details of your first
but
analogy.
You're somehow stuck in your
and
ways.
you couldn't
that
do it.
From when I say
So now
yes,
you're
it just
pivoting to a
doesn't add
different
up.
analogy because the first analogy fell through. So did you want to try something new, or Because what I'm hearing is
Okay,
that
so if you're
what
if
I'm
you're
hearing
if
is
you're a
that
race car,
what I'm hearing
I'll
is
give
that
you another
you
one.
what I'm hearing is that you
I'll give you
believe
another one.
what I'm hearing is that you believe in karma. Is that what you're trying to say?
You can unmute now.
No, it's a bit different to karma also. So, for example, a race car driver, yeah, he's pushing the limits of the car. Every single race car driver has had a crash, even since when they started out when they were younger. Why? They are pushing the limits. Yeah. So it's like that. If that makes more sense.
That doesn't make any
You can't
sense.
have
So
you
what you're
pushing the limits
suggesting
without having a crash.
what you're suggesting is that actions in the real world have consequences. That means nothing to me. I already know that actions have consequences. What does that have to do about your God?
No, it's just another example. So if you're driving like a maniac and pushing the limits, you're going to have a crash. If you're just cruising around, which I've been driving for 30 plus years, I haven't had an accident because I'm just cruising around town. Does that make sense?
No, because it has nothing to do with our topic. The topic is whether or not your God is real.
No, but I'm giving you another analogy on the situation.
Well, you shouldn't, because your first analogy was bad. Your second analogy is even worse.
But so you're saying that if you do good, evil, it doesn't matter. You're just going to live forever.
Nope.
All good.
I don't believe anyone
So
lives
smokers
forever.
won't get cancer. You don't die from cancer.
Let me ask you a question. Have you ever had a cavity?
What are you asking now?
Have you ever
What are you
have you ever
talking
had a
about?
cavity?
What's that? Tooth?
Do you know what a cavity is?
It's a tooth, yeah?
Yeah.
Bad tooth?
You ever have tooth decay?
What's that got to do? Anyway,
You ever suffer from gingivitis?
What's that got to do?
It's a very easy yes or no question, because the tooth decay and the gingivitis that you suffer from is because you don't brush your teeth and floss with all your heart. That's evidence that the tooth fairy is real. So you're reaping the consequences of your behavior because you're not brushing and flossing with all your heart. So when are you going to repent and turn your life over to the one true goddess, the Holy Tooth Fairy? Do you know what happens in Tooth Fairy hell? If you don't commit your life to the Tooth Fairy and brush and floss with all your heart, you end up in Tooth Fairy hell, where you have nothing to eat except for corn on the cob and you have no teeth left to eat it with. Is that really what you want for all of eternity?
I do not care.
So you want to go to Tooth Fairy hell for all of eternity with no teeth and nothing to eat but corn on the cob. And you know you're not getting butter or salt on that corn.
So where are you coming from?
My point is that the Tooth Fairy is only...
Where are you coming from?
The Tooth Fairy...
Where's your spot? Where's your place?
I'm trying to answer you. The Tooth Fairy is equally as valid as your God. You've presented as much evidence as I've presented for my God. Do you have any evidence for your God above and beyond what I've presented for the Tooth Fairy?
Now you can speak.
Is butter just corn lube?
What's that? What I don't understand what teeth has got to do with this Tooth Fairy.
This guy's really lost.
What has that got
He
to do
said
with
teeth.
anything?
Can I ask him a question, Justin?
Go for it. In fact, I'm going to leave you in charge. I got to use the restroom.
Okay. Kazuka. Hi, how are you?
Come on, get me. Let's go.
No, I just want to ask you a quick question.
I seen you yesterday.
You did?
By the way, I'm new to TikTok. I don't really do this stuff.
Okay.
So yeah.
All right. So just a conversation. I just wanted to know, so your theory is that if you do good, you get good, right? You do bad, you get bad. Is that correct?
Well, it's that is the basics of it, but you have to feel it. You know what I mean? It's hard to explain. It's so this is just a basic way to try to make you understand, if that makes sense.
No, I think I totally get you. And your belief in Jesus is 100%. So the things that Jesus said to do, right? You live a good life, you don't sin, you follow the law, you pray, you lay hands on the sick and they shall recover, right?
Um, to be honest, I don't really know how to read, so I don't understand all of that. But you just know that within this is the right thing to do.
But do you believe
That makes
that?
sense.
I,
So
I hear you, but do you believe that what Jesus said, that you, as a
yeah,
follower of his,
I believe
I'm sorry,
Jesus. Yes, I
yeah,
believe
okay,
in Jesus.
and
Yes,
you
yes.
and you believe everything that he says, right? So, like you, as a follower of Jesus, should be able to lay hands on the sick and they shall recover, correct?
Well, I believe in Jesus. Yeah, yeah.
And you believe that you should be able to lay hands on the sick and they shall recover, correct?
Lay hands on what?
On the sick, like when people are sick, you should be able to heal them because Jesus said so.
Me?
Yeah, that's what Jesus said.
So you want me to heal sick people?
That's what your Jesus wants you to heal sick people. That's what Jesus said.
So he just wants random people to just perform miracles. Is that what
I
you're
mean,
saying?
yep, that's what he said.
Yeah. All right. Yep.
And that should work 100% of the time. Kind of like, smokers who smoke get cancer, like you said, right?
Yeah.
And so you should be able to lay hands on them and they should be healed 100% of the time.
Yeah.
Can you
So
do
I know
that?
what you're saying, yeah. Yes.
You can do that?
If you have the spirit, yes.
So you don't have the spirit?
No, you find the spirit. You have the
Do
spirit
you
or
have
you
it?
don't. Well, obviously, I follow Jesus.
Have you healed?
So do you
Have you healed
do you
anybody?
do you have a soul?
Have you healed anybody?
Do you have a soul?
Can you heal somebody right now?
Why am I going to go around healing people?
Because Jesus said, "If you ask anything in my
The
name,
world is
I'll grant it to
full
you."
of the world is full of sin.
Thinker, as it turns out, there's somebody who's a little bit sick right now. In our live.
She's on the stage.
Yeah. Hanji, do you want to get your throat healed?
Listen, bad Hanji. Yeah, sure.
Not that kind of healing.
I'm sick right now.
Not the Barry White kind of healing. All right, Kazuka, you've got an opportunity to show that there's power in the name of Jesus.
Yeah, I don't need to prove to people that believe in 666 anyway.
Okay.
Or the devil or the Satan.
So there's no power in the name of Jesus.
Just quickly, but I've been attacked and I've been asked thousands of questions. Can I ask you a couple of questions now?
Sure.
The non-believers?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay. So how do you feel about music?
I enjoy music.
What kind of music do you listen to?
I like just about everything, but I think my favorite genre of music is probably like 70s all the way to 2000s rock music.
So you like anything, basically?
Most things. I don't like anything, but I like most things.
Okay. Well, sounds and vibrations put you basically hypnotized.
No.
Did you know that?
No, they don't. Not me.
Yes, they do.
Not me.
How does witchcraft work?
Witchcraft isn't real.
So witchcraft is not real, but you believe in 666?
No, I don't. We do this to troll Christians. We don't believe in Satan. I see the Serenity Now emote is starting to come out. I didn't know if any...
Serenity
Is that too old? I didn't know if that was too old of a reference for people to get. Is that readable? Can you guys read that on the screen, or is the text too small?
No, you can read it. Okay. It's all good.
I can read it.
But yeah, Satan has control of the mind here on planet anyway.
Well, I don't believe
if you
so.
Don't believe me. You don't believe me?
That'd be kind of a...
You look on your little screen and say, hey, go buy Macca's. All right, I'll go down the street and buy Macca's. Yeah, right.
Who put Satan in charge?
Like, look at that from a different perspective.
Kazuka.
That is just way beyond.
Who put Satan in charge?
Hmm?
Who put Satan in charge?
Who put Satan in charge? Who do you think?
Obviously, your God, in your theory. Your God created Satan, knowing what Satan would do, and your God kicked him from heaven down to the earth and then made him the God of the earth. So everything that Satan does down here is because your God wanted it to happen, which means your God's on the hook for everything Satan does.
So in other words, you're saying that Satan should be here controlling us?
No, I'm saying Satan isn't real, but it's a problem for your worldview, because in your worldview, Satan is real. And all the stuff that he does, all the terrible stuff, is because God allows it to happen. He caused it to happen.
not necessarily if those are walking around hypnotized and disconnected.
Who hypnotized him?
What do you mean, who hypnotized them?
I'm asking you, who hypnotized him?
Are you up to speed with what's happening around
I don't
the
think
world
you
right
are.
now? Or is this some sort of like, are you some...
Sounds to
are
me
you
like you need to
serious?
get a couple cups of coffee in you because you're not following your own analogy. You said that people are walking around hypnotized. I'm asking you,
Yeah.
who's
And I'm asking
who's
you,
hypnotizing
are you
them?
not up to speed with what's happening around the world right now?
I know what's happening around the world. I don't know of any population that's walking around hypnotized.
So you don't believe in that?
Even the chat knows what's happening. Chat is asking who gave Satan the power to hypnotize.
Well, there's obviously good and evil. You can't have one without the other.
I don't
right?
believe
That is
either
just
exists.
that is just the creation. How can
I
you?
don't believe
How can you
either
say,
one of
how can
those
you say
things
that
exists.
This house, my car is white, without having a different color.
I don't
You know what I
believe
mean?
either one of those two things exist.
So there's no colors, no good, no bad. You
No,
just thinking
there's no such
everything's,
thing as
everything's just nothing.
there's no such
Nothing
thing
and
as
nothing, all nothing.
transcendent goodness or transcendent badness. There are actions that have desirable outcomes or undesirable outcomes. We refer to those as good or bad, but there is no ethereal principle of goodness or badness. Those are descriptions that we've created using our own human minds.
I think it is time to move on.
Yeah, he's in over his head. All right, Kazuka, thanks for being here. We're going to cut you and try to get somebody a little more up to speed. Flanker420, thank you for the super chat on YouTube. Flanker420 says, how do Christians not see anything attributed to magic has never been the case. Progress in society has been in spite of religion, not because of it. And I agree. In fact, the more science we learn, the more magic we leave behind. All right, we're going to get the next guest up in the house. I think Vance came back. We're going to get Dad Bod. He's been waiting. We'll get Dad Bod, and then we'll get Vance back up.
Sounds good.
Yeah, thank you, Frids, for the hand hearts and Speedo for the lightning. Guys, we crushed that goal already. You guys
I
are
was about to say it's time to set another one.
goal-crushing machines tonight. Thank you so much for all the likes and all the support. We're already, how many likes are we at? 150,000 likes? Thanks, guys. Also remember,
And now it's time to get up to 200K. Come on, babies. Let's go. Let's do it.
that's right. Also remember, we've got Thinker in the house. Make sure you're dropping Thinker a follow. Are you going to be live tonight after I get off?
No, I decided to take Friday nights off since you're live.
Yeah, you earned it. You earned it. All right, we're going to get Vance back up in here. Vance, we talked to earlier, and I think he was going to read some verses and come back. Welcome in, Vance.
Hello, my friend. I am sorry to disappoint. I have not read. I've actually been following the
Okay.
I've been following the live the whole time, just out of curiosity, and I think there's been a lot of really great things brought up, but just I don't want to take up too much time either. Like max, like 2 minutes. I just wanted to bring up to like people who may be watching, while I may not agree with you on a lot of what you say, certain things. I don't want to get back into that. I just want to make it clear that I think when the people who are watching, or Christians in general, want to talk to you and share ideas and even disagree with you, I think they should go about it in a much more in a better way. I mean, in general, I've been watching up to this point since we last talked. And I think the last guy was, I don't know, he wasn't really listening. He wasn't very open to hearing what you had to say. And I don't think, no offense to him, I don't mean to judge, but I don't think he was necessarily
I don't think he was up to
all
speed.
there to... Yeah, I don't think he was hearing you out, and I don't think that he understood that what he was asking was not...
Yeah.
I don't know. He didn't answer a lot of questions. He would just kind of blow you off, and I don't think he took it seriously, and he was looking more to just debate than represent what he believes.
Right.
And that's not something that I condone. I don't think that he represents us well, and that's something that deeply bugs me.
No, I'm with you, Vance, and I think you're a good example of a Christian. When I was a Christian, I agreed with you. I never participated in these hostile conversations.
Sure.
Because you can't you're never going to argue somebody into your faith. That's not the way it works.
No, not at all. And I think that's the silliest thing ever, and I think that's incredibly hypocritical, and I think that's a quick telling of how involved you are in your faith. Because, I mean, I started really diving into my Bible less than a year ago, and already I've learned, like, I don't know, it doesn't take a genius to understand that being rude to people and being hostile is immediately one of the biggest teachings of the Bible. And that's not something that I agree with. And that's I wanted to kind of set the precedent for other people that may be watching, that I really think you should be respectful. You should lay your thoughts out clearly. And if you don't know something, be honest, like I was, and just say that. Do your research and hear each other out, talk and debate in a respectful manner, and ultimately, like, love above all. Especially if you're Christian. I think in general that's something we can all take away from. But especially if you're Christian, you need to understand that you need to be leading with love, respect, kindness, and have the courage to hear you out.
Yeah.
Have the
Vance.
courage to take on these difficult challenges, and be humble enough to accept things you don't know, to look into them on your own time, and come to your own conclusions, regardless of how you believe and what your faith is like.
Yeah, for sure.
Can I ask a question?
Mm-hmm.
Vance, why do you think it's hard for a lot of Christians to do that? Like, before I came on the live tonight, a Christian tagged me in a video, and in this video, they're calling for me to be burned at the stake. So, like, to defend the faith.
That's incredibly hypocritical, and
well, it kind of matches Christian history, right? There's some Christian history, right? So, like, why do you think that some Christians, that it's hard for Christians to actually just be this loving person that you're saying, that Christians should be? Or that most Christians say that's not a true Christian?
Yes, ma'am. I think a big issue is pride in their personal feelings and their lack of involvement in their own faith. Because a lot of people, this is something I've really been frustrated with recently, is hypocrisy of the people that claim to be Christian. If you're Christian, immediately one of the first things that you should learn, even just observing Christianity, is love above all. And I think that it deeply saddens me to see that people who claim to be involved with what I involve myself with, the Bible, Jesus Christ, operate in such a prideful and dishonest manner that is not conducive to, I think, intelligent conversation, productive, or just a respectful conversation. Again, I think it comes down to pride and their own lack of self-awareness and lack of involvement in their own book, which is very shameful and immediately almost dismissive of them, because they're not someone who represents their faith well, in my opinion.
Right. Well, I appreciate the kind words, Vance. We're going to get another Christian up in here and see what happens.
Absolutely. Thank you guys for your time. I appreciate it.
Cheers, man. W for Vince.
Be well, Vance.
W Vance.
Vince, good guy. Rody, welcome back.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. How you doing?
I'm doing good. Hey, I just want to let you know that on Christianity, man, I'm holding on by a very thin line right now.
Want me to cut that thread for you?
Sure. Yeah.
All right, I'll cut the thread right now, okay?
I think one question I have, though, is, I guess, what's your view on, so I don't know if you remember, I'm sure not, but, so I grew up in the South. I'm from Texas. But I just wanted to ask, like, what's your opinion on, like, let's say, like, Pentecostal, Baptist, like Presbyterian, what's your view on why there's different? I would say like denominations, quote unquote.
It's because the
As
Bible
far as
isn't clear on a lot of things. The Bible is clear on some things. It's very unclear
right,
on other things, right? And so people are just left to their own devices to read it out. And sometimes you read passages like when Jesus says, "You must be born of the water and the Spirit." Like, okay, does that mean we have to get baptized? And if so, why do we have so many passages that say you don't have to get baptized? So we've got these big problems where we've got these very definitive statements. And when you weigh them against other definitive statements or narratives, they disagree. And so what are you supposed to do? You just bicker about it forever.
yeah. I mean, I think the big thing too is, like the last guy said, is being open. But one thing that I've kind of hold on to too is like, if there's other life in the universe, then we would, I think.
Well, Roddy,
hold on. Let me.
the universe is
Yeah.
a good topic for this, for deconstructing. I'll leave you with this thought, okay? In a couple billion years, our galaxy is going to collide with the Andromeda galaxy. Nothing living is going to be left. We're going to be completely destroyed. Whatever you think heaven is if heaven exists within this galaxy, it won't exist.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it's just crazy because, like, growing up Christian, and I'm still Christian, quote unquote. But I mean, I'm not gonna say I'm ready to cut that line, but I'm holding on by a thread,
I
pretty
get it.
much.
I get it.
I've watched you every time that you come on and every time that you talk. So it's just hard, growing up Christian and then hearing you. So
I know.
I just want to say thank you for you, Hanji, and then all your followers too. I appreciate all y'all for showing what thoughtful minds can actually do.
Yeah, we appreciate that, Roddy. And thanks for
course, Roddy.
watching. And you can reach out to any of us if you got questions, okay?
I'm definitely gonna be donating to the coffee fund.
We appreciate that.
Coffee
Yeah.
fund for him, and it's going to be a book fund for me.
That's right. All right. Well, y'all have a good night. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Roddy. W for
You
Roddy.
too, Roddy. Be well. So we have a father begging in chat. I love it when they
Oh,
beg.
what's his name?
Father something.
I see Father Figure.
Yes.
All right, well, they're coming up right now. Welcome in,
How's
Father
it going?
Figure.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, it's a little echoey, but we can hear you.
Here, let me change it real quick.
But can you beg some more, though? I love it when men beg.
All right, I'm here.
So
Can you hear me better?
submissive.
Right. So I'd like to have a debate with hosts, actually. What do you mean by imaginary?
I mean that you can't prove your God to exist anywhere except for your imagination. We know you can imagine him. The question is, can you demonstrate?
No, I mean, what do you mean by imagination itself?
I mean, you can imagine him using your brain, but you cannot demonstrate that he exists in the real world.
So you're saying that there's no evidence of God existing in the non-physical realm?
Have you ever found evidence of a non-physical
No,
realm?
I'm asking, are you saying the non-physical realm? Is that what you mean when you say imagination?
No, the imagination is a product of the brain, and it is a physical realm. In fact, we can do brain scans while people are thinking of things, and we've done so many of them now that we can tell what people are thinking about just by doing brain scans.
Right. So do you think that thoughts exist?
Thoughts are a product of the brain. They remain in the brain.
Right. Do you have a source for that claim?
Yeah, you can just look up neurology.
Thank you,
.com,
Cameron,
or
for the
what
dollar
is
on
neurology?
Venmo. I am
What do you mean
beautiful.
neurology? What do you mean neurology
You
exactly?
can just go look up any neurology paper on how thoughts and memories are formed. It's a product
Are
of
thoughts physical?
It's a product. Yes, it's a product of your brain.
Thoughts are the laws of logic physical?
No, the laws of logic are a product of our brain. We've abstracted the laws of logic to describe the world around us.
And how do you know that?
Because we can't demonstrate them to exist in real life, but we do
Do you
know.
think they objectively exist?
I don't know why you won't let me answer a question, Father Figure.
Do you think
Because he has an
objectively exist?
ego that is bigger than his PP. So go ahead and finish what you were saying, my darling.
So
I can destroy you.
the laws of logic are
Watch
a
it,
description
princess.
of how the world works.
Is it accurate?
As far as we can tell, it's accurate. Now, it might be possible that later we find something that breaks one of these three laws, but as far as I'm
Like
aware,
what?
I don't know why you won't let me finish a sentence. As far as I'm aware, it's only the first law of logic that is in threat of being broken by quantum physics, and that's only if you believe virtual particles are a thing, and virtual particles are still a little bit theoretical.
Okay, but the laws of logic themselves, do you think something can be, let's say, can a remote be a remote and not a remote at the same time?
No, because we've made those definitions, and we know that those definitions have definitive meanings.
Let's say we don't have definitions. Can thing be thing and not thing at the same time?
They would both be things.
No, can the thing I'm talking to you and conversing to you about be that thing and not be that thing at the same time?
They would still be separate things, but they would still both be things.
What separates them?
The fact that they're not combined. But in fact, if you just put them
And
together...
how do you prove facts?
In fact,
how do you have access to knowledge?
If you can just put them together, you can discover that they would become a thing.
How do you prove that knowledge exists?
The same way you do. We test it. So, for example, if I drop this ring, you and I both agree it's going to fall, don't we?
I do. Is it objectively going to fall?
I'm asking you, you agree with me, right? If I drop this ring, we can both tell that it's going to fall, right?
I believe it will fall.
Okay,
Drop it.
and do you know that because God revealed it to you, or do you know that because...
No, I don't know that you're gonna.
Or do you?
I don't know that you're personally gonna release the ring.
You can't answer my question until you let me ask it.
How can I answer your questions?
You can't answer my question until you let me...
Hush, child.
You can't answer...
I got it.
Because you won't let me ask the question. Do you know that this ring is going to fall because of a God that told you, or do you know this ring is going to fall because you have access to the powers of observation and other people's observations?
Am I allowed to talk now, or are you going to let your mods protect you like they always do?
You can't talk over me while I'm trying
princess.
to ask you a question, crybaby.
You asked me a question. I was.
Let me make something perfectly clear,
They're holding
princess. This
for host.
We've
is
got
not
a
only
Darth
host
wannabe.
live. This is also my life. If you cannot handle a woman talking, then you can get the fuck off my shit.
Careful, Andre, you're going to get banned. Oh, now he's gone. Well, we didn't need that anyways. Presup is the weakest argument in the game. If all you have is a presupposition, you're not going to get anywhere here. We already know your game. Jack, welcome in.
Oh, hi.
Jack, are you at least
How
18?
are you, darling?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry, thanks for inviting me in. I don't believe in a god.
All right. Well, thank you for being an atheist. We're just looking for Christians, though. Thank you for being here. We really appreciate your support. Welcome up, CB. How you doing?
Good. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Are you a Christian?
No, I'm over 18 as well. But I wanted to.
Wait, do you say no?
No, I'm not. But
Okay.
I wanted to ask you a question about a comment you made a little bit ago. You said as we gain more knowledge through science, we go farther and farther away from religion and that sort of thing. So my curiosity is in the case I didn't know if you might know this or not. The decline in Christianity attendance, just the decline in attendance overall. How in the past few years are you familiar with how that's going? Is that progressing? Is it going at a faster rate? So I just didn't know if you had a insight into that and could talk about it.
Yeah, it's going pretty fast. The younger generation has a very high rate of being non-religious, although some of them claim to be spiritual. But the atheism rate overall, I think, is about 4%. But in young people, it's in America, I think it's up to 7 to 8% now. So the young people are becoming more and more fond of atheism.
Okay, interesting. That's a year over year?
Well, I don't know if it's year over year. That was just the last study that I read.
Okay, no, that was it. That was all I was curious about.
All right. Cheers, CB. Good to hear from you. All right. And we're on to the next guest.
Hold on, I want to bring someone up talking about I'm a crybaby in comments. Let's see if he'll say it while I bring him up here. Because last I checked, you were trying to have a discussion with the previous guest before we started getting people who were atheist or agnostic. Let me make something perfectly clear. If you cannot handle a woman or women on the panel or having a voice, this isn't the life for you. I am sick of your misogyny. I am sick of your bullshit religion. And if you guys cannot handle facts and truth and women who can actually speak up for themselves, then keep scrolling on.
Yeah. I don't know why so many religious people are butthurt when women have a voice. It doesn't make sense to me whatsoever.
Might be the sex slavery in the Bible.
Yeah, definitely, yeah. Yeah, they wish they had a concubine instead of an equal.
Yeah.
User 408-427-3940224. Welcome in.
Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good, good.
Are you at least 18?
Yeah, I'm 20.
Fantastic. Are you a Christian?
Yeah, I'm Christian.
Fantastic. Do you have an argument or evidence for why the Christian God is real?
I do.
Awesome. I'd love to hear it.
So are you familiar with the theory that energy can't be created or destroyed?
Yeah, I'm actually quite familiar with that. That's the conservation of energy principle.
Yes. So if energy can't be created or destroyed, then how do you think that the energy in our universe came to be?
Yeah, actually, I think that proves my point. So I think that all matter, space, and time, including energy, I think is eternal. I don't think it was ever created. And if that's the case, if it was always here, then we have no need for God.
But there's scientific evidence that says that the universe isn't eternal.
What's that scientific evidence?
The fact that it's always expanding.
No, actually, all that does is point back to the Big Bang. So I believe in the rebound theory, or sometimes the elastic universe theory, or the Big Bang, Big Crunch, which is after a period of expansion, eventually the expansion will slow down and it'll actually pull itself back in and it'll contract into a small, hot, dense mass, and then it'll expand again. And I believe this cycle has been going on for quite literally forever.
Oh, so you think it's always been expanding and contracting?
Yeah, it's cyclical.
But you believe in the Big Bang?
Yes.
So it's not. So how is it? Okay, so you think that the energy came from the Big Bang and that the speck that caused the Big Bang is eternal? Is basically what you're saying?
No, I think the universe has always been expanding and contracting. When we talk about the Big Bang, we're just talking about the beginning of the expansion phase, the beginning of our current expansion phase. But I think it's a misnomer to say that it was just a speck. The theory of this tiny little singular dot it's just a mathematical possibility. I don't think most physicists hold to the idea that the universe was teeny tiny at one point. It could have very well been the size of a galaxy when it started to expand.
Okay. So why is it easier to believe that the universe is eternal versus that there's some higher power or that there's a God that is eternal and that's what created the universe, or that's what caused the expansion and the restricting that's happening?
Well, we've got evidence for the former. So
I don't think there's any way to prove that.
I think we've got some evidence for it. So let's walk through a logical syllogism. All right. So any act of creation requires a change of states, yes or no?
Yes. Yeah.
Right. Okay. And a change of states has a before and an after, right?
Yes.
Okay. And anything with a before and an after requires time, right?
Yes.
Okay. Which means premise number 4 is that time must exist for any act of creation, right?
Yes.
Okay, so then the conclusion is that time could not have been created. Time must be eternal. And we know that space-time is a web, which means space is eternal. You can't have space without time.
Okay. I get what you're saying.
So space and time, just a biological sense, must be eternal. And if we believe in the conservation of matter and the conservation of energy, we believe those principles are true, that matter and energy can't be destroyed or created. They can only change form. Well, it would stand the reason that they are eternal. And there's another logical syllogism we can work out. So this is only two premises. So premise number one, and I think you agree with me, is that something can't come from nothing, right?
Yeah.
Right.
But like when it comes to the universe, I think that it had to have it should have came from nothing.
Oh, well, follow me here. Premise number one, something cannot come from nothing, right?
Something cannot come from nothing. Okay, yeah.
Premise number two is that something exists.
Okay, yeah.
Yep. So the conclusion is that there was never nothing.
Wait, repeat it, please.
Yeah. Premise number one is that something cannot come from nothing. And
Okay.
we both agree with that. Premise number two is that there is something. So
Okay.
the conclusion must be that there was never nothing.
Okay, but my argument is you claim that the universe is eternal, right?
Yes, based on the logical premises and the laws of physics.
What are the laws that prove that?
Matter and energy cannot be created nor destroyed. In fact, matter can only break down into fundamental particles, and then the particles can decay into antiparticles, but there'll still be something. Like, we can't make matter go away. It's impossible.
Okay, so I have another question. So if you think that the universe is eternal and it's just like a coincidence or an accident or it has no creator, right? Then how do you explain that the fact that the universe like follows certain laws?
Well, I don't think they do. So, like, I think we use the phrase laws colloquially because, like, these are observations that just seem to be true at all times. But I don't think the universe itself is following any laws. Like, when we say, like, the law of gravity, we're not saying that the universe has to follow this law. We're just saying that it appears from our observation that this thing is always true, and we're just going to describe it as a law because it doesn't seem to be breakable. You know what I mean?
Not breakable. It's not breakable, right?
Yeah, we're just saying that we haven't observed this this rule or this condition being broken. Now, it's possible that one of our current physical laws or laws of energy or any properties of the universe, it's possible that things that we thought were laws could be, we'll discover later on, weren't really laws. We just call it a law because it seems to be a principle that is unchanging.
Okay, I guess I don't really agree with that, but I understand where you're coming from.
Yeah, I mean, so we've got laws like the the conservation of matter, right? Well,
Yeah, but they're called laws for a reason because they're always followed.
we call them laws because we've observed that they're always followed. That doesn't mean that they can't be broken. So I'll give you a perfect example. There's a theory right now in quantum mechanics that is positing there are virtual particles that pop in and out of existence. And this is purely theoretical. As far as I'm aware, we haven't actually observed virtual particles. But if it happens to be true that virtual particles can be proven, that would break a very big law of physics. And that law would no longer become a law. It'd be, something that is just 99% of the time true.
But that's a theory, not a law. Wait, can you tell me? Do you know of any any things that have been deemed to be like laws of the universe that have been like disproven? Laws.
I probably could. I've never set out to do it, but I guarantee if we look back in physics history, we would find that laws, like things that we thought were constants and laws in the past, turned out to not be. And I think quantum physics is the field of study that seems to be putting the monkey wrench in some of our previously thought laws. And so, like I said, when we say that there are laws in the universe, we're not saying that the universe has to obey anything. We're just saying that these seems to be the observable consistence for the universe. Andre Romero, thank you for the super chat over on YouTube. I appreciate that. Holy shit.
Also,
$54.
chat, let's go ahead and be respectful to Guess because she is here in good faith and she's just trying to understand.
Yeah, Guess is being kind. Andre Romero, thank you for the $54 super chat on YouTube. Holy crap. Thank you so much.
Can I ask you another question?
Yeah.
Do you think that Jesus existed, that he was like actually like a person?
Yeah, I think he was. I think he
Okay.
was executed by either the Jews or the Romans. It's unclear which.
Okay, so if there's multiple accounts of Jesus performing miracles, why don't you believe in his?
Miracles during the time of Jesus were pretty common. Have you read about the miracles of Vespasian?
I have not, no.
Yeah, I'll read the account for you real quick.
Is it just one person accounting it?
No, there's two Roman historians that lived same time as Vespasian that recorded the miracles. You'll find those in the annals of Tacitus, as well as the histories by Suetonius. All right, let me pull them up though. So here we've got, it might not be readable, sorry. Oh, that's the wrong web page. Let me pull it up in the right web browser. There we go. And then I'll see if I can make this readable on the screen. Sorry if my notes. So this is going to be in the writings of Tacitus and Histories. It says, a poor man who was blind and another who was lame came together before him. And when he was seated on the tribunal, imploring him to heal them, and saying that they were admonished in a dream by the god Serapis to seek his aid, who assured them that he would restore sight to the one by anointing his eyes with spittle, and give strength to the leg of the other, if he vouchsafed but to touch it with his heel. At first, he could scarcely believe that the thing would anyhow succeed, and therefore hesitated to venture on making the experiment. At length, however, by the advice of his friends, he made an attempt publicly in the presence of the assembled multitudes, and was crowned with success in both cases. Sammy, thank you for the gifts. So according to the histories of Tacitus, and then a similar story, a little bit longer, in Suetonius, Vespasian healed a blind person and healed a person with a lame limb, the same things Jesus did.
Where did you get this from?
I've got them. I've got the hard copies of Tacitus and Suetonius and Herodotus. I've got all the histories.
Oh, they're like in books?
Yeah, you can get a hard copy on Amazon for maybe $12.
Okay. Do you believe in a god or no?
No, I don't believe in any gods.
Okay.
Yeah, Hanji does. Hanji believes in the Greek gods.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you. That was a good conversation.
Absolutely. Thanks for being here, user. I appreciate you.
Of course.
Be well, dear.
Yeah,
that was one hell of a question. I have never heard that before.
Which one?
If the universe is eternal, then what makes us think that a deity isn't eternal with the universe? Basically like a primordial aspect. I like that.
Yes. So when I was a Christian, I actually adopted that view for a short while, where I thought, well, even if everything is eternal, if everything is legitimately eternal, okay, that means mathematically there's a chance that there is an evolved being or multiple evolved beings that have been around for billions of years. And we would call them a god, even if they didn't create all things, because they're clearly way more powerful and evolved than we are. But if there is something that is godlike out there, I have to believe that it was a product of the world or of the cosmos, and not the creator of the cosmos. Dark and Light, welcome in.
Hello. I am 21, but I'm not a Christian, but I have a request.
Sure.
If you could like deconstruct this guy's account, like make videos, his username or whatever is @dead_hidden.
Never heard of him. I usually just do videos on like other people's creations. Like when a bunch of people send me a video and ask me to do a response to it, sometimes I do. I don't usually go out looking for Christians' content. Everything they're saying I've already heard 100 times because I used to be one of them. So I don't do a ton of I don't go looking to do response videos. But if you have a video you want me to respond to, send it to my DMs and we'll put it in line.
All right, and I just want to say, like, this guy's account is like about a whole lot of physics and science, and he talks about the Bible and how the physical world isn't actually physical and everything is made up of atomic structures. And I caught something that you said that like the memories and stuff is like made of physical, like your brain and whatnot, but we are electrical beings. And I'm like thinking maybe when we do die, we become like plasmic beings.
Why would you think that?
I don't have like a good basis on why I think that.
So plasma is when a voltage is so high in the atmosphere that it ionizes the individual particles in our atmosphere. The plasma and electricity are different things.
Not like plasmic beings, but like light bodies.
But the light bodies exist in the real world too. Light bodies would be made up of photons, and photons have a material existence. They're massless, but they do have a physical existence. I mean, in fact, they interact with our eyes. We got photon receptors in our eyeballs. That's how we see.
Yeah.
So
anyways, that's about as much as I wanted to say. Yeah.
Okay. Well, thanks.
Right,
thanks for coming up, Dark. Good to hear from you.
All right.
Cheers.
So I completely destroyed my voice with that father person, but you know what? It was worth it.
I know when you got worked up, I thought you were gonna, you thought you were gonna hurt yourself. But I mean, listen, the presuppositional argument has never gone well on this channel because I already know, I know the whole gig. They can't get it over on me. Welcome in, Jake.
How's it going?
Good. How you doing?
I'm doing all right.
Fantastic.
And
are you a Christian?
I'm new to your live. Yes, I am.
Awesome. Well, welcome in. What would be your best evidence or your best argument for why the Christian God is real?
So like that's one of those things I think about a lot, right? So I like to ask you, how did you win to the proverbial lottery?
I'm sorry. Say the question again. What about the lottery?
How did you win the proverbial lottery?
I don't think I won a lottery. Although I would say that I'm a white American male living at a great time in history. And if that's not winning the lottery, I don't know what is. I get every advantage in the world afforded to me, and I didn't do a damn thing to earn it.
Yeah. So, right. So okay. So would you say God was just like, yeah, forget everybody else, especially those people in places like certain places like Africa or Asia, right?
I mean, yeah, it appears that way. It appears that God just dropped the bomb on certain countries and said, screw you guys.
Where is this going?
And you're like,
I don't know.
And so, okay. And like, I apologize, right? But I did want some, before I started, I would like some, background. You say you were a Christian, right? But were you like non-denominational or like?
I was non-denominational. Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense.
What makes sense about it?
So like, I was non-denominational too, and like.
So I wasn't a real Christian because I wasn't part of your favorite denomination.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Oh, okay.
But like, being a non-denominational, I could see why you feel the way that you do now.
What does that have to do with non-denominational Christians?
Because they're not the.
That's an awfully broad brush you're painting against millions and millions of Christians. What makes you a real Christian and non-denominational Christians not real Christians?
I mean, I believe in their conviction, but
So non-denominational Christians are not convicted.
no, I believe that they believe that they are, but I could
They
see
are.
why.
So I'm just going to say you're not a real Christian. Prove me wrong.
Okay, and that would be
I just said it. I don't have to have a reason. I just said it. Just like you
okay.
did. So you don't have a reason why non-denominational Christians aren't real Christians. So I don't have to have a reason why you're not a real Christian.
Okay, but if I can also ask, why do you believe that there is no God?
Because I have no evidence of a God. If there was evidence, I would believe in it.
Okay, so a lack of evidence means that it doesn't exist.
Lack of evidence means I have no reason to believe it exists. It could very well be that there is a deity. I'm just saying I don't have any evidence of it, and I don't just randomly believe in things that don't have evidence.
Okay, and I can accept that, right? But when you say the Christian God is imaginary, what about the people who believed in the Christian God and did amazing things like during the civil rights movement? Could you tell those people?
What about the people who are Islamic that helped propel the Islamic world in math and science for about 400 years? They did great things, at least for a time period before they started like enslaving everybody. But just because there are some believers in a religion that do good things doesn't mean that the religion itself is validated.
Yeah, but okay. So my point is, would you be willing to tell them that there is no God?
Yep, I'll tell anyone that there's no God if they come up on my live. Can you demonstrate that there is a God? Sorry, Thinker, what do you say?
I was saying also, hey, I'm black and I don't believe there is a God.
That's right. Yeah. I'm not exactly shy about my position. I've never not been open about my position.
Okay. So I just find it interesting, right? Where every atheist.
I'm hearing you don't have any evidence for your God. That's what I'm hearing.
I mean, I don't know how I would prove a metaphysical concept.
You wouldn't.
Through physical.
I don't believe metaphysical beings exist to begin with. I think they're all imaginary. I don't think Satan's real. I don't think spirits are real. I don't think the soul is real.
Okay.
The tooth fairy is real, though. Why don't you believe in the tooth fairy?
This ass is real. Hey-oh.
You say what?
Hanji's getting feral. She's had too much cough syrup.
Just a little bit.
But what'd you say about the tooth fairy?
Said, do you believe in the tooth fairy?
Yeah.
Shit, we got a winner. Jake, W for Jake for believing in the holy tooth fairy. Satan, thank you for the paper crane.
Somebody has to collect those teeth, right?
I agree, yes. And I'm sure you've got cavities before, right?
No, because I prayed to the tooth fairy and she healed them.
Exactly, yes. Somebody gets it finally. Thank you, Jake.
Yeah. So but like, it's just crazy to me how, you could have atheists who can sit, in a first world country while they don't need a God, and there are people on earth who need a God, and you can say that, God doesn't exist.
Listen, if you need a God to keep you from like peeling somebody's skin off, be my guest. But I can't see a reason to believe in a God unless that God is real.
Okay, so if I can ask, what made you stop believing?
The Bible. The Bible is a train wreck. The manuscript evidence is very poor. It's full of logical contradictions, theological contradictions, failed predictions. Jesus didn't fulfill any messianic prophecies. Thank you, Rhea, for the paper crane. And I think that's the most damning piece of evidence. And I don't think people talk about it nearly enough. The fact that the actual Messiah didn't fulfill a single messianic prophecy.
So you're gonna side with the I don't know what I'm allowed to say on live.
I know it's tricky with TikTok. You got to be careful with your words.
So you're gonna side with that specific people, those specific people?
Who?
The blue and white people.
You mean Is it true that
Talking about the Israelites.
yeah, is it true?
Yeah.
Is it true that
Okay.
that my opinion happens to be the same as theirs on the issue of Jesus? It is true that we agree, but I disagree with them on everything else. I don't think that Moses was real. I don't think that Yahweh is real. I don't think that the laws laid out in the Bible or the Talmud are good laws. Do you think that we should be executing people for accidentally violating the Sabbath?
I mean, that was 2,000 years ago.
Was it good 2,000 years ago, though?
I can't speak on what happened 2,000 years ago. I wasn't there.
There's a guy in the Bible, in the book of Numbers, that was executed for picking up sticks on the Sabbath. And it wasn't even clear to him or even to Moses whether or not he was actually violating the Sabbath. Have you read this passage? Want me to bring it up?
If you can, please.
Yep. It's going to be in Numbers 15. Get it for you right now.
Hold on just 1 second, baby.
Mm-hmm.
Sammy, my darling, it was harmless because there are a lot of trigger words in the TikTok system. So he wanted to make sure that we could talk about the Israelites.
Right, yeah.
So we just say it like that.
Yes. Yeah, he wasn't being offensive or anything. There's a lot of words we can't use here, and he knows that. So he's just trying to make sure the live doesn't get taken down. So this is in Numbers 15. It says, "Now, while the children of Israel were in the wilderness, they found a man gathering sticks." Thank you, Anna, for the hat. On the Sabbath day, and those who found him gathering sticks brought him to Moses and Aaron and to all the congregation, and they put him under guard because it had not been explained to him what should be done to him, because they didn't know, because is picking up sticks working? Who knows? And then in 35 it says, "Then the Lord said to Moses, the man must surely be put to unalivement. All the congregation shall stone him with stones outside of the camp." And he got executed. To me, this is a barbarian deity who would send this guy to his execution for picking up sticks on the Sabbath, especially since it's not clear that anyone even knew he was breaking the law. They were just curious. This seems like a borderline, a gray issue.
Okay, and hold on, give me one moment. I'm sorry.
Oh,
hello, Moto.
That's what I was waiting for. I haven't heard that in a while.
Long time.
Yeah, Tyra says if I do more research, it says he was being defiant. No, it doesn't. It absolutely doesn't say that in the book of Numbers.
Okay, so is the interesting thing, I found out when I get into when I have to answer questions like that, right? I would say, it was up to the legal president. If Moses said the legal president for that to happen, then that's what it was at the time.
Well, God said it. God said to execute the dude.
Yeah, well, if that was the legal president at the time, then that was the legal president at the time.
Yeah, do you think it was a good legal precedent?
For that time, yeah.
So it was a good thing that he got executed for unintentionally breaking the Sabbath.
For that time, yes.
Do you have children?
No.
Would you be okay if this happened to one of your nieces or nephews?
Can you repeat that one more time for me?
Would you be okay if this happened to one of your family members?
If they got unalived because they didn't follow the law?
They didn't know it was against the law. That's why they had to inquire. Would you be okay if your relative, loved one, got executed for unintentionally violating the Sabbath?
In 2024, no.
Oh, so it's not good now, but it was good back then. So you don't believe in objective morals?
I mean, you could say that about almost anything, right?
So you don't believe in objective morals? That's what I'm asking.
So, no.
Fantastic. Great. So you don't believe in objective morals. So do you believe that it was good that God said you can own slaves?
There we go.
I'm like, yeah, here we go, right? And I'm sorry, like, because we talk. This is a common point that always gets brought up, right? So yes, for that time, yes, because it wasn't the slavery as we know it.
It was. Yeah, you can own people for life. You can sell them and buy them as children, and you can beat them.
Okay, so in 2024, right, the only reference of slavery that we have is American chattel slavery.
We're not talking
which
about
wasn't the same.
slavery if it exists today. We know slavery in America has been eradicated, despite the insistence from Christians that it should be biblically acceptable. The Southern Baptist
But this-
Convention, the largest convention of Christianity in the U.S., quite literally formed in opposition to the anti-slavery movement. They formed specifically as a Christian convention of the Baptists, trying to make the case for still owning slave and practicing the racist laws of the South. And they used the Bible to justify it because the Bible is pro-slavery.
And I just recently found out that there is a literal slave Bible that they took out Exodus, so that way the slaves wouldn't get any ideas and revolt.
Yeah.
How do you think that the God that gave the laws for how to do chattel slavery is the same God that helped Black people in the civil rights movement and free slaves? Like, how do you think that it's the same God?
Could you repeat the question, Thinker, please?
Yeah. How do you see the same God that laid out the laws and the regulations for how to conduct chattel slavery, right? Is the same God that gave power, strength, motivation to our ancestors or to the people during the civil rights movement? Like, how do you see that being the same God? This God set up the premise for supremacy, right? The Israelites were supremacist in nature, right?
Yes.
So how do you see that being the same God that empowered your ancestors or those that fought during the civil rights movement? I'm just curious.
Okay, so it was the same God and it was the same Bible that empowered Nat Turner for his rebellion.
Well, you do know that Nat Turner believed that during the eclipse, God talked to him and told him to do that, right? But after Nat Turner did that, things got worse for the enslaved. Things got worse. It did not get better.
Okay, but are you going to blame that on God, or are you going to
No,
blame?
you brought up Nat Turner. Like, you
Yeah, so,
realize,
okay.
but Nat Turner thought that he heard this God's voice during the eclipse, right? And he thought that this God told him, hey, it's time to go out and unalive, and he did that. But he made things worse for those that were enslaved, not better.
And I would agree because, like you say, after his revolt, they made laws for blacks a lot stricter, right? But you said, how could I say that's the same God? Nat Turner read the same Bible that the Southern Baptist read, and he came to the same conclusion.
So the God
About
wanted
God.
to. So, I mean, I can hear what you're saying because I think this God is evil. So the God used Nat Turner to make things worse for the enslaved in America? Tricked Nat Turner? Is that what you're saying?
No, but
No.
that's like saying,
That's what it sounds like you're saying.
but okay, I can't be saying that because at the same time, you would have to say that God, MLK believed in the same God, and there was a different outcome. So
Yeah, but didn't MLK come to the conclusion that he had integrated his people into a burning house? Didn't he come to the conclusion that he felt like he made a mistake?
that was apart from his religion.
It doesn't matter. He was being led by this same God, by the belief in the same God. I'm asking you, how do you see it being the exact same God? Like he says, oh, enslave the heathens, the savages, go into their lands and offer them terms of peace. Give
Okay.
them the opportunity to volunteer to become your slaves. If they don't, unalive them all and take the women and the children. And then he goes and he tells the enslaved, fight the people that I told to
Right.
enslave you. It makes no sense.
If
Okay.
this God is against slavery, why wouldn't he just say so?
Okay. So, like I say, right there was a legal precedent set with it, right? So, unlike American chattel slavery, right? A slave owner could just go and unalive his slave at the whim whenever he wanted
Nope.
to, without excuse, right?
Wrong. There are laws against it.
Okay.
Every state had their own body of laws and what you could and couldn't do with a slave. I think the most readily available laws are the ones in Virginia. They're published widely. You can read the Virginia slave laws, and there are many states who quite literally stated that you could beat your slave, but you can't kill your slave, and that there are even in some states requirements to make them go to church and to read the Bible. Of course, a doctored Bible. But there were laws. You couldn't just randomly go out and execute a slave. Now, did the laws get enforced? Probably not. But they were on the books.
Okay, so like I was going to say, assuming that they were enforced, right? So are we going to assume that they were enforced, or are we just going to?
Well, I think it's irrelevant because we can't assume any law is enforced. We don't have evidence for it. But that being the case, it's irrelevant in the Bible too, because if the enforcement of the law is the bar, then I'd be inclined to believe that the Israelites didn't enforce some of their holistic laws either. They probably treated the foreigners just like the Americans treated our slaves.
Okay. But so it's interesting, right? The woman at the bottom of the screen, what's her name?
Hanji.
Hanji. Okay. So I was asking another TikToker, right, who's atheist. The ancient Greeks believed in slavery as well. Would you say you're anti-Greek because of their practices?
No, I'm
No,
not.
and actually, they
Sorry.
were not really slaves in Greece. That is actually a myth. A lot of them were actually servants. They got paid. They weren't slaves.
Yeah,
If anyone were to have had slaves, it's Athens, and I can't speak for Athens. I'm not from there.
But that's also a huge
In the
whataboutism
Spartans,
because we're not talking about societies. We're talking about deities. We know societies around the world practice slavery. We're not questioning those societies. We're questioning the deities.
And trust me, my deities made sure to let the people who were doing slavery in some of the islands in my country had their just desserts.
Yeah.
That's all I can say on that.
All right. Well, thank you everybody for your time. I hope you guys have a great day. I have to go. I'm
All
sorry.
right. Thanks for being here, Jake. Remember to blush and floss, okay?
Thank you for the conversation.
I think he gave us a good conversation. He was nice. All right, we're going to get Daniel in here. Daniel, welcome in.
Hey, thank you so much for having me. Yeah, I was about to lose hope in being able to come on. My name is Dare. I'm Daniel. I'm from Jamaica. I'm a Christian. I'm 33. Yeah.
Fantastic. What would be your best evidence or your best argument for why the Christian God is real?
Cool. So, one of the things that I found to be really cool is related to the life, death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus Christ, and the archaeological evidence that backs it up.
Like what?
You had mentioned earlier related to the manuscript evidence.
Whoa, thank you for the crane. Taylor Tom, thank you for the crane as well. I didn't see that. Yeah, what's the archaeological evidence that proves Jesus resurrected from the dead?
Yeah, well, just generally the manuscript evidence. So just going at the Bible in terms of historical accuracy.
I don't think it's very historically accurate.
Yeah, I realize that. But it is the most historically accurate piece of ancient literature that exists. And that's from what I've read. So there are three
I don't
tests
know
for
what you've
archaeology.
read, but it's wrong.
Yeah,
I'm a
well, I
very
think
avid reader of ancient history and texts, and there's a lot of texts that tell identical stories to history with no details missing. In fact, I was literally just reading the annals of Ashurbanipal last night, where it recounts his conquest in the ancient Near East. It's a perfectly historical conquest narrative, and it agrees with other historical narratives. And
nice. How many?
he says that his victories were given to him by the god Ashur. Do you think that the god Ashur is real?
No, how many manuscript
Fantastic.
evidences would you say are there for that document that you read last night?
Well, the one that I read only has one because it is literally inscribed on his palace walls.
Okay, so you read the original. You read the original actual.
We have actual
palace
originals
wall.
of a lot of these
Yeah.
people in history. In fact, I've touched the Kala bulls from ancient Babylon with my bare hands. I know they're real. You can go and read them right now.
Okay, great. Well, in terms of the Old Testament, there are over 10,000 manuscripts. In terms of
So,
the New Testament, there are over 20,000
no, that's
manuscripts.
wrong. This is going to be a
And
rough day
that
for
way,
you, guest. All right, so there's about 5,800 manuscripts of the New Testament. It is not 6,000, 7,000, or the 20,000 number that you rattled off. And the majority of those manuscripts come from the medieval period. In fact, I've got a graph to show you the layout of the New Testament manuscripts. I'll pull that up on
so
the
like,
screen right now.
I haven't memorized the exact
So
figure.
these are the New
There.
Testament manuscripts.
Mhm.
The earliest manuscripts you can see here. We've got 4 tiny little fragments from the 2nd century. That's P52, P90, P98, and then a combination of P64 and 67, if you believe that that's recto and verse back and front. These are only the size of my palm. There's probably only 12 words on each fragment, and that's all we have from the 2nd century. We don't have anything substantial at all until you get into the 3rd and 4th century. The 4th century is when you start getting like actual tangible evidences where you can read more than a couple sentences. The bulk of the manuscripts are copied in the medieval period, which can be seen on this graph. Almost all of the manuscripts we have are from the medieval period, and this is because this is when scribal activity was at its height. And then, of course, we've got the printing press in the 1400s. So, yes, we have a lot of manuscripts. We don't have almost any early manuscripts, and we have 0 contemporaneous manuscripts. There's not a single manuscript from the 1st century that we have.
Okay, well, based on how the Jews did the scribal techniques, as you were mentioning, what they did was that they had very strict
No, they didn't.
approaches. Well, first of all, they had a very strong oral culture that passed on stuff, and then
No, they
they
didn't.
also had a
What book
very
are you getting these
strong.
bad talking points from?
So, well, there are a couple that I've looked at. Josh McDowell's New Evidence
Yes,
That
I thought that's what you're quoting from. Yes, that's a terrible book. You need to throw it in the fire. So the scribal laws that he's referring to weren't developed until the 6th and 7th century CE. Prior to the Masoretic scribes, there were no scribal laws. Anybody with a pen and paper could and would copy documents, and it happened quite a bit. That's why when you look at the early documents, we find a lot of copies that aren't even real words. Like when we get to Psalm 22, verse 16, there's a word that shows up in there that's not a real word. It's not a real word in Aramaic or in Hebrew because somebody copying it just wrote down what they thought was the thing to copy, and they didn't know that what they were writing down wasn't a real word. This kind of
Okay, well,
copying happens all the time in the ancient world.
yeah, well, I mean, Psalm 22 verse 6 is not consequential, right?
16.
But
It
or
is.
or
It's one of the
or
primary
whatever.
prophecies that is mentioned about Jesus.
Well, there are a whole lot of prophecies that are mentioned about Jesus that are fulfilled
0 fulfilled.
by Jesus.
He didn't fulfill one.
He, well, definitely the virgin birth, definitely
Nope.
that a Messiah would come,
Nope.
definitely
We'll
that
read
he
it.
died,
None of
that
those
that
fulfilled.
he rose from the dead, and if I
All right, Daniel, we're gonna read all
no.
those, and I'm gonna demonstrate to you that he didn't fulfill any of those. Today's gonna be a painful
All
day.
roads lead to prophecy.
They always do.
This is my favorite part.
Isaiah chapter 7. This is the context for what's happening surrounding the supposed virgin birth. The king of Judah is being attacked by two other kings. He's being attacked by King Uzziah and King Rezin. There's an alliance between the northern Israelite tribes and the Aramean tribe. And they're coming down to Judah to attack King Ahaz. And the prophet is sent 3 different times to talk to King Ahaz because God wants to shore up his faith, let him know that his kingdom's not going to fall. That's why he says at the end of the first prophecy, if you do not stand firm in your faith, you shall not stand at all. And then the second oracle through Isaiah starts in verse 10, and this is the part that you think Jesus fulfilled. It says, again, the Lord spoke to Ahaz, saying, ask a sign of the Lord your God, and let it be as deep as Sheol or as high as heaven. But Ahaz said, I will not ask, and I will not put the Lord to the test. Then Isaiah said, hear then, O house of David, is it too little for you to weary mortals that you weary my God also? Therefore the Lord himself will give you a sign. Look, the young woman is with child and shall bear a son and shall name him Emmanuel. He will eat curds and honey by the time he knows how to refuse evil and choose good. For before the child knows how to refuse the evil and choose the good, the land before whose 2 kings you are in dread will be deserted. So the prophecy is that there's already a woman who's pregnant and she's about to give birth. And before that child is old enough to know right from wrong, the 2 kings that are giving King Ahaz trouble, their lands are going to be wiped out. And this is explained in the next paragraph. It's going to happen because the king of Assyria is going to come through the land and wipe them out. And then if you read chapter 8 and you go to 1 Kings 28 and 2 Chronicles, or 1 Chronicles, I forget. If you go to Chronicles and Kings, you'll see that this actually happened. This is like the one prophecy, if you want to call it a prophecy, that actually came true. And it would have come true 725 years before Jesus.
Okay, so the way that prophecy works is sometimes that there are types and shadows as well.
No,
So
that's BS.
just because
That's what people invent when they know the prophecies aren't actually about their favorite Messiah. Because if types and shadows are real, I've got a whole list of prophecies that I fulfilled. And some of them are much more direct than types and shadows. You can't just rip a passage from its original context and apply it to anything you want to.
I agree with that general concept relating to context, but I think the most important thing related to Jesus is the volume of the prophecies.
But there's 0. He fulfilled 0 prophecies. Because every prophecy that shows up in the New Testament is just like this. When you read it in the original context, it's clear that it has nothing to do with Jesus. So it doesn't matter that the New Testament lists 30 different prophecies. If 30 of those prophecies were fallaciously applied, it's still 0.
Okay, I understand. I think I get where you're coming from. So what about like Isaiah 53 talking about
The nation of Israel?
No, talking about Jesus.
It's not about Jesus. It's about the nation of Israel.
That his face would be disfigured, that his beard would be ripped from his face.
That's not what it says at all. Now you're not even quoting it correctly.
I don't know if Israel has a beard, but
that's not mentioned at all in Isaiah 53. You made that part up.
The part about the beard?
Yeah, so let's read some passages from Isaiah real quick. Do me a favor, and let's see. We want these ones right here. Go ahead and read Isaiah 41, 8 through 9. I can read it for you. It says, but you, Israel, my servant Jacob, whom I've chosen, the offspring of Abraham, my friend. Okay, so in Isaiah 41, is Israel the servant?
Yeah.
Great. Let's read 43:10. 43:10 says, you are my witnesses, says the Lord, and my servant whom I have chosen. In this passage, is Israel the servant?
Yeah.
Great. And 43, 1 through 2, hear now, O Jacob, my servant, and Israel, whom I have chosen. Okay. Is Israel the servant?
Hear, O Israel. Mm-hmm.
Yep. And then 44:21. Remember these things, O Jacob and Israel, you are my servant. I formed you, you are my servant. Same thing, Isaiah 45:4.
Okay.
For the sake of my
I
servant
hear.
Jacob. And then the last one, Isaiah 48:20. Come out from Babylon, flee from Chaldea, declare this with a shout of joy and proclaim it, send it forth to the ends of the earth, and say that the Lord has redeemed his servant Jacob. The
Yeah,
section of
all your.
text that Isaiah 53 is located is about the redemption of Israel from the Babylonian captivity. Israel is the servant, and God is getting ready to free his servant after his servant has paid the penalty for their crimes.
Okay, so you're saying that this Isaiah 53 passage where it says, um, he grew up before you like a tender shoot and like a root out of dry ground. He had no
Yes.
beauty.
Yes,
And this is a
I would love
text.
to address that when you come back and address the point that I already raised.
No,
So
I'm actually
so
the
don't
one that
so don't
raised the
so
point.
don't so don't run.
Am I allowed to speak? I'm kind of getting
I know
confused.
you are very confused. So I made a very clear point about Isaiah 53, and then you ran away from it. Are you going to
No,
address it?
you read stuff about Isaiah 43.
Okay,
So
so you're not going to address that the overarching theme in 2nd Isaiah is about a servant who happens to be the nation of Israel.
I don't really see how you saying that Isaiah 43 is about Israel affects what is happening in Isaiah
All right,
53.
because it's all one
I
literary
mean,
unit. So Isaiah
I
chapter
understand that.
40 all the way to 56 is one literary unit dealing with the redemption of Israel. So we can
I
just
understand.
continue
Yeah.
to read it. The prophecy you're interested in starts in chapter 52. So we'll pull up.
Right.
In chapter 52, it
So,
says, the Lord has bared his holy arm before the eyes of all the nations, and all the nations shall see the salvation of our God. What's that referring to?
say again?
What's it mean in Isaiah 52 when it says that the
hmm
Lord has bared his holy arm?
I'm not completely sure. What does it mean?
Well, if you read all of
That was
Isaiah,
there.
you would know the answer, which is why I walked you through a handful of vital passages before we got here. Here's more vital passages that will help you to understand. Isaiah 48:14, leading up to this, says, he shall do his pleasure on Babylon. His arm shall be against the Chaldeans. God's mighty arm is against the Babylonians because God is getting ready to free the Israelites from the Babylonian captivity. And then when he does it, he's going to restore them to their former glory. And then all the nations will see that God is the one who restored his servant Jacob, and they will come to know that he is the one true God. This is not about somebody dying for anybody's sins.
Okay, I understand that that's your opinion, but it could also be that that passage is setting them up to understand the context in which someone would come and die for them. So there's
Nope.
still definitely
We'll just keep
potential for
reading
it.
since you
I
haven't read it.
understand that
It's
you
okay.
don't believe that.
We'll keep
Can I just
reading.
read Isaiah? Can I
Nope.
read Isaiah 53?
No.
It says, "Surely He took up our pain and bore."
I'm not letting you skip the context. We're going to read all of it. You wanted to read it. We're going to read all of it. You're not going to skip just to the one part that makes it sound good. Okay, so continuing in 52, the prophet says, depart, depart, go out from there. Go out from where? Oh, Babylon. Yes, go out from Babylon. Touch no unclean thing. Go out from the midst of it and purify yourselves, you who carry the vessels of the Lord. For you shall not go out in haste, and you shall not go out in flight. For the Lord will go before you, and the God of Israel will be your rear guard. Fantastic. So God is saying, go out from Babylon. The time is now. And then he says, see, my servant shall prosper. Jesus didn't prosper. He was executed. He shall be exalted and lifted up, and he shall be very high. Of course, because he's been saying, leading up to this passage, he said 12 times that he's restoring his servant Israel. And then we keep reading. It says, just as there were many who were astonished at you, some manuscripts say him, the earliest ones say you in the plural, not him in the singular, but it says, So marred was his appearance beyond human semblance, and his form beyond that of mortals, so he shall startle many nations, and kings will shut their mouths because of him. That never happened. Jesus didn't do any of that. For that which had not been told to them, they shall see, and that which they had not heard, they will contemplate. So God is saying, my arm is being revealed. I'm rescuing my people from Babylon. The nations won't see it coming. In fact, it says that which they have heard, they will contemplate. Ironically, the very next line in the prophecy is a personification of the nations contemplating it. That's why it says in 53, who has believed what we have heard? Or more literally, it'll say our report or our message. Who has believed our report? And to whom has the arm of the Lord been revealed? We already know who the arm of the Lord has been revealed to. It's been revealed to the nations, namely Babylon and the remnants of Assyria. Because God told us a dozen times leading up to this that he's revealing his arm in rescuing the Israelites from Babylon. It says, he grew up before him like a young plant, and like a root out of dry ground. He had no form or majesty that we would look upon him, nothing in his appearance that we should desire him. Funny, Jesus was described as a root, but you'll never guess what Isaiah says. Isaiah said that Israel is the root. It says, your people shall be righteous, and they will possess the land forever. They are the shoot that I planted, the work of my hands. So according to God in the book of Isaiah, the shoot out of dry ground is not the Messiah, it's the nation of Israel.
Mattress commercial.
Sorry, I got a warning to verify that I'm still alive. Okay, the next verse. He was despised and rejected by others, a man of suffering and acquainted with infirmity, as one from whom others hide their faces. He was despised and we held of no account. Obviously, because this is the nations now personifying what they did to Israel. Surely he has borne our infirmities and carried our diseases, yet we accounted him stricken, struck down by God and afflicted. But he was wounded by our transgressions and crushed by our iniquities, although it could easily just read, and he was wounded by our transgressions and crushed by our iniquities. He didn't get crushed or wounded for anyone's iniquities. He was crushed and wounded by their iniquities. If you read an English translation that says for, that is a bad translation. The word for is not in the Hebrew text. They're doing that because they want you to think it's about Jesus, but a good Hebrew translation, or if you go to a Jewish website that translated it, they'll give it to you the appropriate way. Upon him was the punishment that made us whole, and by his bruises we are healed. All we like sheep have gone astray, and we have turned our own way, and the Lord has laid upon him the iniquity of us all. He was oppressed and he was afflicted, yet he did not open his mouth. Also doesn't apply to Jesus. Jesus opened his mouth. Like a lamb, he was led to the slaughter. Like a sheep that is before its shearers is silent. So he did not open his mouth. Again, wrong. By a perversion of justice, he was taken away. Not a perversion of justice. He committed blasphemy. Who could have imagined his future? For he was cut off from the land of the living and stricken for the transgressions of my people, which is another anomaly in the Hebrew, because that's not really what it says. In the Hebrew, there's a convoluted poetic word. It's lemo in Hebrew that refers to a plurality. It says they, not he. It says they made his grave with the wicked and his tomb with the rich. Of course, because that's what happened to Israel. That's what the prophets actually told you was going to happen to Israel. Ezekiel 37. Then he said to me, mortal, these dry bones, the whole house of Israel, say our bones are dried up, our hope is lost, and we are cut off completely. Therefore prophesy and say to them, thus saith the Lord God, I am going to open your graves and bring you up from your graves. O my people, I will bring you back to the land of Israel, and you shall know that I am the Lord when I open up your graves and bring you from the graves. This is referring to them dying in Babylon because they were carried off into Babylon. God is saying, I'm going to bring you back from Babylon. I'm going to bring you back from the grave. Although he had done no violence, there was no deceit in his mouth. Ambiguous at best, yet it was the will of the Lord to crush him with affliction. when you make his life an offering for sin, which is, if you read 2nd Isaiah, it literally says that the second reason why they're suffering is so God can bring the nations to himself. They're suffering for their own sins, but they received double for their crimes because God wanted to make an example of Israel when he freed them from their Babylonian captivity so that the nations would know that he is the most powerful. So they suffered for their own crimes, and they suffered so that God could show himself mighty. Similar to what happened when they were in Exodus or in Egypt. It says, yet it was the will of the Lord to crush him with affliction when you make his life an offering for sin. He shall see his offspring and prolong his days. Jesus didn't have any offspring, and his days weren't prolonged. But Israel had offspring, and their days were prolonged. Through him the will of the Lord shall prosper. Out of his anguish he shall see. He shall find satisfaction through his knowledge. Well, he didn't find satisfaction through anything because he died. The righteous one, my servant, shall make many righteous, and he shall bear their iniquities. Of course, because God is giving the Israelites as a covenant to the nations, as Isaiah says. Therefore, I will allot him a portion with the great, and he will divide the spoils with the strong, something that Jesus never did. Jesus was not allotted a portion with the great, and he never received the spoils of war. This is clearly what's going to happen after the Exodus, or the freedom from Babylon, because Isaiah says so. If you read Isaiah 55 and 56, God says he's going to restore the fortunes of Israel, and the kings will lead the procession, bring their gold and silver to Israel. So everything in this can and should be applied to the nation of Israel. And my contextual interpretation of this passage agrees with the rest of the Old Testament. Everything else in the Old Testament agrees 100% with this reading. But if you read this about a Messiah who dies, you've got a serious problem, because everything else the Old Testament says about the Messiah doesn't have him dying. He's a king who is glorious and exalted and defeats all of Israel's enemies.
And just so we're clear, Daniel, this isn't an anti-sermon, so I really hope that you were paying attention to what host was saying.
He wasn't. He was I'm sure he's just waiting for me to finish so he can go back and say, but what about this one thing that I don't think applies to Israel?
Wouldn't surprise me. You can go ahead and unmute now, sir.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay, cool. I realize what's happening.
Yes, I've read the book and you haven't. Thank you, Freethinker.
Big up yourself. I think what's happening is that one, you've resigned that the passage cannot have dual meanings. That's one.
Why would I apply a dual meaning to any of these? A dual meaning is ambiguous. A dual meaning can be anything you want it to be.
Yeah, well, I mean, the bottom line is you have decided that they apply to Israel and therefore cannot apply to Jesus.
Nope.
And I suppose that
I decided that because that's what the passage clearly tells us. Isaiah tells you who the servant is.
Right, but coincidentally, you also want it to tell you that. You
No,
get me? So that's kind of
I was
the
a Christian
thing.
when I came to this conclusion.
Well, I'm not sure what happened, bro. And I'm sorry about that.
I read the
but,
book with honesty and open eyes. Rather than just reading part of 53 and ignoring the rest of Isaiah, I read all of Isaiah, and I did so in context in the original languages. And when you actually
that.
read it
I
in
think-
context, you will not come up with this idea that this passage is about a Messiah. The Messiah is not even mentioned. The only Messiah that's ever mentioned by Isaiah is King Cyrus.
Cool. Well, I think what you've opened my eyes to though is the ways that probably the Jews analyze the scriptures, and that is pretty cool. You know, Israel is like super important, and so I can see how I think I understand a bit more the I don't know if the word is orthodox that I'm looking for. I understand their position a bit more, but what's your explanation related to the? I'm sorry. Is it okay if I ask a different question
No,
now, or you want?
go ahead.
Okay, cool. The hostile witness accounts related to the life of Jesus.
Like who?
I understand that you you have found ways around the really extraordinary amount of manuscript evidence that exists, but there's
There's no
also
extraordinary manuscript evidence.
I know I realize that you think that, but
Name
there's
one
also
manuscript that dates within 100 years of Jesus.
well, there's that verse. There's that verse that Paul quotes. I think it's 1 Corinthians 15:55. Like,
You mean the
it's
Creed?
I don't know if that's it. I mean, I've never really studied this stuff, right? In terms of theological school or anything, and I don't know. I guess you know the term creed from all your reading, but the it starts as it was passed to me. So
Yeah.
right, yeah, that would be the creed.
1 Corinthians 15. How do you know it's a creed?
It's a belief, a fundamental belief, I guess. That's what you're saying?
Yeah, Paul's just saying that this information was passed on to me, but why do I care what Paul says?
Right. Well, what happened is that particular passage that dated back to first century.
No, that's incorrect. That's a guess at best. We don't know when that was written or when that happened. The manuscripts we have for Paul aren't from the first century.
Yeah, but he's quoting. That's why it's a quote. So if he would have been quoting
I know,
something
but
that would have been
yes,
before.
but when was that manuscript of 1 Corinthians? How old is that? The earliest one is from Vaticanus and Sinaiticus.
Sure, but I'm talking about that actual what you referred to as the creed in that 1 Corinthians 15 passage.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying to you is that there are extra biblical sources that highlight the fact that one, yes, Jesus was a historical figure. I think we both agree on that,
Yeah,
which is cool.
I don't disagree that he was probably historical.
Cool. Well, if he was a historical figure, there are things that he said that can be verified. That he said that, for example, that he is God. He accepted worship as God.
That's in the Bible.
Right.
You
Exactly.
said external verification. What's the external verification?
Well, the external verification would be for like the most important moment, which would be really important. The death, burial, and resurrection.
That didn't answer
and
my
so-
question at all. We have
Wait,
no
no,
external evidence for the
Cool, no,
resurrection
man,
either.
I know I talk kind of slow, but just bear with me, you know. What I'm saying is that there's evidence that these different authors, including Josephus, Sartorius,
Suetonius?
yeah, that's a satirical one.
No.
So they refer to the fact that there are persons who were saying that Jesus had risen from the dead.
Nope.
And so
Josephus only mentions that if you believe the Testimonium Flavianum is original, and I don't believe that it's original because the only manuscripts that have that particular reading of it were the manuscripts that were preserved by the Christians. The earliest reading we have of that is in the writings of Eusebius. The non-Christian manuscripts that we have from Josephus don't say it quite the same. But that being said, even if there were followers who believed he resurrected, that doesn't mean that he did.
Right, but what it means is that they were a number of persons who did believe that, which I think is
I'm sure they did.
historically significant.
It's not significant because 20,000 Parthians believe that Nero resurrected from the dead. Do you think that Nero got resurrected from the dead?
No, I don't think Nero was resurrected from the dead.
But the Parthians did. They went to war over it.
It's not it's not just one isolated thing, but when you look at the multitude,
It quite literally is.
When you look at the multitude of the evidence that actually exists,
I'm still waiting for the evidence.
Yeah, well, the internal evidence would be related to the
Internal
manuscript
evidence? What internal evidence?
archaeological-
The Bible is not
the arch-
internally consistent at all. It can't even tell you
Internal-
what time Jesus was crucified. Was he crucified after noon or at 9 o'clock?
So it's not a scientific document, right? So you have persons
so
speaking from
it's
different-
internally evidential and consistent, but as soon as you point out a problem, it's not scientific now, of course, because
No,
time is too
because-
scientific.
No, you have to measure, you have to operate within the same class of thought, right? So you don't apply scientific tests to history like journalistic language. You apply journalistic tests to journalistic literature, you get me? And so the different gospels, the perspective from the different writers is sound in terms of the opinions that are put forward.
What day was
Don't
Jesus executed?
What day was he executed?
Yeah.
I'm not sure, but go ahead and explain why that's significant.
According to the Gospels, he was executed on the night of the preparation.
Which would be what, a Friday,
Well,
right?
his trial was the night of preparation, and then he was executed in the morning. That's in
Okay, what's
Matthew.
your point? I don't understand.
My point is that he shared the Passover meal. You can't share the Passover meal if you die before Passover. And Jesus called it the Passover meal. He explicitly says, I have desired longingly to eat this Passover meal with you. The Passover meal was enjoyed after the day of preparation. It was enjoyed the first day of the Passover. And then there was another 7 days of celebration.
Okay, so you think Jesus? What do you think happened? You think they perverted the documents?
No, I just think that whoever was telling the story didn't understand how timelines work because they weren't actually familiar with the Jewish holidays and they weren't familiar with the Jewish calendar, which is why we've got lots of explainers in the Gospels. If the Gospels were written by Jewish eyewitnesses, it's awfully weird that they have to explain Aramaic sayings to their audience. Their audience theoretically would have been Aramaic speaking. They don't have to explain Aramaic
Right.
words, and they shouldn't have to explain the Jewish holidays.
Okay, who do you think Jesus said he was?
Oh, I have no idea. I don't believe anything the gospel says that Jesus spoke. Who
So
recorded
why do you,
Jesus's dialogue with Satan in the desert?
I would have to check that. But why do you
Right.
think Jesus existed any at all?
I think he was one of the many delusional wannabe messiahs, and he died just like the rest of them. He died at the
Oh,
hands of the Romans for committing blasphemy and treason.
you think he was a madman?
Yep.
Oh, okay. So Jesus, who has his teachings that have been like the foundation of the Western world in terms of how to treat people and love people, he was a maniac.
They're not. They're not the foundation of the Western world. In fact, all the principles that you find in the teachings of Jesus already existed in the teaching of the Jews. They were not unique whatsoever, and you find them in Buddhism too.
Well, as you mentioned earlier, quite accurately, that some of the laws related to Jews are quite horrendous. You know, it says eye for eye, tooth for tooth, and stuff. But Jesus taught that if somebody even punches you in the face, you should turn the other cheek. That's not Jewish at all.
Yes, it is. If you read the Talmud, by the time Jesus came, the Jews understood that their own Mosaic laws were barbaric, and they created schools around those laws to dictate better behaviors that were more conducive to the time period. So you've got different
Well,
schools of rabbis that you can read about in the Talmud, where they explicitly go around subverting the actual laws of Moses.
Hold on, Justin, this is important. Pause, my love. Daniel,
yeah.
are you an advocate for dangerous anti-gay views in Jamaica?
What is a dangerous anti-gay view?
Are you advocating for anti-gay in your country?
Are you asking if I believe what the Bible says about homosexuality?
No, I'm asking you about what you advocate for. Don't play coy.
I'm not playing coy, and I'm not sure what this has to do with this conversation, but
It
I am
has a lot to do with this conversation. I need to know this right now.
well, you can ask a more specific question, then I would be able to give you a specific
Are you
answer.
an anti-gay advocate in Jamaica?
Some persons call me an anti-gay advocate, but what I am is I just speak the truth of what the Bible says, and I
Bible's
care and
not truth, though.
I love homosexuals.
No,
I
you
care
don't.
about them, and I hope that
Very
Hanji,
well.
his article was so dangerous they had to remove it.
Yeah, I just blocked him from the live.
Yeah.
I read it.
How
Thank you,
shocking.
author and thinker.
Yeah. How shocking that a believer in this book would have dangerous views on the LGBTQ community. I've never seen that before, not ever. All right, we'll get the next guest up in here. Thanks for whoever was checking him out and getting the goods on him. Thanks for grabbing that. Although I would have liked to press him a little bit on his terrible views. Welcome in, Ichthus.
What's up? How are you?
Good. How are you?
So I'm gonna touch base on the going back. It was when that
Yeah, I know you're really excited about something I said previously. I asked, "How are you?" I didn't get a response. I assume you're well. Are you a Christian?
yes.
Great. Are you at least 18?
Yep.
Great. Fantastic. Do you have an evidence or argument for why the Christian God is real?
Yeah, so what I wanted to say was when the girl was talking about the something from nothing, right? The energy of the universe.
Yeah.
And you were talking about the expansion and the contraction of the universe.
Yeah.
So if it has expanded in the way that it has now, when it contracts and expands again, is it going to expand in the same way that it did?
I would probably say roughly similar.
Okay, so like, you know how a heart has veins, right? And when it pumps, okay, like you get the image in your head, how the blood is going to all the veins in and out continuously over and over again. So is the heart of the universe, where is that?
There's
The
no
Big
heart.
Bang. Well,
The
where
universe
it
doesn't have a
starts.
heart.
But it's where
This guy
what I'm
can't be
trying
real.
to say. So, okay, so the universe starts
Where do
at
these
a
people
point,
come
right?
from? How do they get these goofy ideas?
No, because it
no
makes
idea.
Jesus.
look, the thing is that the parables, the stories are all related to
All right, we're looking for real Christians. You can take your weird Christian mysticism woo-woo somewhere else. I want to talk to a real Christian. Here's someone with a cross in their name. We're going to talk to them.
And also for the people complaining about me removing and blocking that guy, what was it that you said, Thinker, about his advocacy forum?
Like his article was so dangerous against the LGBTQ in Jamaica, they had to remove it. Like dangerous.
Yeah. But that's not surprising. A lot of people that are not in the Western world are emboldened to engage in that type of behavior. Like nobody's checking them.
Yeah, I would have had fun with them. I get it.
Yeah, I was going to roast them.
Yeah.
Welcome in, David.
Hello.
Yeah. Are you at least 18 and are you a Christian?
I am.
Awesome. What's your best evidence or your best argument for why the Christian God is real?
Well, I would be like most people would probably refer to the Bible.
Sure. What about the Bible lends itself to believing that it's true?
Like for Christ, like, you know, the teachings of Jesus.
So the teachings of Muhammad and the teachings of Joseph Smith are in books. Are those books true?
I think there are some truth to those books, sure.
Oh, so you're going to be Mormon and Islam now?
No, not Mormon. But Mormons also read the Bible.
Okay. So did they say true things in those books or are those books not true?
Sure.
Okay. So when are you going to convert to Mormonism?
Well, I mean, I don't believe necessarily in the aliens per se, you know, and the other planets that Mormons subscribe to. But when it comes to the Bible, you know, I believe in the teachings of Jesus and what he came to do and what he did for humanity.
I don't think he did anything. In fact, I don't think he fulfilled a single prophecy. I think he endorsed the laws
Yeah,
of
I've heard
Moses,
that.
and
I
those
heard
are
that.
barbaric laws.
He endorsed the laws of Moses. But I mean, didn't he like tell the Pharisees that their father was the devil?
Yep, that had nothing to do with the law of Moses, though.
Well, I mean, it kind of did.
Oh, not at all. In fact, he
I
held
mean,
them as high regard.
Jesus cursed the fig tree.
That's
which was also
representative
symbolic of the Mosaic law.
No, that's representative of a nation of Israel. If you read the parables that Jesus is laying out, especially in the Gospel of Luke and in the Gospel of John, there's a replacement theology. Jesus is basically saying that the people who are supposed to be doing the bidding of my Father, the Jewish people, aren't doing them. And now, because they're not doing, and they haven't been doing the bidding of the Lord, the axe is now at the root of the tree, ready to cut it down. It has nothing to do with the law of Moses. And everything to do with the Jewish people not holding up their end of the covenant, which is why Jesus says that in the parables that once the Jewish people are essentially replaced, they'll be replaced with anybody willing to do the will of the Lord. That's why you've got like the parable of the tenant farmers and the parable of the banquet and the parable of the wedding banquet.
Supper.
Yeah.
Right.
But Jesus did endorse the laws himself on a couple occasions. I think the most obvious is Matthew 5:17. Do not think that I have come to abolish the law of the prophets. I have come not to abolish, but to fulfill. For truly I tell you, until heaven and earth pass away, not one letter, not one stroke of a letter will pass away from the law until all is accomplished. Therefore, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. But whoever does them and teaches them will be called great in the kingdom of heaven. So if it's true that whoever teaches and follows the law will be called great in the kingdom of heaven, I have nothing to conclude other than Jesus is pro-Mosaic law.
Okay, but what did he say on the cross?
He said, it is finished, but you know what wasn't finished?
Well, but I'm just saying he finished it right, though. So he said, not one jot or tittle shall pass away.
You're ignoring
but
what
he said, it is finished.
You're ignoring what he said. So truly I tell you, until heaven and earth pass away. So just because Jesus said it is finished on the, just because,
it says it would
just
happen
because
before.
Jesus said the words on the cross that it is finished, doesn't mean that this is what is being referred to in the book of Matthew. So it says all is accomplished is obviously referring to everything, including the heavens and earth passing away, and there's a new heaven and new earth, because in the new heaven and new earth, there's not going to be a need for the law, because the presence of God will be among them, and it will be written on their hearts. So the law of Moses won't be needed when there is a new heaven and a new earth.
You got to breathe just a second. Give me just a couple of seconds, right? So like the day before, he gets crucified, he goes and talks about that he was going to go and get the glory, right? Of course, I'm paraphrasing. The day before he was, I guess it was the day before the Last Supper, when he goes with the disciples and he's like telling them what's getting ready to come and that he's going to be crucified, but he's also going to be glorified, right? Would you not say that, what happened from the time of Christ and his death and what many proclaim to be his burial and resurrection, which has led to roughly 2.1 billion current Christian believers right now? Like, would you not say that that is a form of glory that was given to him, from something that happened 2,000 years ago? I mean, he is
no, it's blasphemy.
The most well-known figure.
It's blasphemy, because Yahweh says in the book of Isaiah that
it can't be blasphemy if you don't believe in a God.
It's blasphemy according to the actual book, because Yahweh says in the book of Isaiah that there is no God besides me, none before me, none after me, and I'll share my glory with no other, and that every knee will bow to the name of Yahweh, not to the name of Jesus.
Right, but you're also suggesting that Yahweh is the father of Jesus.
No, what I'm suggesting is that Jesus was a blasphemer according to his own religion, which is why he was executed. He accomplished absolutely nothing.
Right, which runs hand in hand with all the old prophets.
No,
right? That's what Jesus told them.
Not even close. The prophets said nothing.
The
prophets said nothing about Jesus.
All the prophets were killed.
Not all of them. Some of them.
Almost all of them except for maybe Jeremiah, and he was tortured.
You can't find me the death of any of these prophets that were murdered.
What?
Show me in the Bible where the prophets were actually murdered.
You don't believe that.
Show me in the Bible.
You don't believe that.
Show me in the Bible where Amos was murdered. Show me where Hosea was murdered.
Who was the high priest was even murdered?
If you don't even know his name, I'm not going to trust you. Show me in the Bible where any of these prophets were
I
executed.
mean, I'm not sitting there looking at my computer right now, but I'm walking around outside on my cell phone.
All right, you're just
Been
making
waiting a while
unsupported
to talk to you,
claims.
but-
We don't.
No, I'm not. I'm actually asking you to look at it outside of you need
I
God to
have.
be proven.
I've
What
read.
is the form of
I've read the
evidence?
Bible front
What
to
is the
back.
evidence that
I've read the
exists
Bible
out there
front.
for anything that
I've
would
read
allow
the
you to
Bible
believe
front to
in a
back,
God?
and your claim is false. We don't have the recordings of the execution of these prophets.
I am so exhausted of you being talked over.
I'm pretty used to it.
I know, but it's like,
So do you believe
give us
in
the
good and evil?
evidence.
I don't believe in
What the
evil.
pivot?
I think evil is a religious concept. I believe that all actions have either beneficial or negative consequences. And as a society, we come together and observe which actions we would want to avoid because of those negative consequences and which ones we'd want to endorse because of the benefits.
Right, but according to the Jewish scrolls, the Torah, which you've referenced a lot tonight, what is evil according to the Bible?
What do I care what's evil according to the Bible? I'm not a Christian.
But I mean, you're using the Bible and labeling things as evil, right? I've heard you give
No,
some
I didn't.
examples.
I've never once said that something in the Bible is evil. I don't believe in evil. What I do is I ask Christians, what do you think is bad? Is it bad to punish people for crimes that they never
Right, but
committed?
that's like subjective morality. I mean, everybody's opinion is going to be different.
So again, David, that's why I ask the guest what they think is wrong, because they've never read the Old Testament. So if I ask you something like, is it always wrong to punish somebody for somebody else's crime that they had no involvement with?
Right, judgment is in the Old Testament. Christ said he came not to...
David, I don't know why you won't let me finish the sentence. I'll just mute you so you won't listen. So I ask our guests if it's wrong if X, Y, or Z happens. And typically our guest will say, yes, I think that's wrong if that happens. And then I'll read them the passage where God does the thing. I'm not judging God based on my own morality, although I would. I use the guest. I use you as a Christian. I use your own moral instincts against you in your own worldview. And if you think that morals are objective, then you've got to have an answer for these things.
Is it okay to talk?
Yeah, so what you shouldn't do, David, is talk over me every time I try to answer one of your questions. That's why you keep getting muted, and now you're just crying because I won't let you talk over me.
I'm not crying, just asking, when would be a good time to talk.
We've got tissues if you need one. Anyone got a tissue on hand?
I got plenty considering the fact that I'm sick.
Oh, no.
So do you understand that I'm not forcing my subjective morality on your God? I'm using the guest's own objective moral instincts against them?
Right. I just noticed that you just consistently, refer back to the Old Testament,
Yep.
but yet you're specifically talking about the Christian God, which is, the Christian God is, less than 2,000 years old, but yet you're using texts that go back, 5,000 years ago.
Is the Christian God the same God in both testaments?
Do I think, again, it sounds earlier like you were suggesting that Yahweh, the God of Judaism, is in fact the Father who Jesus references in the New Testament.
That wasn't my question. The God of the Bible, is he the God of the Old Testament and the New Testament?
There's multiple gods in the Bible.
Is Yahweh the God of both testaments?
Word for God, you know this, right?
David,
what's the word
David,
for God in Genesis 1:1?
David, stop pivoting and answer the...
You're trying to control the narrative. I get it. You don't like questions when someone...
I'm trying to address the point that you brought up. Is the God, Yahweh, God of both testaments?
No.
Okay, so when Jesus came, Yahweh wasn't God anymore.
Yahweh is the God of Israel. He's the God of the Jews.
Was he still God when Jesus came?
He is not the father of Jesus who Jesus spoke about.
I said,
He
is
couldn't be,
he
because even the
God?
Pharisees said, "We be of our father."
I don't know how hard it is to answer simple yes or no questions. This is so easy. I'm not asking you if you think he's the father. I'm asking you if
I
he
mean,
was.
simple-minded people need simple.
I'm asking you, was he still God?
No, what are you talking about? I'm
Okay,
telling you that
so
they're two
that's all you had to
gods. I'm
say.
telling you, it's
That's all
simple.
you had to say was no, David. That's how
You're
you.
asking me a yes or no question.
Yeah,
Like,
that's how yes or no questions work. If I want to know your opinion on something, I need to ask you what your opinion is. I can't read your mind. So now you finally gave me the information I was looking for, which is that you don't believe Yahweh was God forever. Fantastic. So, can you tell me by what mechanism we would understand that a God could be a God for a temporary time period?
yes, who did Jesus say was the God of this world?
Satan, according to Jesus, but obviously that's a metaphor.
Okay. How's it a metaphor? Who did
Because
Jesus talk
because
to
Satan was
in
never
in the
because
wilderness?
Satan was never a god. Gods can't be executed.
How couldn't he be? What did the devil tell Jesus in the wilderness
Gods
when he went and
cannot
showed him the entire
be
glory of the entire world
executed.
in a moment? He
Gods
told, and he said, "This
cannot
is
be
mine to
killed.
give." What are you doing? Like, you're humming over me while I'm speaking?
I'm trying to address
Yes,
the
because
point
you're
that you
spewing
make because you
BS.
won't quit talking. So,
But I'm talking to you about some things that actually someone knows that some of your guests who I've listened to in the past just doesn't know about. So now that someone's
and you're
asking you
just
about the
making
Bible
up your
version,
own theology. Did Yahweh create Satan?
what did the devil offer Jesus in the
Did
wilderness?
Yahweh create Satan?
Answer that question. I'll be happy to answer
Everyone
yours.
knows what he promised. He promised that if he
What
bowed
did he
down
offer
and
him?
he promised that if he bowed down and worshiped, he'd give him all the kingdoms of the world. But that's
And he said it was his
irrelevant.
to give.
We all know this. We know the story. I'm asking you, did God create Satan?
Headache loading.
I love
Malaka.
it when we've got like these Christians who made up their own theology that disagrees with all of Christendom, but they want to tell us that they're the only ones doing it right. Did God create Satan?
Asking
Yes or
yes
no?
and no questions. Yes and no
Did
questions are
God
for the
create
simple
Satan?
minded.
Yes or no?
Yes or no.
It's a yes or no.
You want to control the narrative
It's
much?
a
I mean,
yes
come on.
or
Okay,
no.
David.
He can't
This is
answer.
his live. If you don't like it, you can leave. This is a simple fucking yes or no.
David,
Did Yahweh create Satan?
it's very easy. If Yahweh created Satan, then Satan can't be God.
But Yahweh could be Satan.
I agree, and that's one reason why I wouldn't trust any damn thing in the Bible, because it could very well be, but that any deity in this book is evil, and we have no way of knowing that this thing is good or bad, or that it's even a deity. So
Okay, but
all
do you
you're
think
doing,
Jesus?
all you're doing right now is demonstrating that you are like on the road to being an atheist.
No, nowhere near it.
Yeah.
The furthest thing from atheism. In fact, that's considered the lowest form of self-awareness in
No, it's
every
not.
religion in the world. Yes, it
No, it's
is.
not.
It's the lowest form of
No, it's
self-awareness.
not.
Yes.
Half
Go
of
look at
Jews are
Hinduism,
atheists,
Buddhism,
and there's a good amount of
Islam,
people in
Christianity,
Buddhism who are
Judaism.
atheists.
It's considered the lowest form of.
Are you Islamic? Do you care what Islam thinks?
Jesus.
It has nothing but bad talking points. So we started the conversation with whether or not you actually had evidence for your God, and what I'm hearing is no.
I'm pretty sure you hear what you kind of want to hear, buddy.
So I heard no. Fantastic. So you don't have any evidence for your God.
Sure, the Bible.
And
There's over
you've got
80,000
multiple
archaeological
gods.
facts proven by the scriptures alone.
Name one.
Over the city of David,
Yep.
which they just found just in the last few years.
The city of David is Jerusalem.
No. They're actually talking about the walls, the exact location of the city of David, where his house was.
That's not Jerusalem, but the city of David was not referred to as the city of his birth. Yeah, but we already know Bethlehem existed. That wasn't new evidence. That's not new information. And we already knew David existed. These are not facts that are unknown to history. I'm not saying that nothing in the Bible is true. I believe that King Omri existed. A lot of the kings listed in the Bible existed. Jehu absolutely existed. King David existed. Solomon probably existed. But that
Pontius Pilate
but
existed. We know that. There's
says
records
nothing.
of Pilate being in Jerusalem.
But that says nothing about the mythology surrounding these people, because we would also concede that Joseph Smith existed and
what
Muhammad.
historical book would you turn to?
We would also concede that Joseph Smith existed and Muhammad existed, but we don't believe the mythology surrounding those people, do we? Thank you, Rock, for the paper crane. And Joshua, thank you for the paper crane. I didn't see that.
By the gods, at this point, this is going nowhere.
He's got no Holy Spirit patience.
No.
Yeah, Jehu was crazy, Kim. Although, I think Jehu is the one that's on the Black Obelisk. There is an Assyrian monument referred to as the Black Obelisk that shows King Jehu bringing offerings to the Assyrian king. Very humbling.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's a wild one.
So when did you turn your back on Christ?
I don't know.
Classic.
What the fuck?
Quite a few years ago.
So like, was it just straight logic, like reading the Bible and say, this makes no sense to me, and so I can't understand this, so I'm not going to subscribe to it?
Not at all. It was reading the Bible academically, actually studying it professionally, and coming to the conclusion that the manuscript evidence for the Bible was bad. It's full of scientific inaccuracies. It's full of historical inaccuracies. And Jesus didn't fulfill a single damn prophecy.
Okay, but what about emotionally and spiritually when you read the Bible? How did that affect you?
What about it? I was a Christian. It did affect me emotionally, like it does most Christians. I believe that God was speaking to me through the Word, but the problem is when you run into the difficult passages that required actually being analyzed, you have to set your emotions aside and use your intellect for once. And when you use your intellect on the Bible, it turns out that the Bible can't really stand on its own.
But what about the spirit? You mentioned my spirit.
What about
earlier.
it?
What about like your spirit?
That's imagination.
What did it say to your spirit?
It's imagination. It's something that you think
So
in your
you-
head.
your
So
spirit-
you only think that God is talking to you. You call it the Spirit, but it's just your own internal monologue, and it happens in every religion.
Your emotions are just your thoughts too.
No, your emotions are chemicals.
Okay, but you feel them, right?
Yeah, because they're chemicals in your body.
Like if
Just
you're
like
angry,
if
you feel
somebody
sad.
puts a shot of adrenaline in you, you're going to feel it. If somebody puts some dopamine in your body, you're going to feel it. If somebody gives you ecstasy, you're going to feel it. When your chemicals in your body are altered, you're going to feel it.
Okay, but so you didn't feel anything spiritually or emotionally when reading the Bible?
I don't know why you weren't listening. Again, I did, just like every believer, I felt everything every believer thinks they feel when they read the Bible and they think God is talking to them. The problem is when you start examining the Bible using logic and reason, all those feelings become meaningless because you see the actual problems in the Bible that you can't run away from. No amount of feelings is going to make it okay that Jesus didn't fulfill a single prophecy. There's not a single feeling that makes that work.
Okay, you're saying he didn't fulfill a single prophecy, but he is the most worshipped individual
I don't care.
in the history of humanity.
That means nothing to me.
But you're saying he didn't do anything, like he didn't fulfill
That means
anything.
nothing to me. Muhammad is going to be greater than Jesus in 10 years. Islam is growing way faster than shrinking Christianity. When Islam outpaces Christianity,
Sure, it's also in Revelation.
When Islam outpaces Christianity, does that mean that Islam is true and Christianity is false? I don't know why David is like so hard just to have a conversation. We haven't really had to mute many people tonight.
Yeah, well, aside from that one guy, but
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
Bro, you talk a lot though, man. You talk a whole lot.
I wouldn't talk so much if you wouldn't start the beginning of all of your sentences in the middle of mine. Do you understand that when you talk while I'm talking, I have to say it 5 times?
Oh no, I understand. You keep saying the same thing over and over again, but
Right. So what is the evidence that your God is real? Because so far I've got none.
oh my gosh, you're like an NPC. You're literally just saying the same things with no
Okay.
emotion
So
whatsoever.
you don't have any.
Like, there is
Takes
no
one to know one, David.
All right, Dave.
there's no emotion there
What
at
the
all.
hell?
All right. Well, David has no evidence and not even a logical argument for his God, so he's gone.
Yep.
Did he get
Oh,
raptured?
you did that?
No, I cut him.
Oh, okay.
He had
It
nothing.
was weird how it glitched out. Like, it was really weird.
Yeah, you know how in the Old Testament Yahweh is like, y'all embarrassed me and you messed up my name.
No cameras.
It's like he yanked off stage.
Yeah, it's wild to me that people behave that way. And I understand sometimes you interrupt the other person speaking just because you're kind of excited to get to your response. But when you do it over and over and over and over again, eventually you just got to get muted because you can't have a
He was
conversation
just
that way.
being combative.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And guess, just so we're clear, we don't use cameras here.
Yeah, we get in trouble that way. That's how people do things on camera that you don't want, and then the live gets taken down. But welcome in the man of sin. Good to have you. Are you at least 18, and are you a Christian?
I'm an evangelical, and I run apologetics. I don't refer to myself as Christian because I think that's like basically a religious N-word. Like they were first called Christians.
No, he did not.
What
Tinker,
What the fuck did you just say?
Yeah, well, he's gone now. So we're not doing that.
I'm sorry, Jessica. I didn't mean to say that.
There is no equivalent to that word. And certainly because you're terrified of calling yourself a Christian, comparing that to using that word is, well, it's embarrassing.
Yeah. Wow, just fucking wow. Wow.
Thank you, Taylor Tom.
Wow.
Oh, damn.
Thank you. Whoa.
That was wild.
Whoever said that, thank you.
All right, so we've got hopefully someone more sane in the box now. How you doing, Squared Leaf?
Hi. I am over 21.
Fantastic.
And I'm a Christian.
Thank you so much. All right, what would be your best argument or your best evidence for why the Christian God is real?
That's a tough one.
I know, it's a good one. I know it's tough. Don't worry. I get it.
You know, honestly, I've just recently been saved. I was a Christian. I was born Catholic. I became a Christian when I was 14. Then I became a Buddhist, and now I'm a Christian again. But I haven't been baptized.
Wow, you really made a circuit there. Okay. Well, I mean, I guess we're up here trying to figure out if there's any evidence for the biblical God. What would you say, like, if you were going to convert me to Christianity, what would you tell me? Why would I want to convert to Christianity?
Well, the main one being is because I want you to go to heaven.
Right, but I don't believe that there is a heaven.
Right. And that's where it becomes challenging.
Right, yeah. Most of the gospel message in preaching and evangelism is technically for people who already believe. Like if you watch Ray Comfort doing street evangelism, it always starts out with trying to make people feel guilty about sinning against God. But I mean, that only works if you believe that God already exists, right?
Yeah, and that's the part you just need to honestly believe.
Yeah.
Even if it's hard to. But I did just have a question for you guys, well, mainly for the host. If God is imagined, or the Christian God is imaginary, then why try through this life? Why are you trying hard to disprove his, I guess, non-existence? If he's not real, then why try to prove that he isn't?
We're not
real?
trying to prove that he isn't. We don't believe that he is. What we are trying to do is to wake Christians up to help them to recognize that there isn't any evidence for this deity, and they are just taking it on blind faith. And moreover, that this religion is, at least the book, is quite toxic. And I think society is better off when people believe things that are true and as little things that are false as possible. So I do this because I love what is true, and I think society benefits from not participating in toxic religions.
Christianity is known as, is it the most toxic one? Or like, it's known as a bloody religion, right? So
to be fair, I think there's another religion that's Christian adjacent that has a prophet who married a 9-year-old or a 6-year-old. I think that's the most dangerous religion, to be honest.
well, thank you for having me on here. I just wanted to, I was just curious, and I'm still open. I mean, yeah, I'm on a journey still.
Sure. No, we're all on a journey. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
All right. Cheers.
Follow the path that guides you, Square. Be well, darling.
Yeah. I would have stayed with Buddhism. Buddhism's pretty dope.
I have to agree.
I mean, you can, in fact, there are even atheist Buddhists. That's a real thing that happens.
Yeah. Oh my God. Galera, are you
Hi.
with us?
You okay over there?
Yes? Yes, I'm okay. Are you listening to me?
Yeah, are you in a car right now?
No, I'm on the street. I just get out. I just arrived home.
All right, go ahead and get inside the house and get back up here when you get in, okay? It sounds like it's in his pocket. That's loud.
It's extremely strong where he is.
It's like it's in his jacket and he's just yelling at his phone or something. Suzanne, welcome in. Suzanne?
I think she be in my live a lot. I don't think she's Christian.
Oh, really? Well, she's not
Yeah,
on
I
the...
think she joined on accident.
She's not on the mic either, so I guess we'll move on to the next. All right, we're going to get Jay up in here, see if Jay's present. Hollywood says yes to the Buddhism. Yeah, I have my own religion that is, it sounds similar to Buddhism, but it's not quite the same thing. I think most people refer to it as Buddhism.
Gonna need 2 hands per each cheek with this ass. Just saying.
I'm still waiting for the Holy Tooth Fairy to appear to me.
She will in due time.
I don't know if
in teacup.
I don't know. I don't think Yusef is with us. He was in the queue, but he's clearly not present. So we'll just keep moving. See what we can get. We'll get somebody in here eventually. Guys, thank you for being here. Thank you for all the likes and all the gifts. We're at 250,000 likes already. We smashed all the goals. I'm not going to put. This is my last goal for tonight. We're not going to do another one. So thanks for being here. I see top gifters. We got Astronova, Taylor Tom, and Doug Ald. Thank you so much for giving, guys. Welcome in, Leo.
Hey, folks. How's it going?
Good. How are you?
Yeah, good. So my question is, why is it that you think Christianity is imaginary?
Because there's no actual evidence for it. Because the God of Christianity does appear in the real world. He only appears in your imagination.
Okay, so when you wake up in the morning and you open your eyes, you take your first breath of the morning. Well, not your first breath, but obviously the one that you know of. And you look outside, you see the blue skies, you see the clouds, you see the trees, you see the people walking past. So how do you explain that if that's not proof of Christianity?
It's not proof of anything.
God.
Mother Gaia.
Yeah, I mean, it could be proof of Mother Nature. It could be the product of the Holy Tooth Fairy. Although I think it's a product of actual nature. So what
you
about...
just said Mother Nature.
What about the trees?
You just mentioned Mother Nature. So what is Mother Nature to you?
I'm joking. I don't believe in Mother Nature. So what about the trees?
But you just said Mother Nature. So
I was
you believe it?
Joking. I don't believe in Mother Nature. So what is the connection between the trees and your God. How do you know that your God made the trees?
How did the trees become there?
Because
Is it just by chance?
Yeah.
Is it just by
Yep.
Atmospheric coincidences?
Yep.
Is it just because of
Yeah.
just things colliding together and just
Yes.
growing?
Exactly that. Yep.
Right. Okay. Then that's fine. That's fine. But what makes them things, atoms, be there in the first place for them to collide, to make the trees, to make the grass, to make the human beings, to make the insects? What makes them? What presence makes them?
Nobody makes them. Matter, space, and time appears to be eternal. We have no evidence that there was ever nothing, and then something gave rise to nothing gave rise to something. So time is eternal, matter, space, and
So
energy
you think-
eternal.
So what you're saying is that something becomes from nothing. Is that what you're trying to say?
Quite literally the opposite of what I said. I said there was never nothing. There has always been matter, space, and time.
Right. So something has to be there in the first place.
Nope.
To make these people.
Nope. There's no first place.
I was saying no. Right. Okay.
There's no beginning. Matter, space, and time are eternal. They've always existed and always will exist.
Right. So you're not answering my question. Is that what makes these atoms or the coincidences? What makes that happen?
Makes what happen?
The coincidences that these atoms just happen to collide, form the grass.
I mean, why do atoms form molecules and molecules form like strands and like form into act? Because they can make bonds, because atoms have weight and they have electrical charges, and those electrical charges repel and attract each other. And sometimes, as long as they're not radioactive and they're like extremely unbalanced, they can form multiple new elements even. So the fact that atoms actually can form bonds with each other is why like material world exists. And Spencer, thank you for the 666 over Venmo. He says, "Hail Satan. What is the most damning evidence against Christianity? The most damning evidence against Christianity is the fact that if you bothered to read the Old Testament prophets, Jesus fulfilled exactly 0 prophecies, unless you think he fulfilled Deuteronomy 13, the prophecy about a false prophet."
So explain consciousness, explain feelings, explain...
Feelings are a chemical reaction, and your consciousness is a product of neurons and I can't say the word now, synaptics in your brain. And we've demonstrated this over and over again with science. In fact, we've got recent studies that show you can actually develop 2 different consciousness in the split brain experiments. When they've had to split people's brains because they're having seizures and different things like that, they've discovered that people with split brains actually develop 2 different consciousnesses, and they behave in ways that are contradictory. There's a story about a guy in the 60s when they split his brain. He would attempt to button up his shirt, and with one hand he'd be buttoning them because the brain is split. It's hard to coordinate 2 movements. One hand would be buttoning up his shirt and the other would be coming behind and unbuttoning it. He couldn't actually coordinate his 2 different consciousnesses together to do the same thing. And so consciousness, as far as anyone can tell, is just a product of the brain.
Yeah, sorry, dude. I'm trying to cook at the same time as I'm trying to talk to you as well.
No, I get it.
Yeah, so maybe it'd be best for me to jump down for a second. Oh, shit.
Sure. All right. Well, thanks for being here. We appreciate you. I hope you enjoy your food. Cooking is a form of art and love, so enjoy it.
It's all right. It's only fries and burgers. Don't worry.
Fair enough.
All right, dude. I'll pop back in sometime.
All right. Cheers, Leo.
Okay. Cheers, buddy.
Leo. Yeah, go ahead.
What do you think about Zechariah, the prophecy that Jesus says he fulfills in Zechariah 13:7?
But the sheep being scattered.
Yeah, and that prophecy is about a worthless shepherd, right?
Yes,
A
it's not
foolish shepherd.
exactly. It's not at all about the Messiah whatsoever. There's two worthless shepherds in that section of Zechariah, and it's explicitly basically a parallel to what happened with Israel. God is judging the shepherds of Israel. And it's just, the whole thing's a performance. It's nonsense that anyone would apply that to Jesus, because if it is, then Jesus is a bad shepherd.
Yeah, and in John he's like, I'm the good shepherd, but in Mark he's like, I'm a foolish, worthless shepherd.
Yeah. Well, John messes up Zechariah too. When you go to the crucifixion of Jesus and the Romans pierce Jesus with the spear, John says that this is the prophecy being fulfilled in Zechariah. About when they will look upon the one that they have pierced. But if you read that chapter, it's clearly not about that. It's about the battle where God gives victory to all of the Israelites, and then all the nations that were attacking Israel are now subdued. And either somebody fell in battle, or it's a metaphor about how the Israelites feel guilty about how they turned their back on their God, even though their God now has demonstrated that he's going to give them victory. But nevertheless, it has nothing to do with the Romans stabbing Jesus with a spear. But they'll do anything they can to find buzzwords in the Old Testament and apply it to Jesus.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Calera, welcome back.
Hello, God. Hello.
Sounds much better this time.
Are you listening now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, great.
So, are you a Christian?
So, yes, I am.
Fantastic. What would you say is the best evidence or the best argument for why the Christian God is real?
Well, I think that the apostles, the way that they live their lives, they died. They prefer to die.
Which ones?
Every one of them.
How do you know
John.
that?
Well, history says that to us.
History also says that Peter flew. Thank you, Lori, for the meerkats. Do you believe that Peter got into a wizard's duel with Simon Magus and flew?
Well, I don't know what kind of passage you are talking about. Is it in the Bible?
It's in the Acts of Paul and Thecla, some of the same early church manuscripts that detail how the apostles die. The death of the apostles is not recorded in the Bible. It's recorded in later church history hundreds of years later.
Yeah, I know, but that's common sense, I believe. What about the martyrs, the millions of people that die?
Yeah, what about the martyrs in Islam?
Which one of them?
Literally thousands of them every year give their life for the Islamic faith. There's martyrs in every religion.
For being persecuted in Islam?
No, it doesn't matter if you're persecuted. If you're willing to give your life for it, you're willing to give your life.
Yeah, but the Christians, they died because they denied to renounce Christ, you know? The only thing that they have to
I'm sure they did. But that happens in every religion. It happened with the Jewish people too. The Jewish people wouldn't renounce their faith. That's one of the reasons why they got trampled so often by the nations around them.
Yeah, but the Jews, they were never persecuted for renouncing their faith.
Yeah, they were.
They were wars.
Yes, they
Yeah,
were.
they were. Ever since
kidding me?
ever since the installment of Constantine, they were persecuted by the Christians. In fact, that's one of the reasons why they ended up in banking, was because during the medieval period, the Catholic Church literally dictated what jobs they could have. They were putting them in ghettos and dictating what jobs they were even allowed to have.
Yeah, you're right. But most of them, they also denied their Judaism.
No.
They became Christian.
No, a lot of them died for their faith.
Yeah, I believe so, yeah.
Okay, so, but people dying for their faith is irrelevant. That doesn't prove that their faith is true.
So do you believe in evolution, right?
I do, but even if evolution proved to be wrong, it wouldn't make your God right. In order to demonstrate that your God is real, you need to actually provide evidence for your God. You can't do it by trying to dismantle somebody else's worldview.
Well, there is a lot of things, you know, that proves that God exists and is real.
Like what?
For example, the Trinity.
That's the least proof.
No, let me just say to you, you can see the Trinity in all creation, you know?
Nope.
Yes.
The Trinity breaks the first law of logic. How is it
No, but
that
listen.
Jesus is God and the Father is God and the Holy Spirit is God, but there's one God instead of three gods?
The same way there is only one water, and water can be frozen, can be liquid, it can be gas.
Can water
Same
be
water,
frozen
still
and a gas
water.
at the same time?
No, of course not.
Right, that's a
But
heresy.
also,
That's called modalism. If water was an example of the Trinity, you would be committing the heresy of modalism, because modalism says that when Jesus was on the earth, there wasn't a Father in heaven. Basically saying that the supreme God takes on a different form rather than being three in one. So the water analogy falls short unless you want to be a heretic.
there is a lot of other different things. That's the way you're thinking things. I don't see it that way.
Okay, so then just say you're a heretic. Say you believe in modalism and not the Trinity.
No, that's an example of one thing can be three different things.
Yes, but not at the same time.
For example, even in space, you have height, length, and deep. It's space, one space, but you have height, length, and the other one I forgot it. I'm not English, as you can see. I'm Portuguese.
Those are
so my English is
attributes.
not very good.
Those are
It's
those
not
are
very good.
attributes of one thing. Thank you, Chicago John. Those are not three separate things in one. Those are three attributes of one thing. It's like saying that
Exactly.
I have green eyes and brown hair.
Yeah, but eyes is one thing and hair is another thing.
Yes, but I'm not a trinity because I have eyes and hair.
Well, I believe we also, humans, we also have a trinity inside of us.
I don't think we do. I don't think there's any evidence.
Because we are.
I don't think
We
there's
are
any
body,
evidence for a
we are
spirit.
soul,
Prove it.
and we are spirit.
Prove it.
You know? Well, I can prove it to you.
Prove to me
flesh
that we
wants
have
to
a soul
do-
and a spirit.
Sure. My flesh wants to do bad things, and my soul tells me not to do it.
Incorrect.
Because it's not.
That whole inner monologue happens in your brain.
Yeah.
Because the
That's
brain
the
is
way you-
the brain is
you- you
notoriously
see
bad at
things.
making decisions.
So why you think that our flesh it's only wants to do things that are not good for us?
It doesn't.
But our soul, our spirit.
My flesh doesn't want to do bad things. Maybe you got a problem with your
Oh.
flesh, because my flesh is great.
Mine too.
Yeah, I think you're too.
Mine 3.
There we go. I think you got a problem with your flesh. You need to get that checked out.
No, I know you are all saints and you are always doing good things and good deeds. You never stole, right?
Thank you, Chicago.
That's cute as
You never,
shit.
you
Yeah,
never
thank you.
tell a lie.
Oh no, no.
In your
I can
life.
guarantee that we've done things, like we've done things that we agreed later were bad. I think we can all say that happened, but that has
Yeah.
nothing to do with our flesh. Those decisions are made in our brain.
Sure. What about the prophecies that is talking about Psalms, where it says you will be counted in the middle of the thieves? Who is talking about?
That's not a prophecy in the Psalms, because you misquoted it. That's Psalm 22, and has nothing to
Yeah, I
do
know.
about the future. It's King David describing his own present struggles. That's why all the verbs and all the words in that passage are in the present tense.
Well, if I read it, I can see he's talking about Christ.
Oh no, definitely not. I'll just read it for you.
What about the 30 coins?
That's not a prophecy at all about Christ. In fact, that's a prophecy about a wicked shepherd. All right, so Psalm 22, first of all, is not a prophecy. That's quite clear. It's a Psalm of David. It starts out, Le David Mizmor, a plea for deliverance from suffering and hostility to the leader according to the deer of the dawn, a Psalm of David. And in that psalm, he talks about his own struggles because
No, start for
he
the
did
beginning.
struggle greatly in his life. And it
Can you
says,
start for the
"For
beginning?
dogs are all around me, a company of evildoers encircle me. They bound my hands and my feet. I can count all my bones.
Exactly.
They stare and gloat
Exactly.
over me. They divide my clothes among themselves,
Exactly.
and for my clothing they cast lots." Now let me ask you a question. Is there a future tense verb in any of this?
I Look, man, everything you read
That was a
is
very
talking
easy
about
question. Is there a
Jesus.
future tense verb in any of this?
I don't know what you mean about that's the way how they write
Prophecies
things.
about the future require language referencing the future. So if I'm talking about things that are happening to me in the present, I would use words like this. These are all present tense words. The dogs are all around me in the present tense. So
course. It's
King
like
David is writing
Jesus
about his
speaking.
own struggles.
No,
He's
no,
not
no.
giving a vision for the future.
No, brother.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
I know you are sorry because your eyes can't read. So the way prophecies work is you say X, Y, and Z is going to happen in the future.
Even they divided my clothes among
Yes, I
themselves.
know, because that's what you did when you took somebody in battle. You did divide their belongings.
Yeah, and
how many
I can
times
count all of
how
my
many times
bones.
was David captured in battle? On a handful of occasions. So David, if you actually read about his life, he tells you he has these struggles in the books. Read 1st and 2nd Samuel. David went through the ringer. David had all these struggles. That's why he wrote about them.
Well, you see it that way. I don't see it that way.
Well, I'm sorry you can't be honest with what the book says. The book does not say that this is a prophecy. This says that David wrote it, and David wrote it about his own struggles. You can't just say there are words on a page that look similar. Because something similar happened to Jesus, I'm just going to call it a prophecy. If that's all it takes to fulfill prophecy, I've got a whole list of them right here. You want to hear how I'm the Messiah?
Sure, yeah. Tell me.
Sure. Well, we'll start out easy. We're going to do Isaiah 65:9. I will bring forth descendants. Actually, I've done that. That means I fulfilled Isaiah 65:9. Jeremiah 4:31. I heard the cry of a woman in labor, as in anguish, as if one bringing forth her first child. I've done that twice, actually. So I fulfilled Jeremiah 4:31. Let's see now. Jeremiah 20:10. I hear whisperings. Terror is all around. Denounce him. Let us denounce him. People have been saying that about me all night. They've been denouncing me all night. I fulfilled Jeremiah 20:10. Micah 2:11. I will preach to you of wine and strong drink. My logo is actually of the Kraken logo because I teach people to drink Kraken, which is a very strong drink. So as you can see, if you just ignore the context of the passages in the Old Testament, you can make anything a prophecy about anything you want it to be a prophecy about. So no, I don't accept that Psalm 22 is a prophecy about Jesus because quite clearly it's not even a prophecy.
What about Isaiah?
What about him? Did you forget to read Isaiah chapter 11? Have you read all of Isaiah or did you only read 1 or 2 chapters? Because in Isaiah 11, the shoot that comes out from the stump of Jesse, if you think this is Jesus, he's supposed to do a whole lot of things in this chapter. And one of the things he does in this chapter is bring world peace.
But that is not happening yet. But
it's never going to happen. It says here, the wolf will lie down with the lamb, and the leopard shall lie down with the kid, and the calf and the lion will feed together. So so none of this happened. So it didn't happen. So the prophets told you exactly what to expect when the Messiah comes. And the fact that Jesus didn't do any of those things is the evidence that he's not the Messiah. You can't find me one prophet that spoke about the Messiah that Jesus actually fulfilled. Find me one prophecy. Find me one prophecy. Find me one prophecy that Jesus actually fulfilled.
Calera, I'm going to make it very clear. We do not need your meta commentary.
I didn't hear him.
I did. I couldn't even hear you because he kept talking all over you. We don't need your meta commentary. Just engage in a conversation, please. I'm going to send you an invite to unmute.
If I said something, I'm sorry.
I didn't hear anything you said. So what prophecy did Jesus actually fulfilled? Because all the prophecies I know about the Messiah, when I read them to you, I guarantee you're going to tell me, well, he didn't fulfill it.
Well, you have to know one thing. There are some prophecies that Jesus already fulfilled, and some other ones that
That's a lie.
he
You
will
can't find me
fulfill
one.
in the future.
I'll bet you money
For
you can't find me
example,
one.
For example, that one, when you talk about the sheep and the wolves living together, it will happen only in the millennium when Jesus coming back again.
That's a lie. Jesus didn't fulfill even one prophecy. So I'm not going to assume that he's going to fulfill all of the prophecies when he comes back. So find me one prophecy that he actually fulfilled, because I can find a dozen that I know he didn't.
Well, you read it and you say that Jesus didn't fulfill. I read it and I saw Jesus on that prophecy.
We
I'm
didn't
sorry.
we didn't
It's not.
we didn't read a prophecy that was fulfilled yet. We read Isaiah chapter 11 and you agreed with me that he didn't fulfill it.
I agree with you. Yeah, the one that it will only happen in the millennium. But the
So he
other
didn't
one,
fulfill it. Okay, so find me one that he did fulfill, an actual prophecy, not just there's some words on a page that look similar.
well, the 30 coins.
That's not a prophecy about the Messiah whatsoever. I don't know why they keep going to the 30 coins. Well, we're doing Zechariah tonight, guys. Let me get the passage open. Thinker, how often do you get this one?
Not a lot, actually.
Oh, I don't know why. I get this one a lot, and I don't know why people think it's a persuasive prophecy. But we're going to read it. Let's see.
It's the one where Zechariah compares his value to the 30 coins.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I already know the guest hasn't read it, or else he'd know that this is a bad prophecy to bring up. Okay, so what you're assuming is that because Jesus was betrayed for 30 coins, that he fulfilled a prophecy in Zechariah and or Jeremiah, but he didn't. So the prophecy here, not the prophecy, the gospel here says, one of the 12 who was called Judas Iscariot went to the chief priests and said, "What will you give me if I betray him to you?" And they paid him 30 pieces of silver. And from that moment, he began to look for an opportunity to betray him. That says, then was fulfilled what had been spoken through the prophet Jeremiah. And they took 30 pieces of silver, the price of the one whom a price had been set on whom some of the people of Israel set a price, and gave them for the potter's field, as the Lord commanded. Now, there's another part of this prophecy, usually tied with it, which is Zechariah, when the wages get thrown back into the temple. So we've got two prophecies concerning the 30 pieces. The one from Jeremiah has quite literally nothing to do with a Messiah at all. Jeremiah said, "The word of the Lord came to me. Hanamel, son of your uncle Shallum, is going to come to you and say, 'Buy my field. This is at Anathoth, and the right of redemption by purchase is yours. Then my cousin Hanamel will come to me in the court of the guard, in accordance to the word of the Lord, and say, Buy my field, that is at Anathoth, in the land of Benjamin, for the right of possession, and redemption is yours. Buy it for yourself.' Then I knew that this was the word of the Lord, and I bought the field at Anathoth from my cousin Hanamel and weighed out the silver to him into 17 shekels of silver." So there's no prophecy here. It's not even a prophecy. But what about Zechariah? Because everyone remembers the passage when Judas throws back the 30 pieces of silver into the temple. Well, this is supposedly supposed to be fulfilling Zechariah chapter 11, where it says, "Then I said to them, if it seems right to you, give me my wages, but if not, keep them." So they weighed out as my wages 30 shekels of silver. Let's go to Zechariah 11. Let's get the whole chapter open. Because Zechariah 11 is not about a Messiah. It's a performance that God tells Zechariah to do. He's playing out the role of a wicked shepherd, and he's doing it to illustrate how there are wicked shepherds over Israel. "Thus saith the Lord my God, be a shepherd to the flock doomed to slaughter. Those who buy them kill them and go unpunished, and those who sell them say, Blessed be the Lord, for I have become rich on their own and their own shepherd, have no pity on them, for I no longer have pity on the inhabitants of the earth, says the Lord. I will cause them, every one, to fall, each into the hand of a neighbor, and each into the hand of the king, and they shall devastate the earth, and I will deliver no one from their hand. So God is setting him up to be a shepherd over a group of people that is destined to be destroyed. So on behalf of the sheep merchants, I became a shepherd of the flock doomed to slaughter. And I took 2 staffs, one I named Favor, and the other I named Unity, and I tended the sheep. In 1 month I disposed of the 3 shepherds, for I became impatient with them, and they also detested me. So I said, I will not be your shepherd. What is to die, let it die, and what is to be destroyed, let it be destroyed. And I let loose that are left to devour the flesh of one another. And I took my staff Favor, and I broke it, annulling the covenant that I made with all the people. So it was annulled on that day, and the sheep merchants who were watching me knew that it was the word of the Lord. And I said to them, if it seems right to me, give me my wages, but if not, keep them. So they weighed out my wages as 30 shekels of silver, and the Lord said to me, throw it into the treasury, and the lordly price at which I was valued by them. So I took the 30 shekels of silver, and I threw them into the treasury in the house of the Lord, and I broke my second staff, Unity, annulling the family ties between Judah and Israel. So this is a performance that God is using through the prophet Zechariah to demonstrate that his people, Judah and Israel, have broken their covenants with him. This has nothing to do with the Messiah whatsoever.
What about the country of Israel?
What about him?
How do you explain a small country? The other countries they stop to not to exist, but they different a lot. The Bible says that in the last days, God will bring them people again to their land. How do I explain
Quote the
that?
verse.
I don't know by memory.
Because all the verses that talk about Israel being restored to the land, that happens when the Messiah comes. That's Ezekiel 37 and Jeremiah 33. And literally the whole second half of Ezekiel talks about this. Let's read Ezekiel 37. So it starts out with a restoration vision for what's going to happen when the prophecy comes true after the exile. Then it says about the Messiah, my servant David will be king over them. They will have one shepherd. They will follow my ordinances and be careful to observe my statutes. They will live in the land that I gave to my servant Jacob, in which your ancestors lived. They and their children's children will live there forever. And my servant David will be their prince forever. I will make a covenant of peace with them, and it will be an everlasting covenant with them, and I will bless them and multiply them, and I will set my sanctuary among them forever, and my dwelling place will be over them, and I will be their God, and they will be my people. Then the nations will know that I, the Lord, sanctify Israel, and my sanctuary is among them forevermore. So when the Messiah comes, there's going to be a king on the throne, and God is going to restore Israel to their land, both the north and the south. They're going to be reunited finally. But that never happened when Jesus came. They were driven from their land. In fact, by 136 CE, they were almost completely annihilated. In fact, they took so many slaves of the Jewish people that the Roman historians literally said there are more slaves than buyers.
Yeah, but that prophecy is talking about with the second coming of Jesus.
Right. See, every prophecy that I read you about the Messiah, you're going to tell me it's about the second coming. And the reason why you're going to tell me that is because you knew it didn't come true. But what you can't do is find me one prophecy about the Messiah that did come true.
You know that because you don't know.
Thank you, BB.
Or you don't want to know the plan of God. First of all, Jesus, he came.
That's a huge pivot. I asked you, can you find one prophecy that did come true? Because you keep saying when I read these prophecies about the Messiah, you just keep saying that they're going to come true later. But why would I believe that they're going to come true later when not a single one has come true yet?
Man, that prophecy when Jesus was hung up and cut down with the thieves.
That's not a prophecy.
Well, that's what you think. I think it's a prophecy.
It's not a prophecy.
You're not You're not the owner of the truth, man. You see it as
Okay,
it's
then
not a prophecy.
give me
I
the
see it as a
prophecy, because what I
prophecy.
think you're doing is misquoting Isaiah 53. And we already
No, not
spent an
Isaiah.
hour on
Come.
Isaiah 53 earlier tonight, demonstrating that it's about the nation of Israel and not
No
about the
Isaiah.
Messiah. So I'll make you the same promise that I make to everybody who comes on my live talking about prophecies. Since I'm not going to waste another hour going through the whole thing, if you can find me one prophecy that Jesus actually fulfilled, then I'll be more than happy to cover it again for another hour.
I think there are 300 that he fulfills. I
0.
don't know.
There are 0. Which is why
There
you
are
can't find me
300.
one. Thank you, maidens, for the hands. Thank you, Kim, for the hearts. If
And
there's
you will see
350
it.
prophecies that he fulfilled, you should be able to find me one of them.
You will see it, and everybody will see it, brother.
So you can't find me even one.
No, there is. I show you one.
Show me one. Psalm 22 is a psalm of David. It's not a prophecy. Find me an actual prophecy that says something is going to happen.
For me, the one that I show you, it's a prophecy about
It's not
Jesus.
a prophecy. You can't just call it a prophecy because you want it to be a prophecy. A prophecy is a specific thing. Deuteronomy chapter 18 says, you know a word is from a prophet if the thing comes true.
Yes, of course.
A prophecy is not just there's some words on a page that look similar to something that happened later. That's not how prophecy is.
How can David know and read and wrote that, and everything matches what Jesus has?
It doesn't. You didn't read the whole Psalm 22. So here's the thing. Psalm 22 doesn't match Jesus. There are 2 sentences in Psalm 22 that sound vaguely familiar to an experience that other people went through. Hundreds of people were crucified. Hundreds of people had their clothes taken from them. Hundreds of people experienced that. If it's a prophecy about anything, it could be a prophecy about the fact that the Roman Empire likes to crucify people. You can't just say that something similar happened to Jesus that happened to David and call it a prophecy. A prophecy is a specific form of speech.
I don't think so, man.
It is.
I'm so sorry.
You can just look up the definition of a prophecy.
Yes, start from the beginning, that chapter, when he said, my God, why you
Yes,
you
who said it?
forsaken me?"
Who said
Jesus.
it? No,
Jesus.
David said it. Psalm
No,
22
David-
is not a prophecy.
David.
My
wrote
God, why have you forsaken me? Who's speaking
Yes.
here?
Jesus, like he was
David
talking-
is speaking here. It literally tells you the first line of the psalm in Hebrew and in English says it's a psalm of David. That's why if you bother to read the rest of the psalm, it ends just like the rest of David's psalms. Though I am lamenting, though I am in great sorrow, I have faith that you will save me. All the ends of the earth shall remember and turn to the Lord. All the families of the nations shall worship him, so on and so forth. This is the way all of David's laments end. This is a lament of David. It says it's a psalm of David. He's speaking about himself in the first person, and this is obvious.
I don't think he's talking about himself.
It
I
is.
think
It says
he's right,
it's a
David.
psalm
He's right.
of David.
I know David wrote it.
Yes,
I know. But he's not
and
talking about
it
him.
is. That's what the word my means. See, what you're doing is you're being dishonest with what the book says. My is a first person phrase. It means me. It's not about another person. It's not about a future person. It's about the person talking.
Yeah, but I can write a letter like if it's you talking.
Yes.
And it's not me.
Yes,
I can write
that's
a
how words
letter.
work. Yes, when I'm talking about myself, I use words. Thank you, BB, for the manifesting. I use words referencing me when I'm talking about myself. When I'm talking about something in the future, I use words about the future. You can't call it a prophecy just because you like a couple sentences in it.
And I don't see the things the way you see it. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I hope-
You don't know how words work, and that's fine.
He literally calls himself a worm in verse 6.
Yeah, he absolutely does. If you read the whole prophecy, it's clearly about David, and you clearly couldn't apply it to Jesus. Is Jesus a worm? And who is Jesus's God? Because according to this psalm, somebody has a God.
And David was despised by the people?
Yes, he was. Answer the question. Who is the God here? Because according to the Trinity, Jesus is God. So how is it that Jesus has a God?
If you can explain how God is and what God and what completely explain what God is, then you are equal to God.
There is
But
no
you are
God.
not
I'm
equal
asking
to
you a very
God,
simple question. How is it that Jesus has a God when he is God?
because there is God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit.
But he is God.
Three different
God doesn't
persons
have a God.
in one God.
God
Just
doesn't
one
have a God.
You cannot explain that because you are not God and you cannot understand it.
I can understand it. It's gibberish. God
No,
cannot
you are
have a
you are
God.
human. You are
And
human.
and
You cannot
Jesus
understand the mind of
wasn't a
God.
worm. And Psalm
If you
22
understand the
and
if you
Psalm
understand the mind
22
of
is not
God,
a
then you are
prophecy.
equal to
So
God.
I'll ask you the same question again. Can you go to an actual book of prophecy and find one that Jesus fulfilled?
For me, he fulfilled that one that we
He
just
didn't.
have read. That's what you're saying.
You mean Zechariah?
No, David, Psalms.
Psalm 22 is not a prophecy.
It says he was despised by the people.
I
David
know
was
that's what it
loved.
says.
David was loved
Yes,
for the
I
people.
know that's what it says because David was captured in war on multiple occasions, and that's what happens when you're captured in war.
For me, he's not talking about David.
I know,
He's
because you
not
can't
talking
be
about
honest with
Israel.
what it says.
Was David
You're just telling everybody that you don't know how words work, and you're not willing to be honest with what the book says. The book doesn't say it's a prophecy. The book doesn't say it's about the future. The book doesn't say it's about anybody but David.
I'm sorry. Was David crucified? Hang on a.
Show me in Psalm 22 where it says anyone was crucified. Show me.
Show me where.
Show me where it says anything about being crucified.
It says he was counted with the thieves.
Does it say anything about crucified or thieves here?
Let me see. My eyes are not good. Just let me see it. I know there is some words that says he was counted with the thieves.
You're
Where
in
is
the
that
wrong
passage?
verse. You're thinking of a different prophecy.
Okay, yes, that's one of them.
It's
Yeah,
not.
You can put it on the screen.
Nope.
And read it.
You're misquoting another prophecy. I'm asking you right now to show me in Psalm 22 where it says anything about being crucified.
I'm not saying that is in Psalm 22.
You did.
I'm saying that is.
There's
I'm not.
there's no prophecy about a crucifixion anywhere in the Bible.
In Psalms, it says it was counted with the thieves.
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't?
No,
I
it
think
does not. You're misquoting Isaiah 53.
So who is Isaiah talking about on that prophecy?
Isaiah is talking about the nation of Israel, and I already spent an hour covering Isaiah 53 tonight, which is why I already told you that if you could find me one prophecy that Jesus fulfilled, I'll be glad to cover it all again.
Crucified and counted with the thieves.
I don't know why you can't listen. I already told you that I covered an hour. I spent a whole hour on Isaiah 53 tonight. So I'm not going to revisit it until you can find me one prophecy that he did fulfill. If you can find me one actual prophecy that Jesus fulfilled, I'll gladly stay up with you and cover all of Isaiah 53 for a second time tonight. And the reason why I don't cover it multiple times tonight is because it's the only prophecy that you guys know. If all I did was cover Isaiah 53 top to bottom for 6 hours in a row, nobody would watch my live. Now he's just Googling for prophecies Jesus fulfilled because he doesn't actually have any.
While he's doing that, have they brought up like Psalm 69, the zeal, where he went in the temple?
Not today, but they do sometimes, yeah.
Okay. And then, like, when Jesus was on the cross, he prayed for forgiveness, right? He said, bless them, forgive them, for they know not what they do. And the psalmist in Psalm 69 is like, hey, let them feel their guilt, make their tables desolate, blot out their names. It don't sound like forgiveness to me.
Listen, the New Testament's use of the Old Testament is embarrassing. I had a professor in seminary that joked about doing exegesis papers, and he said, if you practice the same type of exegesis that the gospel authors did, you're going to get an F. Because it's not good. It's not a fair reading of the text.
It's horrible.
And
it's like they picked out words and say, "Ooh, that fits."
That's
and
what they
just put it
did.
there. Yeah.
They went back to the Old Testament. They found any words on any page that they could twist to make it about Jesus, and that's what they did. Rather than reading the straightforward predictions about what was going to happen when the Messiah comes, because there's tons of predictions about what's going to happen when the Messiah comes. Surprisingly, they don't show up in the New Testament.
Didn't fit a narrative.
A guest is still Googling.
Guest, are you with us or shall we just move on?
I don't know. Is he talking to Jesus?
I have no idea.
I think he's talking to Judas so he can lie more.
Should we sing for him?
I'm
Swing
sorry,
low.
my mic was off. My mic was off.
Well, you're on now. We can hear you. And now he's gone.
Guest, if you swipe away from the app, we cannot hear you.
Micaiah 5:2.
Micah 5:2?
You listening?
Yeah, I love Micah 5:2. I don't think you're going to like
Micah
it, though.
5:2, yeah.
You're not going to like this one at all. I love it when they go to Micah. Surely this is a fulfilled prophecy. All right. Let's first understand that Micah 5:2 is about a specific person. And it says, "But you, O Bethlehem of Ephrathah, who are of the little clans of Judah, from you will come forth for me, who is to rule in Israel, whose origin is from old, from ancient of days." So this is clearly about someone who rules in Israel, an actual ruler. Can you show me in the New Testament where Jesus ever ruled over Israel?
Who has the title Ancient of Days?
Can you show me in the New Testament where Jesus ever ruled in Israel?
I will respond to that if you told me who was the Ancient of Days in the Bible.
It's Yahweh. Now, who or what New Testament passage?
Okay.
What New Testament passage demonstrates that Jesus was ever a ruler in Israel?
Brother, the first coming, he came as a lamb. The second
Oh,
coming,
so it didn't get
came
fulfilled.
as a lion.
Very good. So again, you can't find a prophecy that he actually fulfilled.
He born in Bethlehem.
It doesn't matter. Thousands of people were born in Bethlehem. This doesn't say that the Messiah is just going to be born in Bethlehem. It says that he will rule in Israel. So you can't just claim that he fulfilled the prophecy because he was born in Bethlehem.
Efkaristo bash for the rate. Efkaristo.
Yeah, because thousands of people were born in
was the only
Bethlehem.
person-
Many thousands.
Yeah, but no one claims to be God.
Oh, you don't know that to be
Only
true.
Jesus
Simon
claims
Bar
to be
Kokhba could have been born in Bethlehem, and Simon Bar Kokhba was hailed to be the Messiah by even the Jewish rabbis in the early 2nd century. So the fact that somebody was born in Bethlehem is an absolute waste, because the prophecy wasn't about just a bloke that was born in Bethlehem. The prophecy is about a ruler who was born in Bethlehem. You wouldn't accept this in any other book. If this was written in the Quran and you read the prophecy and you're like, oh, there's 5 points to this prophecy, but he only fulfilled the 1 point, you wouldn't say it was fulfilled.
No, because Jesus is told us what will happen in the last days.
But
that
it
he will
won't.
come again. And
Because he said he was
will
coming
be
within
king.
the lifetime of his disciples, and he didn't come. And listen to what else it says. says, in the strength,
That,
and he shall stand and
no.
feed his flock in the strength of the Lord, in the majesty of the name of the Lord his God, and they will live secure. Did Jesus allow his people to live securely in the land?
Jesus came as a lamb.
Did Jesus allow his people to live securely in the land?
He comes to be killed. To be
Did
crucified.
Jesus allow his people to live securely in the land?
No, because he was
No,
a
because he
servant,
wasn't the
first to be
Messiah.
born.
Thank you. So this prophecy is about a Messiah who's actually a ruler in Israel that rescues his people and allows them to live in the land again. And that didn't happen.
Like I was saying to you, if you have to see the whole picture.
I have.
and you
I've read
to
the entire
understand
Bible multiple times.
But you didn't understand
I
it.
did. I understood it very well, which is why I have this opinion.
you
And I didn't
didn't.
invent this position. This opinion is informed
If
by
you
actual...
read the Bible,
My opinion is informed by actual biblical scholars. So I understand the Bible very well, which is why I know that Jesus is not the Messiah. Because what I don't do is just find random words on a page and call it a prophecy.
Baby, we got the bash right. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Bash.
Bloop, bloop.
Bloop, bloop.
Bloop, bloop. So the prophecy is not about a guy who's just born in Bethlehem. It's a multi-point prophecy. You can't tell me that he is the Messiah just because you think he was born in Bethlehem. That's not what the prophecy is about. The prophecy is about an actual king. Bethlehem is only mentioned because it's recalling the former glory of King David, who was from Bethlehem. And that's why Ephrathah is mentioned, because that's the ancestor of Bethlehem, because Bethlehem was a real person in the Old Testament. That's how the town got named. Both of these two people in history were ancestors of King David, which is why we have the callback, whose origin is from Ancient of Days, hearkening back to the ancient lineage of King David. This is not a guy who dies on a cross. This is a guy who is an actual ruler, an actual king.
I think we had our fill with this guest.
Yeah, I had my fill with him. On the 10th time, I had to tell him that Psalm 22 wasn't a prophecy. I'm baffled by the amount of people who will look at the Bible and to say, oh, there's some words on a page that sound similar to some words on another page. We're just going to call it a prophecy. Prophecy is a very specific type of speech. All right, let's get Curtis in here. I think Curtis will probably be our last guest. It's 11:40, and I've got to get off at midnight tonight. I've got an early morning tomorrow. Welcome in, Curtis.
How you doing?
Good. How you doing?
Doing all right.
Fantastic. Good to hear it. Are you a Christian?
I am. I'm a believer.
Fantastic. What would be your best argument or your best evidence for why the Christian God is real?
I mean, I think there's a whole lot of evidence. I think you can look outside and see God. I think God is very, very easy to see despite
What's he look like?
What does he look? He looks like relationship.
What's a relationship look like?
What?
What does a relationship look like?
So I've had lots of relationships. I've never looked at a relationship and thought that that was God.
Have you look outside, when you look outside the relationship as far as two people coming together, having to merge their wills together, having to merge their ideas together, having to live together and learn how to love. So when God says, make mankind in my image, he's not just talking about man and woman. He's talking about the whole.
Yeah, I don't believe God said that though.
You don't believe God said that?
No, if I believe that the Bible is true, I'd be a Christian, but I don't believe the Bible is true.
Okay, well, you're asking me, and I'm telling you my evidence. Like, so for the type of God, he is a relational God. So he reveals himself mostly through relationship.
Yeah, but
he is a God.
He hasn't revealed
He's a
himself
God.
to me.
You know what? I listened to your live. I've scrolled through it a lot. I don't think that's and this gonna sound crazy. I don't think that's actually true. I don't really think.
So I'm just lying to you.
I don't think you're being
Do
sincere.
you think that that's the best evidence for your God is that I'm just up here lying? What's my incentive? Why would I be up here lying to people?
That's where you kind of being slick. You a very smart guy.
What's my incentive? Why would I be up here lying to people?
That's kind of what I'm trying to figure out. But here's what I think.
I think the more obvious answer is that I'm not lying to people.
Nah, and I'm gonna tell you why. I don't know if you're lying. I don't know if it's ignorance, it's wickedness.
I'm listening to ignorance right now.
And wickedness, seriously.
So I think it's three categories. I think it's ignorance, wickedness, and I think it's a combination of both.
What am I? Well, that's not three. That's two. So what am I ignorant about?
The combination of both is the third category.
That's not. And ignorance is the opposite of what you first posited, which is that I actually know, but I'm denying it. Ignorance implies that I don't know something. So your whole argument is taking itself out at the knees.
Listen to what I'm saying.
Thank you, Dr. Joe. Good to see you, Dr. Joe.
I'm trying to determine your intent when I scroll through.
Yeah, Ethan, thank you for the 666 over Venmo. W. Ethan, hail Satan. Yeah, so I don't believe that you're a mind reader. Thank you, Dr. Joe. Thank you, Bertram. Guys, we got Dr. Joe in the house. Make sure you're dropping her a follow. Also remember, we are still raising funds for Dr. Joe. If you go to my profile, there's a link to her GoFundMe page in the first or second video in my profile. You can also follow her here and donate directly through Cash App or PayPal or Venmo. Dr. Joe is a valuable member of our community. She was in the path of the hurricane recently in Texas, and she's got some very severe damage to her house. It's unsafe to be in right now. And the insurance company, because insurance companies are all crooks, are denying all of her insurance claims. So we're doing anything we can to help her to get to a point where she can either fix some of the stuff in the house, make it safe, or she can get someone to file a lawsuit on behalf of her to make the insurance company pay. But fact of the matter is, something must budge. But anyways, Dr. Joe is a valuable member of our community. We love her. Most of you already know her. But please, if you can, if you have anything to spare, we got 944 people right now. If everybody just gave $1, it would make a big difference. So please help our dear friend, Dr. Joe.
Curtis, are you driving?
Kind of sounds that way.
Yeah, I'm actually at work, but I'm gonna park real quick.
Yeah, Curtis,
I'm trying to get to
when did you learn to read minds?
It's not so much reading minds, but listening. So when you read the Bible is a great tool for understanding human nature.
It's actually a lie.
So that's
the Bible is full of lies.
Actually, it's not.
It's
really
There's a ton of lies in there, yeah. It's full of contradictions, failed predictions, bad science.
You think so?
I know so. Do you think that you can... Do you think you can have animals mate before striped poles, and then because they're mating in front of striped poles, they'll produce striped offspring?
So,
because the book of Genesis says so.
Yeah, that's the story of Jacob. I'm familiar with that story.
Mm-hmm.
So let me take you deeper into that story.
I know the story very deeply.
One of the main, but what you just said lets me know that when I say ignorance and some of the things you said, and that's not a shot at you. I don't want to shoot at you. And
no, it clearly is.
No, that's not I'm not using that derogatory. I'm really saying, like, I think that when you read the Bible, you read it smart, but the Bible is Jewish meditation.
Yes, I do read it smart. I know. That's why I know it's full of lies.
Yeah, but here's the thing. To understand who God is, and that's the real question. That's kind of what I really want to get to.
There is no God.
All right. We're gonna disagree on that, because I feel like I said earlier, that's obvious. You can look outside and understand the relationship between the trees, the grass, the animals, and the humans, and understand that there's a God.
Incorrect. What's the link? How do I know that a God made those things?
Because of how a tree relates to the rest of nature.
That tells me nothing. How do I know that God made those trees?
how do you know that? How do you know that God made those trees?
Yep.
All right, let me explain this. Nothing in creation has spawned by itself, so that would lend me to say that there is a creator.
Literally
We are created.
everything has spawned by itself.
All right, you have to present me with evidence of that.
Look at the trees.
Where is that evidence? So you say that and you get a laugh, but there's a birthing process for a tree.
No, there's
You
not.
understand what I'm saying? There's seed,
Yep. Seed's not birthing though.
and it has to be germinated.
Yes,
Trees
I know
are
how
in-
germination
trees are-
works. Do you know?
Alright, so
do you know
if you-
how? Do you know how seeds grow into trees?
I do, but I want you to educate me.
Cell division.
All right, so here's
Cell
my
division is a
thing.
naturally occurring process.
It occurs naturally, brother, because somebody set it in place.
Prove it.
No, you have to prove to me that it's not.
No, I
because
don't.
I have a tree.
Things
What-
are not
you don't have
true.
anything you-
Things are not
you
true
don't have-
just
you don't-
because you say they're true. If that's the case, then you have to believe in the tooth fairy. So disprove that the tooth fairy exists and that she didn't create everything.
Trying to look. That's child's play.
That's not
Trying to
child's
dis-
play. I'm using the tooth
disprove
fairy to demonstrate to you the silliness of your argument. Things aren't just true until somebody gives you verifiable evidence that they're not true. If you make the claim that God exists, then the burden of proof is on you, unless you can disprove the existence of the tooth fairy. And I know that you can't.
brother.
Do you know why I know that you can't disprove the tooth fairy?
No, the tooth fairy is an imaginary. Is an imaginary
Yes,
thing.
just like your God. Your God is an imaginary thing.
you say
So,
God is-
what's
you
your
say God-
evidence?
Walk right into it.
What's your evidence
But-
that the tooth fairy is not real?
Because nobody's ever spoken to the tooth fairy.
And no one's ever spoken to your God.
No,
But as it turns
that's-
out, I've spoken to a
No, no,
tooth
no, no.
fairy, and the tooth fairy put money under my pillow when I was a child. And my mom told me that she knew the tooth fairy personally.
Ah, well, hey, brother, you need to take your family, you and your mom, y'all need to go somewhere.
So-
and y'all might get that checked out.
I've got as much evidence for the tooth fairy as you've got for
I
your
can say
God.
the same thing for you, Curtis. Maybe you need to get mentally checked.
That's right, Casey. He's going to corn cob hell. Do you brush and floss with all of your heart?
It depends. Am I going out that night?
If you disrespect the tooth fairy, you're going to end up in tooth fairy hell for all of eternity with no teeth to eat and nothing but corn on the cob. And you will not be getting butter with this corn on the cob.
Okay. So are you gonna let me respond or you gonna interrupt me?
Go ahead.
Let me respond. Let me get my thought out because I want to get to it. I want to get to deeper that God is deep. Something deeper than God is not imaginary. That God is an imaginary God. Because I really believe that there is an abundance of evidence. I gave you some, you rejected it.
That
okay?
wasn't
But-
evidence. You said, look at the trees. Look at the trees as a useless statement because it could be a naturally occurring process. It could be that.
No.
It could be that.
You saying-
It
you
could
saying
be.
it-
It
it
could
could
be.
be.
It could be that the trees are a product of 5,000 gods. It could be that the trees are a product of creation that was done by magic farting ponies. Just saying that your God did it is useless until you have evidence that your God is actually responsible for it.
I'm so tired of that useless argument.
I'm baffled that in 2024, anybody just says, look at the trees, and they think that that makes their creator real.
He called it an abundance of evidence. That's hilarious to me.
If the abundance of evidence is look at the trees, he's going to be in poor shape.
I always like to ask them, like they say that their God wakes you up in the morning. Like, I want to know who wakes you up when you wake up late.
Yeah, right?
Is that God's fault too?
He's not good at time. That's why he's been missing for 2,000 years.
Absolutely.
Bro doesn't even
I was
know how
going
to set a
say
clock.
I was going to say, if you wake up late, that's Satan's fault, but they tend to forget free will.
That's right. And remember, words
knocked
don't have
God over.
meanings. So the word soon, when he says he's coming back soon, means nothing.
Yahweh needs a dictionary
He really does.
and a math tutor.
We know he couldn't do math.
And the biology lesson.
Oh, okay.
Curtis,
So here's the thing.
is the trees your only evidence?
No, my main evidence is relationship.
That's not evidence.
Besides the obvious evidence that you cannot have time, space, and matter. Time, space, and matter must appear at the same time.
Actually, that's not true. And would you like to walk through the logical premises for that?
All right, let's walk through it.
Fantastic. So, premise number 1, all acts of creation require a change of states. Yes or no?
I'm going to say yes.
It is yes. The answer is yes. Yep. Because there's a state where it didn't exist and a state where it does exist. Fantastic. Premise number 2. Any change of states has a before and an after.
Yes.
Fantastic. Premise number 3. Anything with a before and an after requires time to exist.
Yes.
Great. So then we're led to the very obvious premise number 4, which is that time must exist for any act of creation.
Yes.
Fantastic. So then we're finally at the conclusion then, which is time cannot be created because time is necessary for any act of creation, which means time is eternal. He didn't follow the premises. We'll do it a second time. Yeah, he got lost, Goth. He followed me through all 4 premises and then found out at the conclusion that he shouldn't have done that. I love how they think that they're going to agree to all my premises and then somehow not agree with my conclusion, which is quite honestly the easiest conclusion possible from these premises. Does he know he has to unmute himself?
Nope.
All right. So I'm saying, listen, your premises is right.
Okay.
Until you get to a conclusion that just it does not make sense.
I know it doesn't make sense. Logic is hard for some people. So,
okay. Listen,
premise number 4.
I'm not gonna stoop to that. I'm not gonna stoop to your level.
Premise number 4 was that time must exist for any act of creation, and you agreed with that, right?
Yes. Time must exist for any act of creation.
That's right. You got it. Okay,
So
which means time itself.
There is no what?
Which means time itself cannot have been created because time is required for any time is required for any act of creation, which means time has to exist before creation could happen.
Brother, you can't have I
don't know why this is so hard.
A creation for there to be time. You just said that yourself.
No, you weren't listening.
You're trying to say that time has to exist because, listen.
I'm saying time is eternal.
Without a what?
You cannot have creation unless time already exists.
You cannot have a what without a
You cannot have any. You cannot have anything that requires. I don't know why you won't let me get a sentence out. I know you're afraid to hear words. You cannot act at all. You can't do anything unless time already exists. And the example of this is premise number 1. Any act of creation is a change of states. A change of states has a before and after. Anything that has a before and after is in time. So you cannot have an act of creation unless time already exists, which means by default, time cannot be created. It has to be eternal. I don't think he gets it.
No, I get it.
Okay, so fantastic.
What's the common denominator in what you're saying, brother?
I'm trying to get to the point. So, according to the logical syllogism, time is eternal. Now, we know from science that time and space are a fabric. They're intertwined. You can't have time without space. You already mentioned this, which means time and space are both eternal. Now, it's also true that matter and energy can't be created nor destroyed. They can only be transformed. And if that's the case, then matter and energy are also eternal, which leads me to my final.
I don't know about matter.
Which
I know
leads
about
me
energy.
conservation of matter. It's a principle in physics. It leads me to my final conclusion, which is that matter, space, and time are eternal. We have no need for anyone to create them because they've always been and they always will be.
Brother, listen.
If you have evidence to the contrary, I'd love to hear it.
We can go right back to your premises.
Go for it.
You have yet separated either one of them.
We'll start from the beginning. Premise number 1, creation is a change of states, yes or no?
No. Listen, you'll say that, and then you come to the conclusion that you come to the conclusion that creation, because it's created, that there has to be time.
Yes.
But you cannot have a time without creation. So what
Wrong.
I'm saying, listen,
Yes. If time is eternal, it allows for the act of creation. If time is not eternal, then you cannot have creation because time is a prerequisite. Time is a prerequisite. I can't say the word prerequisite for creation. It has to come before creation happens, which means it couldn't have been created.
time does not have to come before creation.
It does, because any act of creation requires time. You already agreed to this. Any act of creation requires time.
And I'm disagreeing that time has to exist before.
Okay, so we'll just walk through the logical premises again. Premise number 1, creation is a change of states, yes or no?
Yes, brother.
Okay, premise number 2, a change of states has a before and an after.
Not necessarily.
It does. Anything that has a change of states has a before and an after, or else you can't have a change.
So if something starts from 0, what is that 0?
There is no such thing as 0 because that implies that there was something before 0.
Brother.
God cannot act. He cannot think. He cannot do anything unless time already exists. There's no such thing as motion or action or anything until time exists, because the whole idea of acting is that there is something that is changing.
All right, sorry about that. So I'm going to agree to disagree with you right there, because there does not have to be time before there's creation, because there's no point of time.
Yes. You have to have time before you can create, because creation implies that there is a change of states, and a change of states requires time. And this shouldn't be hard to figure out, because we already know from science that matter and energy cannot be destroyed. There is absolutely
energy cannot be destroyed.
Matter and energy is the conservation of mass, sometimes also referred to as the conservation of matter. They're both laws in physics. So we know for a fact that you cannot destroy matter and energy, and you cannot create it. So the fact of the matter is, all the evidence points towards an eternal universe. You have no evidence for your God. Not a single lick of it, other than look at the trees.
That's funny, but honestly, when you observe the relationship, so like I learned the other day, just childish intuition, like that. A lot of people probably know this, like that worms, when they dig holes, they make these little tunnels that kind of allows, when the rain, it irrigates, and it allows for just better irrigation for the crops and the soil and things like that. For me, when I look at those type of projects, something as insignificant as a worm that has purpose, Brother, that is immense evidence
No, it's not.
for an intelligent creator.
Worms don't have a God-given purpose. Worms exist because they found a way to survive in this world, and they're part of an ecosystem. So what you're suggesting is that because worms serve a function in the world, they found a place to survive, that they're designed, but that's silly.
Why?
Because you have no evidence of a designer. You can't posit a purpose from a designer until you have evidence that there is a designer.
If I have me and you, we're having this conversation, and we can talk about worms, and we can talk about a purpose. There has to be a purpose given.
Nope.
Okay, so when you I'm not gonna stick to your level, but here, I want to ask you a question.
The design of the earth is literally the last reason that would point you towards the biblical God, because if it's true that the design of the earth points towards a creator, it's a really cruel creator who gives us skin cancer when the sun gets on us too long, who causes 2% of women to be unalive to giving childbirth. 40% of children didn't survive the first couple weeks after childbirth. 97% of the water on the planet is poisonous to drink. There are tornadoes, earthquakes, and other natural disasters that execute 100,000 people a year. If nature is the standard, pointing towards a God, then he's a cruel and vindictive God.
Thank you, brother. Now let's have a conversation, because we're actually talking about what we really need to talk about here. Let's talk about the real point. Is God a moral monster, or is he not? So I want to ask you,
the biblical God would be an immoral God if you believe that breaking your own laws is immoral, because he breaks his own laws.
Well, here's the thing. You are atheist agnostic.
I'm an agnostic atheist. I'm open to the possibility of a God, but I'm 100% atheist towards the Christian God and the Muslim God and the Hindu gods and whatever gods a formalized religion has dreamed up.
Okay. But you were a Christian growing up.
I was a Christian.
I don't know if that's wrong,
I was a Christian for over 20 years, and it was studying the Bible that led me away from Christianity.
Okay, so that's kind of... Let's talk about this, brother.
Sounds to me like you haven't read the Bible.
Nah, I've read it. Like when you just brought up a story, and I just pointed you exactly where it was. Like we can go into the Bible.
Fair enough. So what about the Bible would lead me to believe that this God is real?
What about the Bible would lead you to believe that this God is real? Well, if you're going to say that everything in the Bible is not evidence, what's the point of me giving you evidence from the Bible?
It's the same reason why I wouldn't give you evidence from the Quran. I don't believe that the Bible is necessarily true, and so telling me that it's true because the Bible says so is silly.
All right, well, let me give you some evidence from the Bible. So you say that Jesus never fulfilled the prophecies.
Only Deuteronomy 13, the prophecy of a false prophet.
All right, what about the prophecy in, I believe it's Matthew 24, these here standing here today will not...
I love that one.
...perish until the kingdom of God has come.
Well, that's Matthew 16. Matthew 24 is similar, but you're thinking of Matthew 16, 27 through 28, and that's a false prediction. It didn't come true. It says, "For the Son of Man is to come with his angels in the glory of his Father, and then he will repay everybody for what they've done. Truly I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom." And they all tasted death.
Yes, but the kingdom of God came.
No, it didn't. It says he's going to come with the glory of his Father and all of the angels and repay everybody for their deeds. Did that happen?
Not in its fullness.
It didn't happen at all. He died.
The kingdom of God did. The kingdom of God.
Jesus came and he died, and that's it. He didn't do anything. It literally says that he's going to come with the power of the angels and the glory of his Father in the judgment. Like when you read Matthew chapter 25 on the judgment, says let me just pull it up. When the Son of Man comes in his glory, and all of the angels with him, he will sit on the throne of glory, and all the nations will be gathered before him, and he will separate the people one from another as a shepherd separates sheep from the goats. That didn't happen. None of that happened. This is supposed to be the second coming. When he comes in the glory of his Father and the angels, that's the second coming.
Yes.
And that didn't happen. He said it was going to happen before some of the people standing there passed away.
Yes.
So he failed his own prediction, and I'm not surprised because Paul and the other New Testament writers thought he was coming back as well. In 1 Thessalonians chapter 4, verses 12 through 16, Paul literally states that Jesus is coming back within their lifetime. Same thing with 1 Corinthians chapter 7.
He's talking about the kingdom of God.
Yeah, it
So
says, we do not
agree
want
with
you to be uninformed, brothers and sisters, about those who have died, so that you may not grieve as others do who have no hope. For since we believe that Jesus died and rose again, even so, through Jesus, God will bring with him those who have died. For this we declare to you by the word of the Lord, that we who are alive and who are left until the coming of the Lord will by no means precede those who are died. So Paul says, we who are alive and remain. Paul was certain, as he says elsewhere, that he would still be alive when Jesus came back, which is why 2 Peter, like half of the book, addresses this problem.
I don't think Paul meant that. Let me tell you why. Because Paul understood that he was about to die.
No, he wrote to Thessalonians early. Thessalonians was the first church that he planted.
Yeah. And he understood. I'm not exactly sure which book it was where Paul refers to, I have ran the race well. So he not only did he understand in Acts when he was going to be imprisoned, he understood that his time was almost up.
That has nothing to do with what he said in Thessalonians. In Thessalonians, he says that we who are still alive and remain will be caught up in the air with him. And he says in Corinthians, the church that he planted at the beginning of his second missionary journey, he talks about these people. It says, if you're married, live as though you're not. And those who mourn as though they're not mourning. And those who rejoice as though we are not rejoicing. And those who buy as though they had no possessions. And those who deal with the world as though they had no dealings with it. For the present form of this world is passing away. Why would Paul instruct his believers to live as though the world is about to pass away and the end is imminent?
Because that's how we are called to look. And
Yes.
the world is passing away, brother.
Because Paul thought that the world was about to end because Jesus said so. Jesus said that the world was about to end. But it didn't. It didn't end. And he didn't fulfill any prophecies. He didn't even fulfill his own predictions.
Listen. So as far as that prophecy has not come in its fullness.
None of it did.
The kingdom of God is here.
It's not.
It's on earth. Yeah.
Nope, it's in your head.
No, it's not.
It's in your
I guess it is.
imagination.
Yes, yeah, bro, the kingdom of God is here.
No,
Whether
it's not.
you decide to live there or not.
No, it's not.
That is in your that will be imaginary for
According
y'all.
to the Old
That's
Testament
imaginary for y'all.
prophets, when the kingdom of God appears, the nation of Israel is going to be restored to their land. And there's going to be a king on the throne. And the knowledge of God is going to go throughout the entire world. And everybody will know God. Everybody. From the least to the greatest.
So that's the ultimate end of age.
That's what the Bible
But-
says, though. That when the Bible says the Messiah is coming, that's what it says.
Listen, when Jesus was on earth and he talks in parable. He gives three speeches: the parable of soils. He gives the mustard tree, and he gives one more about the farmer.
Yeah, but why do I care what Jesus said when he didn't fulfill a single messianic expectation? Like, you keep suggesting that I should care about what Jesus said, and I just don't.
There are past prophecies, there are future prophecies, and there are present prophecies.
There are no prophecies that he fulfilled.
You spoke of one earlier in Hosea.
No.
And he fulfilled that.
No, he didn't. That was Micah 5:3, and he didn't fulfill it. Or 5:2.
Yes,
No, he didn't.
Because
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did.
No, he didn't.
Because he actually came out of Egypt.
Oh, that's Hosea 11. We didn't talk about that tonight, and that has nothing to do. Did we talk about Hosea tonight?
No.
Maybe we did. I don't know. Hosea 11 has nothing to do with any Messiah, not even close. It's not even a prophecy, and this is what I cannot handle with these Christians. A prophecy is a very clear form of speech. It's something that is indicated is going to happen in the future. Hosea 11 is not a prophecy. It says, when Israel was a child, I loved him, past tense. Out of Egypt, I called my son, past tense. The more that I called them, plural, the more that they went from me, and they kept sacrificing to the Baals and offering incense to idols. The son, according to the narrative, if you just go to Exodus 4:22,
the firstborn
is God's
son.
firstborn son. You got it. Yeah. So this is not a prophecy. This is the prophet telling you that the nation of Israel was God's firstborn son, and God was their father. He goes on to tell you about how kind of a loving father he was to them. And he's doing all of this because if you go down to verses 5 and 6, God's going to punish them for being bad children.
Yes. So here, to have a firstborn son, you have to have another son.
No,
so
it's not a real son.
Fuck is he on about?
He has no idea what he's talking about. Israel is a metaphorical son to Yahweh.
All right, I get that. In this verse, this is linking a deep design pattern in the Bible.
No, it's not.
We're talking about sibling rivalry. It talks about the firstborn son.
This is not sibling rivalry.
In that time period, the firstborn son had all the inheritance.
Yes, I know.
Correct.
This has nothing to do with that. This is about the Exodus.
It's a design pattern, but that's what I'm saying. You're very smart, brother.
This is about the Exodus. This is about the Exodus.
Oh, and what did Jesus say he came to do?
And so,
free the captives.
Yeah, but he didn't. The Israelites became captives. The Israelites became captives. He didn't free anybody. I don't know why you can't listen to the words coming out of my mouth. Jesus didn't free anybody. So it's a useless statement to make. 11 is what we're talking about. Hosea 11 is not a prophecy about anything.
When Israel was a child, I loved them, and out of Egypt I called my son.
Are those past tense verbs?
Yes.
Are they talking about events in the past?
Yes, but you're talking
okay,
about...
so we know it's not a prophecy then. So prophecies are not so prophecies are not when you tell history. History is history, prophecy is prophecy. So this is not a prophecy. This is God recounting the history of his wicked people.
All right. I'll let you talk. Can I talk for a second?
Yeah, I wouldn't have to mute you if you wouldn't talk in the middle of every time I talk.
I got you. I'm gonna let you talk. Just let me talk. Listen, you are discrediting how powerful and how all-knowing God is. Let me make another point on top of that.
I'm not.
Disagree. Let me make another point on top of that. You believe that prophecy has to be also always in future tense.
That's how prophecies work.
What this is showing is, out of Egypt I called my son.
Yeah. And who's his son?
What God is doing here is tracking you. It's tracking Jesus through the same pathway that he took Israel in order to redeem them.
Man, the gymnastics is wild. Hey,
See,
Justin, in
what kind of
verse
mental
7,
gymnastics you got to do here? Go ahead, thinker.
Man, the Christians be better than Simone Biles with the gymnastics that they do. Oh my God,
they need to qualify for the Olympics.
Yes, Bible Olympics. I swear, like it needs to be a thing.
All right.
Verse 7, where he switches from first person to second person, right? And he says that they called out to the Most High, but he did not answer them. Like he's clearly talking about a different God there, right? Like he's not talking about himself.
In verse 7, let's see, it says, the sword rages in their cities. It consumes their oracle priests and devours because of their schemes. My people are bent on turning away from me. To the Most High they call, but he does not raise them up at all. No, my assumption is that he is referring to himself and that he's now ignoring their pleas. Because if you read the rest of the chapter, God goes on to tell them that, hey, despite the fact that you were my firstborn child and I was your father, I'm going to hand you over. You're going to get destroyed.
Okay. Exactly. And he just switches to second person then.
Right.
He says me. He says him, right?
My people?
In verse 7 he says they called out to the Most High, but none would exalt him.
Yeah. No, that's common. God refers to himself in the third person pretty often in the book.
Okay.
Yeah, I understand why you're saying that now. But I get that. It sounds like he's talking about another God.
Yeah.
Because it could be that he's referring to Elyon.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Right?
As though Elyon is not Yahweh. And that is one way of reading this. I don't read it that particular way, but you could read it that way, yeah.
Okay.
But I think Hosea came late enough in the prophetic history. I don't think that was a view that was held during Hosea's time period. I think that view would have been held prior to Hosea.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Pre-Babylonian time?
Yeah, exactly. Definitely pre-Babylonian. Yeah. So the problem here is very simple. There's just no prophecy here. And I understand what you're going to say. Well, it's a metaphor or it's types and shadows, but that's just not how literature worked. If I took a prophecy from an ancient Babylonian tablet, or not even a prophecy, just a historical narrative, and it sounds like something I did, I can't just call it a prophecy because I did something sounding similar to a history that somebody wrote.
But I think you're discounting Jewish literature.
No, I'm not. I'm very familiar with Jewish literature.
And poetry.
I'm very familiar with Jewish poetry.
Over and over, because, and this is how I know, because you can't recognize design patterns.
I can, so I'll just say it again. I'm very familiar with Jewish literature and Jewish poetry, and this has nothing to do with the Messiah. All you're saying is that there's patterns, but patterns are not prophecies. I can take anything in the Old Testament and just call it a prophecy. If the only thing I have to do is find a pattern, I can find many patterns and fulfill it and say I'm a prophet or I'm a Messiah. Deuteronomy 10, when you draw near to a town to fight against it, offer it terms of peace. If it accepts your terms of peace and surrenders to you, then all the people in it shall serve you as forced labor. This is a pattern that happens over and over again in the Bible. Is this a prophecy?
But this is not a design pattern.
How do you know that this is not a design pattern, but Hosea 11 is?
Because of the nature of the words. So Israel is my firstborn son.
Yep.
Israel is linking, that Israel term is linking all the way back to Genesis 1. Right?
No.
Well, not the story of the story of the garden. It's linking, it's going further than that.
No, it doesn't. Hosea doesn't go past the Exodus in history.
Listen, yes, that's what I'm saying about design patterns. Every story, most of the stories in the Bible, every story in the Bible is revolving around Jesus.
No, they're not. Not even close.
When you go all the way back.
Not even close.
All the way back.
I'm just going to stop you. There's nothing in the Bible about Jesus.
Let me finish because I'm going somewhere.
You're not going somewhere. I've heard it 4,000 times. Jesus is not prophesied in Genesis chapter 3:15.
When he says my seed versus the serpent seed,
I literally just said it. Jesus is not prophesied in Genesis 3:15. It's clearly about the snake and the snake's relationship to mankind. And you would know this if you have studied any ancient Near Eastern history, where snakes are always a mortal enemy of mankind.
It is about the snake.
It's about the snake, not about Satan and not about Jesus.
It's about the snake and the woman's seed.
Nope, it's about snakes plural and mankind, because Satan doesn't crawl on his belly.
I'm gonna show you.
Because Satan doesn't crawl on his belly, does he?
But he has the attributes of a snake.
No, he doesn't.
Yes, he does.
No, he doesn't.
He hides. Does
he
like
crawl on
right
his
now.
belly?
Right now.
Does he crawl on his belly?
It's not about crawling on his belly.
It does, because the snake is cursed to crawl on his belly. So if it was Satan, then why did the snake get cursed to crawl on his belly?
Because he was a seraphim. A seraphim to
No, he
find a
wasn't.
snake that flies.
Satan was not a seraphim.
That's a new one.
So who was speaking to Eve? Because that's a seraphim, brother.
A snake.
And who was a seraphim?
It says
Who's a spiritual being?
it says nakash in Hebrew. It's a completely different word. Seraph and seraphim in Hebrew is a specific type of divine being. A snake, a nakash, is just a snake.
Okay. When the last time you seen a snake that can talk?
Never, which is why I know it's mythology. But in ancient Near Eastern mythology, especially Babylonian mythology, which is when this was written, talking animals are quite abundant. And there's a lot of mythology around talking snakes.
There were even some Amazonian tribes that
Yeah.
worship the anaconda.
Yep.
All right, sorry about that.
So Jesus is nowhere in the Bible, is what I'm telling you. He's not there. You have to read him into it using eisegesis.
You have to read him out of it.
Nope, you have to read him into it using eisegesis.
From right there, from the passage, that whole story is telling you we're waiting for one to come.
No, it's not.
Jesus, brother.
That didn't
Yes,
say
it
that at
is.
all.
Do you want me to pull it up? You want to pull it up?
I'll pull it up. I already told you it's about a snake, because snakes actually crawl on their bellies.
Listen, and that's
The entire third chapter of Genesis is just an ideology about why things are the way that they are. The whole chapter is about that. The narrative is designed to explain this current state of affairs.
That's part of it.
It's not. So the woman said, "The snake tricked me, and I ate. And the Lord God said to the snake, because you have done this, cursed are you among all animals." So it's an animal. Then it says, among all the wild creatures, because it's a wild creature. Upon your belly you shall go, because it's a snake, and dust you will eat, because it burrows in the ground all the days of your life. This is an explanation for why snakes are unique in the animal kingdom.
So can I stop you there?
I already stopped.
Isn't that a weird question? Isn't that a weird curse?
Nope.
When a snake already does those things.
No, because the snake doesn't already do those things. This is an explanation for why the snake does those things.
No.
Yes.
Okay. So by your own logic.
Nope. By logic of words have meanings, and these words are about a snake who is among the animal kingdom and among the wild creatures. And it's cursed to crawl on its belly, which is unique because they don't know of any actual animals that crawl on their belly. And snakes were often the mortal enemy of mankind. If you read the ancient Babylonian literature, the snake is the one who stole the plant of immortality from Gilgamesh. The snake is the one who ruined the Hupulu tree given to Inanna. This is just common ancient Near Eastern mythology. The whole chapter is set up to explain why things are the way that they are. That's why we have painful childbirth. That's why even though the earth was designed for Adam, he has to toil by the sweat of his brow.
All right. So, two things. First of all, you are right. The snake is an important figure in that time period. The Bible is doing something that is very revolutionary. It's saying this is super important figure who is a monster, who a lot of the people from that time worshipped, they greatly feared. I'm going to take this figure, this dragon character, and I'm going to make it low. That's the whole point.
That's not what it says. Now you're just changing words.
No, I'm not changing it.
You're literally just changing words.
You track this all the way to Revelation.
Does Satan have offspring?
You know, yes, he has offspring.
No, he doesn't. Satan has no
Yes, he
children.
does.
You know who does have offspring? Snakes.
Okay, so if Satan is a spiritual being,
He's not.
we are in a place. We're in a place where humans, at least in the story, okay. So if you're gonna say that if Satan is not a spiritual, are you saying that the Bible doesn't depict Satan as a spiritual being?
Well, he's an angel. Yeah, I mean, according to the
Okay, all right,
Bible,
so let's
according
stay right
to according to the Bible, he's among the angels. That's mentioned in Job and another book.
All right, so let's stay right there. So let's track this same spiritual being, and we can go through a lot of stories, but let's just go to Revelation.
Nope.
That great dragon. That is.
That's the Leviathan.
That's in Job. I'm talking about.
This Leviathan, yes, in Revelation, it's commonly believed that the Leviathan is the mention in the book of Revelation, and the exact wording in Revelation is borrowed directly from the prophet Isaiah. And if you read where that comes up in the prophet Isaiah, it's clearly about the Leviathan.
Okay, so what would the Leviathan be in that period of time?
The Leviathan is the chaos serpent. It dwells in the water, and his job is to make the water chaotic and dangerous.
All right. So in the Bible, one of the things that waters, the troubled waters, is a metaphor for, is for the peoples, brother. So
You're not saying anything.
Let me finish. Let me finish this.
The reaching is getting really.
It's not a reach. It's not a reach. The many waters. You see that God judges people in the Bible. When God is giving out judgment, a lot of times it will be through other nations. And through other nations, he will also refer to as the waters, the chaos waters. So
No, they weren't.
Great.
There's one verse in Isaiah chapter 8 where the invasion of the Assyria king is likened to like a flood, but never is a foreign nation. Never is a foreign nation likened to the waters of chaos.
What is a flood, brother? That's a chaos water.
No.
What's a flood? That's a
No.
chaos water. What are you talking about?
It's not.
A flood is a flood.
Not the flood of Noah. You got to think, what are these people thinking when they see
That
flood?
flood didn't exist.
Going to the flood of Noah, not a regular flood
That flood didn't exist.
Thank you. Yes. So in Isaiah says, therefore the Lord is bringing up against it the mighty flood waters of the river, the king of Assyria. The river floodwaters were not the waters in which the snake dwelt, although there is an ancient belief in Canaanite mythology where there were...
Keep reading, brother.
Keep
reading that verse.
There was an ancient mythology in Canaan where there were deities dwelling in the rivers. It says it will sweep on into Judah. I cover this every time I go live. It will sweep on into Judah as a flood, pouring over, will reach up to its neck. Its outspread wings will fill the breadth of your land, O Emmanuel. Do you know why the prophet is exclaiming, O Emmanuel, in chapter 8? He does it twice. He does it again here. It says, it will not stand because God is with us, Emmanuel. This is immediately following the prophecy in Isaiah chapter 7, where God says there's a child who's already conceived and is about to be born. And before that child knows right from wrong, the two kings that you're fearing, their kingdoms are going to be wiped out. And the child is the sign and the timeline for that event, which is why when the prophecy begins to come true, the prophet himself says, O Emmanuel, because he's witnessing the prophecy come true.
I agree with that.
Okay.
Can we scroll back up to that verse? Can you finish that verse for me?
Which one?
You stopped. You stopped.
It will sweep on, I didn't stop, you weren't listening. It will sweep on into Judah as a flood, pouring over, will reach up to the neck. And remember, it's from the river. It's a river metaphor. Do you want to know what? Do you want to know why the river is part of this metaphor?
I won't interrupt you.
Do you know why the river is part of the metaphor concerning Assyria?
I do.
Because they were the land just beyond the river. They were always associated with the kingdom of the north at the North River.
All right. Can we stay right here for 1 second, and I'll explain. All right. So I can't fully read your screen, but it says, bringing up against his mighty flow waters of the river, the king of Assyria and all his glory will rise above all its channels and overflow its plains. So that is a direct correlation to the king of Assyria, his kingdom, and waters, brother.
That's what I said, but not the waters of chaos. The waters of chaos is a very specific water. In Hebrew, it's referred to as Tahom. Tahom in Hebrew. That's not what you get in this passage. There is no Tahom. There is no waters of chaos. And this is why, if you read the Bible just in English, you miss those kind of details. That's why people like me went to school to learn Greek and Hebrew and Aramaic, so we know the actual nuance of what's happening.
All right. So I believe you went to school. Let me make this final point, but I also want to shift back to my original point. You have a point in which God is about to use a king to judge his people.
Yes. And he likens them to an overflowing river.
Water. The last time he judged in the Bible with water, he judged the world. It's right there, brother. It is right there. So I'm not trying to interrupt you, but I want you to say, that's why I say you're very smart, but I don't believe that you fully are genuine. And I
am fully genuine because the king of Assyria has always been affiliated with the river because it lived just on the other side of the North River, which is why it says in the book of Revelation that the kings of the east will cross over the Euphrates River once it's dried.
Yes. Yes.
So again, there is no connection between Satan and the serpent in Genesis.
I just gave it to you.
You didn't.
You can say it doesn't exist, but I just gave you flood,
nope,
water, serpent, Leviathan.
Wrong. What we read was the king of Assyria was likened, not Satan, to the river.
The king of Assyria was likened to floodwaters.
It was likened to a raging river water, yes.
Yes. All right.
Which is not the same. Which is not the same as chaos water, and it has nothing to do with Satan.
No. It is the same.
It's not the same. I'll just explain it one more time. There's an actual Hebrew word that refers to the waters of chaos, and it's Tahom, the deep, the abyss, the chaotic waters. That word is not used in reference to the Euphrates River, which the Assyrian king lived next to.
Got it. Will you let me finish?
I'm trying. It seems that you didn't actually listen to what I was saying, or else you would understand that river water is different from the waters of chaos.
Here's what I want to say, brother, because you're a very smart guy, but something happened in your life.
Nope, wrong again.
And it's not allowing you.
This is all they have when their arguments don't work.
I'm so tired of that shit.
It always comes back to somebody hurt you. I already told you why I'm not a Christian, because the Bible doesn't claim anything that actually happens. The prophecies all fail just about. It doesn't match science. The manuscripts don't even agree with each other. The New Testament can't even properly quote the Old Testament. I left the faith because I studied the Bible honestly, and I had to be honest with what it actually said.
Okay, got it. I was wrong on that. Let me take my L on that part and trying to ascribe something to your life. Let's get back to the waters. Let's get back to Satan's
The
seed.
waters doesn't do anything for you. You have no leg to stand on. You're only talking about the waters because you think somehow it's going to validate your bad reading of Genesis chapter 3. But you can't validate your reading of Genesis chapter 3 for all the reasons I've already explained to you. So going back to that well is wasting everybody's time.
Nah, it's only wasting the time. You won't let me build it. You won't let me build it out because
There's nothing to build out.
Because there's truth there.
There's not.
In Satan's seed, in Satan's seed, he is connected. That snake is connected to Leviathan.
It's not.
To the great
Leviathan didn't have any offspring. In Jewish mythology, the Leviathan was created at like day 3 of the creation, and he has no offspring.
Look, it's a multi-layered metaphor.
It's
brother.
not.
Every snake.
See, when they can't just address what the text actually say, they always say, well, it's a metaphor, or the words don't mean what the words actually mean. The snake...
Kind of like...
Go ahead.
Kind of like the prince of this world. Like if
Yeah.
Satan is the prince of this world, then who is his daddy?
Right. Yeah.
All right. And then Satan had a name this whole time, Satan. Why didn't they call him Satan in Genesis 3?
Yeah, they didn't. If it was Satan, God should have just said so, but he's clearly not Satan. Thank you, by the way, Satan in the chat. Thank you for the paper cranes and the hats. I really appreciate that. Now, here's the deal, Curtis. I stayed up 40 minutes past my bedtime to have this conversation with you because it sounds like you actually wanted to have a conversation, which I'm cool with. But here's what I know so far. You have no evidence for your God other than look at the trees. And you can't point to a single prophecy that's actually in the Bible about Jesus if you think Genesis 3 is your best evidence of that. So I welcome you to come back. I'll be live again shortly in the near future. But I've got to go to bed. I got to wake up at 7 o'clock in the morning.
All right. What time are you live?
I'm usually live from 6 to midnight. I'm going to be on a 2-week hiatus while my son is with me. I'm picking him up tomorrow morning. And then at the end of September, he'll be back in school full time. And then I'll be doing this full time as per usual from 6 to midnight, 3 nights a week.
All right, I got it. If you bring it back on, we can have a conversation. I hope a longer one this time.
Yeah, you're welcome anytime.
All right.
All right, cheers.
Just text me and let me know when you're planning on going live again.
Yeah, I'll let you know. All right, guys, thanks for being here. I really appreciate it. That's right, Gothic. Later, sinners. Thinker, are you going to be going live?
I'm about to go live with Rhea.
Please do.
So, yeah. Her page is Life with Rhea.
Fantastic.
If you want to hop over there.
And if you can't find Rhea's page, you can follow Thinker right now because she'll be live with Rhea in just a few minutes. You can follow Thinker into Rhea's page. But let me grab... I'll put it up on the screen real quick. I'm going to grab her profile on TikTok and see.
If God is the conductor for $5 on Cash App.
OW. Fantastic. We had a monstrous night for gift, guys. Thank you so much for all the gifts. Thank you for everyone on YouTube that sent the super chats. We really do appreciate it. It means the world to us that you guys are here supporting us, especially on a Friday night. You can be doing anything. You can be out getting a good drink. I mean, whatever you want. But you're here with us, and we really appreciate that. I got Rhea's profile up right now. I'm going to put it on the screen so everyone can see it. This is where we're going to, guys. Over to Rhea's live. It's life with _Rhea. And Thinker's going to be there. So let's drop in. We're going to end this live. Let's drop in. Go raid Rhea's live. And then, we'll see you again in, 2 weeks.
We're going to miss you.
I'm sorry.
But enjoy your son.
I appreciate that. Open the door. Thank you for sending out 3 subbies. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for having me.
We love your service. We love your content. You're just an awesome member of this community. So, guys, if you're not following Thinker, make sure that you do. And let's go raid Leah's live. Rhea.
Have a good night, y'all. Thank y'all for the gifts. Love you, Hanji.
Have a great night.
Thinker.
All right. Good night, Justin. Love you.
You too.